that expresses the presentation of structured documents. Style sheet languages. Plural of style sheet language. Style sheets. Plural of style sheet. Style up. To render stylish, to give a fashionable turn to. Style table. The flat and apex of the style in Asclepiads. Stylable. Alternative form of stylable. Stylebook. A manual containing an organization's standardized usage conventions for how to write. Stylebooks. Plural of stylebook. Stylectomies. Plural of stylectomy. Stylectomy. Excision of a stylet, typically that of an aphid. Styled. Set in place, arranged. Styled it out. Simple past and past participle of style it out. Styled it up. Simple past and past participle of style up. Styledom. The fashionable world, the realm or sphere of popular style. Styly. Style. Stylus. Lacking good style or any style at all. Stylously. In a styleless fashion. Stylelessness. Absence of style. Style-like. Resembling or characteristic of a style. Stylemog. To patronize or talk down to someone by complimenting them as though from a position of authority on the compliment's subject. Stylemogged. Simple past and past participle of stylemog. Stylemogging. Present participle and gerund of stylemog. Stylemogs. Third person singular simple present indicative of stylemog. Stylophord. Any deep sea fish in the family Stylophoridae. Stylophorids. Plural of stylophord. Stylophoriform. Any fish of the order Stylophoriforms. Stylophoriforms. Plural of stylophoriform. Styler. A fan of English singer, songwriter, and actor Harry Styles, born 1994. Stylers. Plural of styler. Styles. A surname. Styles it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of style it out. Styles of cause. Plural of style of cause. Styles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of style up. Stylish sheet. A document issued by a publisher informing authors how to style their works for publication. A small style guide. Stylish sheets. Plural of stylish sheet. Stylus. Without a sty. Stylus. Second person singular simple present indicative of style. Stylet. An engraving tool. A stylus. Styleted. Alternative form of styleted. Style. Third person singular simple present indicative of style. Styletiform. Shape like a stylet. Stylets. Plural of stylet. Styleted. Having stylets. Styluize. In terms of style. Stylery. Fashionable. Styly. Plural of stylus. Stowe. Plural of style. Spilian. Spiliani. A transliteration of the Greek female given names sigma tau epsilon lambda iota alpha nu eta stylini. Stoianos. A transliteration of the Greek male given names sigma tau epsilon land iota alpha nu omicron sigma stylianos, used in Greece. Stylid, a ridge on the molar tooth of some animals. Stylidaeus, of or relating to the Stylidaceae. Stylids, plural of stylid. Styliferous, bearing one or more styles. Styliform, having the form of or resembling a bristle, pin, or pen, stylide. Styli, resembling a sty. Styling, any form of decoration or stylistic approach. Styling in out, present participle and gerundive style at out. Styling up, present participle and gerundive style up. Stylings, plural of styling. Stylinodontid. Any extinct mal in the family Stylinodontidi. Stylonodontids, plural of stylinodontid. Stylialinid, any mollusk of the family Stylialinidae. Stylian, the stylid process of the radius bone. Stylization, alternative spelling of stylization. Stylizations, plural of stylization. Stylize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of stylize. Stylize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of stylized. Stylizer, alternative form of stylizer. Stylizers, plural of stylizer. Stylizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stylize. Stylish, having style. Stylishly, in a stylish manner. Stylishness, the state or quality of being stylish. Stylizing, present participle and gerundive stylize. Stylism, a particular style that is employed, a stylistic choice. Stylisms, plural of stylism. Stylist, a designer. Stylistic, of or pertaining to style, especially to linguistic or literary style. Stylistical, stylistic. Stylistically, in a stylistic manner. Stylistician, one who studies stylistics. Stylisticians, plural of stylistician. Stylistics, the study of literary style and how it changes within different contexts. Stylists, plural of stylists. Stylite, a Christian ascetic in ancient times who lived alone on top of a tall pillar. Stylites, an epithet of several saints revered as stylites. Stylitic, of or relating to a stylite. Stylization, the process or result of designing or presenting in accordance with a style. Adoption of a style. Stylizations, plural of stylization. Stylize, to represent someone or something in a particular style. Stylize, simple past and past participle of stylize. Stylized fact, a simplified presentation of an empirical finding. Stylized facts, plural of stylized fact. Stylizer, one who stylizes. Stylizers, plural of stylizer. Stylizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stylize. Styling, present participle and gerundive stylize. Style, usually added to the end of a sentence to add emphasis. Stylo, a stylographic pen. Stylomilo, stylish, fashionable. Stylo, or pertaining to a style or stylus. Stylobata, alternative form of stylobate. Stylobate, the top step of the crepidoma, i.e. the platform upon which the superstructure of the building is erected. Stylobates, plural of stylobate. Stylocavernulo, a bundle of Syncillacetica. Stylosolid, any harvestmen of the family Stylosolidae. Stylosolids, plural of stylosolid. Stylocone, a pyramidal lobe on a molar with a spiky projection. Stylocones, plural of stylocone. Styloconic, long and slender and twisted to follow the outline of a cone. Stylodactylid, any member of the family Stylodactylidae. Stylodactylids, plural of stylodactylid. Stylodia, plural of stylodium. Stylodial, relating to the stylodium. Stylodium, an elongate stigma that resembles a style. Styloform, synonym of styloid. Styloglossal, of or relating to the styloid process and the tongue. Styloglossy, plural of styloglossus. Styloglossus, a small muscle that arises from the styloid process of the temporal bone, inserts along the side and under part of the tongue, and functions to draw up the sides of the tongue to create a trough for swallowing. Stylograph, a fountain pen that has a thin hollow tube or needle instead of a nib and which releases ink when pressed against the paper. Stylographic, pertaining to or designed to be used for stylography, stylographical. Stylographic pen, a stylograph, a pen that applies ink in a line of relatively uniform width via a narrow tube with the flow of ink regulated by a fine wire inside the tube, now used principally for technical drawings. Stylographic pens, plural of stylographic pen. Stylographical, pertaining to stylography, stylographic. Stylographically, in a stylographic manner. Stylographs, plural of stylograph. Stylography, the process of drawing or writing using a stylus onto a wax tablet, etc. Stylohel, a segment in the between the epithelial and tympanoidal. Stylohels, plural of styloial. Styloioi, of or relating to the styloid process of the temporal bone and to the hyoid bone. Styloid ligament, a band of fibrous tissue connecting the tip of the styloid process of the temporal bone to the ceratoial of the hyoid bone. Styloid ligament, a band of fibrous tissue connecting the tip of the styloid process of the temporal bone to the ceratoial of the hyoid bone. Styloid ligaments, plural of styloid ligament. Styloid muscle, a slender muscle that arises from the posterior surface of the styloid process of the temporal bone, inserts into the body of the hyoid bone, and acts to elevate and retract the hyoid bone, resulting in elongation of the floor of the mouth. Styloid muscles, plural of styloid muscle. Styloid syndrome, synonym of Eagle syndrome. Styloidoide, plural of styloides. Styloides, alternative form of styloid muscle. Styloids, plural of styloioi. Style, resembling a stylus or pen. Styloid process, a slender projection of bone. Styloid processes, plural of styloid process. Styloid syndrome, synonym of Eagle syndrome. Stylids, plural of styloid. Stylolite, an irregular surface between strata consisting of tooth-like projections, most common in limestone and dolomite. Stylolites, plural of stylolite. Stylolytic, relating to stylolites. Stylomandibular, relating to the styloid process and the mandible, applied to the ligament that extends from near the apex of the styloid process of the temporal bone to the angle and posterior border of the angle of the mandible. Stylomastoi, of or pertaining to the styloid and mastoid processes of the temporal bone. Stylomastoid foramen, a foramen that occurs on the lower surface of the temporal bone between the styloid and mastoid processes, and that forms the termination of the facial canal. Stylomastoid foramina, plural of stylomastoid foramen. Stylomaxillary, of or relating to the styloid process and the maxilla. Stylometer, an instrument for measuring columns. Stylometers, plural of stylometer. Stylometric, of, relating to, or using stylometry. Stylometrically, by means of, or in terms of, stylometry. Stylometrician, synonym of stylometrist. Stylometricians, plural of stylometrician. Stylometrics, stylometry. Stylometrist, a person who uses stylometry to analyze the style and content of text. Stylometrists, plural of stylometrists. Stylometry, a statistical method of analyzing a text to determine its author. Stylomatophoran, any land snail or slug of the clade Stylonatophora. Stylomatophorans, plural of stylomatophoran. Stylomatophorus, of or pertaining to the Stylomatophora. Stylonicid, any isopod in the family Stylonicidae. Stylonicids, plural of stylonicid. Stylonurid, any eurypterid of the family Stylonuridae. Stylonurids, plural of stylonurid. Stylonurine, any eurypterid sea scorpion of the suborder Stylonurina. Stylonurines, plural of stylonurine. Stylodychid, any ciliate of the genus Stylonychia. Stylodychids, plural of stylodychid. Stylonychae, any member of the genus Stylonychia of ciliates. Stylonychids, plural of Stylonychae. Stylodychine, synonym of Stylonychia. Stylonychines, plural of Stylonychine. Stylopharyngeal, relating to the stylopharyngeus. Stylopharyngeal, plural of stylopharyngeus. Stylopharyngeus, a slender muscle in head that arises from the base of the styloid process of the temporal bone, inserts into the side of the pharynx, and acts with the contralateral muscle in swallowing to increase the transverse diameter of the pharynx by drawing its sides upward and laterally. Stylophone, a small synthesizer operated using a stylus. Stylophones, plural of stylophone. Stylophoran, any extinct animal of the class Stylophora. Stylophorans, plural of stylophoran. Stylophore, a caryatid at the base of a column. Stylophores, plural of stylophore. Stylophthalmine, having or relating to an adaptation in the larvae of certain actinopterygian fish, characterized by the development of elliptical eyes at the apex of long periscopic stalks extending from the head. Stylopid, any insect in the family Stylopidae. Stylopids, plural of stylopid. Stylopization, parasitization by strepsipteran insects. Stylopize, of a strepsipteran insect to parasitize. Stylopized, simple past and past participle of stylopize. Stylopizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stylopize. Stylopizing, present participle and gerund of stylopize. Stylopod, the epithet of am. Stylopodia, plural of stylopodium. Stylopodial, relating to or containing a stylopodium. Stylopodium, an expansion at the base of the style, as in umbelliferous plants. Stylopods, plural of stylopod. Stylops, any insect in the order Strepsiptera when the word is not capitalized. The capitalized word is the proper name of the genus Stylops. Stylos, plural of stylo. Stylos, having styles of unusual length or persistence. Stylosome, a funnel or channel-like structure formed in response to trabeculid mites injecting digestive enzymes into the skin. Stylosomes, plural of stylosome. Stylospore, a spore that has a thin stalk. Stylospores, plural of stylospore. Stylosporus, relating to a stylospore. Stylostatistical, pertaining to stylostatistics. Stylostatistics. Stylometry. Stylostixis, acupuncture. Stylotypite, alternative name for tetrahedrite. Stylus, relating to a style. Styluli, plural of stylulus. Stylulus, the elongated apex of a free carpel which functions like the style of a syncarpous ovary, allowing pollen tubes from its stigma to enter the locule of only that carpel. Stylus, an ancient writing implement consisting of a small rod with a pointed end for scratching letters on clay, wax-covered tablets or other surfaces, and a blunt end for obliterating them. Styluses, plural of stylus. Style, alternative form of stime. Stymes, plural of stime. Stymphalia, a village and former municipality in Corinthia, Peloponnese, Greece. Stymphalian, of or relating to Stymphalia. Stymphalians, plural of Stymphalian. Stymie, a situation where an opponent's ball is directly in the way of one's own ball and hole, on the Pudding Green abolished 1952. Stymie, simple past and past participle of stymie. Stadia, present participle and gerund of stymie. Stymies, plural of stymie. Stymphalia, alternative form of Stymphalia. Stymphalian, alternative form of Stymphalian. Stymphalian bird, a man-eating bird with a bronze beak and sharp metallic feathers it could launch at its victims, which infested Stymphalus. They were slain by Heracles as part of his sixth labor, who took advantage of their sensitive sense of hearing. Stymphalian birds, plural of stymphalian bird. Stymphalians, plural of stymphalian. Stymphalides, in Greek mythology, a flock of metallic man-eating birds that haunted Lake Stymphales in Arcadia. They were slain by Heracles as part of his sixth labor, who took advantage of their sensitive sense of hearing. Stymphalus, an ancient town in Arcadia in modern Greece near modern Stymphalia. Stymy, alternative spelling of stymie. Stymie, present participle and gerund of stymie. Styed, obsolete spelling of stipe. Stipes, plural of stide. Styphnate, any salt or ester of styphnic acid. Styphnates, plural of styphnate. Styphnic, of or pertaining to styphnic acid or its derivatives. Styphnic acid, a nitro-substituted diphenyl 2,4,6-trinitrobenzene 1,3-diol, used in the manufacture of dyes, explosives, etc. Stiplepod, misspelling of stylopod. Stipsis, astringency. Steptic, bringing about contraction of tissues, harsh, raw, austere. Styptic pencil, a short medicated stick typically containing alum, used to stop bleeding from small wounds as in shaving. Styptic pencils, plural of styptic pencil. Styptic tree, Canarium australianum, the scrub turpentine. Styptic trees, plural of styptic tree. Styptico, styptic, astringent. Stypticity, the quality or state of being styptic, astringency. Styptic, obsolete form of styptic. Styptics, plural of styptic. Styptics, plural of styptic. Stipend, a surname. Stipend-time, synonym of dilute Russell's viper venom time. Styre, right to the pidbiat. Styracaceous, relating to the Styracaceae. Styracin, a white crystalline substance extracted from gum storax consisting of a salt of cinnamic acid with cinnamic alcohol. Styracosternin, any dinosaur of the taxon Styracosterna. Styracosternins, plural of styracosternin. Styramate, a muscle relaxant and anticonvulsant drug. Styrax, alternative form of storax tree. Styraxes, plural of styrax. Styronate, to react with styen. Styronated, simple past and past participle of styronate. Styron, an aromatic hydrocarbon, a colorless, oily liquid used in the manufacture of polymers such as polystyrene. Styrene oxide, the epoxide derived from styrene. Styrene butadiene styrene, a block copolymer consisting of two polystyrene chains, one each side of a polybutadiene sequence. They have both thermoset and thermoplastic properties. Styrenes, plural of styrene. Styrenyl, a univalent radical derived from styrene. Styrenyls, plural of styrenyl. Styria, a southeastern state of Austria with its capital in Graz. Styria, of, from, or relating to Styria. Styrians, plural of Styrian. Sty, alternative form of Stirk. Styro, a self-harm cut that reaches the dermis. Styrofoam, expanded polystyrene foam, such as is used in cups and packaging. Styrofoam popcorn, synonym of packing peanuts. Styrofoamed, covered or packaged in styrofoam. Styrofoams, plural of styrofoam. Styrofoamy, resembling or characteristic of styrofoam. Styron, styron, styrolene, styron. Styrolenes, plural of styrolene. Styron, a surname. Styrone, a substance with a high synth-like odor obtained by decomposition of styrosine, cinnamic styryl alcohol. Styrones, plural of styrone. Styrons, plural of styron. Styros, plural of styro. Styro, the univalent radical C6H5ZH equals CH derived from styrene. Styrylation, the addition of a styryl group. Styrylations, plural of styrylation. Styryl boronic acid, the styryl boronic acid C6H5ZH equals CHBOH. Styreochromone, any chromone containing a styryl side chain. Many exhibit biological activity. Styreochromones, plural of styreochromone. Styrylizazole, any styryl derivative of an isothiazole. Styrylizazoles, plural of styrylizazole. Styrylisoxazole, any styryl derivative of an isoxazole. Styrylisoxazoles, plural of styrylisoxazole. Styropyrazole, any styryl derivative of a pyrazole. Styrylpyrazoles, plural of styrylpyrazole. Styrylpyridinium, any styryl derivative of the pyridinium radical. Styropyridiniums, plural of styropyridinium. Styrylpyrone, any styryl derivative of a pyrone, some of which show anti-cancer activity. Styropyrones, plural of styrolpyrone. Styroquinoline, any styryl derivative of a quinoline, but especially 2-styrylquinoline 2,2-phenylethanolquinoline. Styroquinolines, plural of styrolquinoline. Styreles, plural of styryl. Choke damp. Stithes, plural of stithy. Sty, alternative form of stithy. Styopap, stiff porridge. Evig, the river in Hades over which the souls of the dead are ferried by Charon. Styxosaurine, any plesiosaur of the genus Styxosaurus. Styxosaurines, plural of Styxosaur. A phenomenon of most Danish accents, in which stressed long vowels or consonants are laryngealized in certain contexts, sometimes as simple glottal stop that follows said vowel/consonant. Stormer's theorem, a theorem that gives a finite bound on the number of consecutive pairs of smooth numbers that exist for a given degree of smoothness and provides a method for finding all such pairs using Pell equations. Stoichioological, rare spelling of stoichioological. Stoichioology, scientific study of bodily elements. Stoichiometric, obsolete spelling of stoichiometric. Stoichiometrical. Obsolete spelling of stoichiometrical. Stoichiometries. Plural of stoichiometry. Stoichiometry. Obsolete spelling of stoichiometry. Initialism of Soviet Union, a former country in Europe and Asia. A diminutive of the female given name Susan and of its variant forms. Su filendu. A Barbadian Sardinian pasta made by pulling and folding semolina dough into thin threads, laying them in layers, and drying them to form textile-like sheets, which are broken into pieces and eaten in broth. Sao. Alternative form of suao. Sawat. A type of pre-Islamic Arabic vagabond living outside settled society and often associated with writing poetry. Thawas. Plural of salak. Subo. Susan Boyle, British singer. Susie 18. Alternative form of Sukian. Tutu. Alternative form of Saju. Suangai Kalak. A district of Narathiwat Province, Thailand. Suangai Padi. Suangai Padi, a district of Narathiwat Province, Thailand. Supe. Alternative form of Sube. Thut. Initialism of sudden unintended acceleration. Thut. A surname. Suasabond. Without prompting or suggestion, on its own initiative. Suebia. Dated form of Swabia. Suebian. Dated form of Swabian. Suabians. Plural of Suabian. Suability. Liability to be sued. Su'al. Alternative spelling of suable. Suede. To persuade. Suede. Simple past and past participle of suede. Suades. Third person singular simple present indicative of sway. Suadable. Persuadable. Suade. Present participle and gerund of sway. Suage. To assuage. Suade. Simple past and past participle of suage. Suadiers. Third person singular simple present indicative of suage. Swaging. Present participle and gerund of swage. Dua. Greaseback shrimp, sand shrimp, Metapenius and cis. Suaka. A port city in northeastern Sudan on the west coast of the Red Sea. Taku. Someone who is not well informed, a country bumpkin. Tarakas. Plural of Suaku. Hoa. A municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Jolasan. Alpha Delphini. A multiple star system in the constellation of Delphinus. Suanpan. Alternative form of Suanpan. Suanbams. Plural of Suanpan. Suanan. Alternative form of Shuanan. Suanai. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, magnesium, and oxygen. Suanthan. A Chinese abacus with 2 beads on each rod in the upper deck and 5 beads on each rod in the bottom deck. Suanthans. Plural of Suanpan. That. Smooth or proceeding smoothly. Tuh. An urban township in Yilan County, Taiwan. Earth. A surname from Spanish. Terraces. Plural of sewers. Suarez. A surname from Spanish. Sueria. Of or relating to Francisco Suarez 1548-1617, Spanish Jesuit priest, philosopher and theologian. Suardinism. Suazin theology. Yeah. Plural of sua. Yeah. Initialism of small unmanned aircraft system. Tura says. Plural of SUIS. Suasible. Capable of being persuaded, easily persuaded. Suasion. The act of urging or influencing, persuasion. Suasions. Plural of suasion. Suasive. Having power to persuade, persuasive. Suasively. In a suasive manner. Suasiveness. The act of urging or influencing, persuasion. Suasorian. Synonym of suasory. Suasory. Tending to persuade, persuasive. Suastegui. A surname. Suasteguis. Plural of suastegui. Swastika. Obsolete form of swastika. Swastikas. Plural of swastika. Iwa. Charming though often in a manner that is insincere or sophisticated. Suavely. In a suave manner. Iwaveness. That property of being is suave. Sualant. Sweet smelling. Suever. Comparative form of suave, more suave. Iwaves. Plural of suave. Suaves. Superlative form of suave, most suave. Tuere. To guess. Tuerede. Simple past and past participle of suaviate. Teret. Third person singular simple present indicative of suaviate. Suerede. Present participle and gerund of suaviate. Suavation. Amorous kissing. Suavify. Simple past and past participle of suavify. Suavifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of suavify. Suavify. To make affable or suave. Suavifying. Present participle and gerund of suavify. Suaveloquence. The quality of pleasantness or sweetness in speech or writing. Suaveloquent. Sweetly speaking. Using agreeable speech. Suaveloqui. Sweetness of speech. Duravias. Obsolete form of suave. Duravides. Plural of suavity. Suavitude. Sweetness, pleasantness, suavity. Suavity. The quality of being sweet or pleasing to the mind, agreeableness, pleasantness. Suavo. A smooth or cool male. Suavos. Plural of suavo. Tillet. Unlucky, unfortunate. Suazo. A surname from Basque. Suazos. Plural of suazo. Ta. Abbreviation of submarine. Subatomic. Alternative spelling of subatomic. Subbench. Substitutes. Bench. Subbenches. Plural of subbench. Subclover. Clipped compound of subterranean clover. Subclovers. Plural of subclover. Subfust. Uncommon form of subfusk. Subfusks. Plural of subfusk. Sub-in. To replace something or take someone's place. Subjudice. Under consideration. Being presently considered, litigated, or adjudicated. Submodo. Subject to a modification or qualification. Subnom. Used in case citations to designate a case that has a different name. before one court than it did before a previous court. Sub out. To replace with a substitute, to substitute something or someone. Sub rosa. Covertly or in secret, confidentially, privately, secretly. Sub sandwich. Clipping of submarine sandwich. Sub sandwiches. Plural of sub sandwich. Sub silencio. In a clearly implied but not overtly stated way. Subspeciating. From the viewpoint of eternity. Subtender. A submarine tender. Subtenders. Plural of subtender. Sub voce. Under the word or heading that has been specified. Under, beneath. Subadmiral. A naval rank in some systems that is the lowest rank of admiral. Subadmirals. Plural of subadmiral. Subapartment. An apartment forming part of a larger apartment. Subapartments. Plural of subapartment. Subaqueous. Alternative form of subaqueous. Subatomic. Alternative spelling of subatomic. Subaudible. Alternative spelling of subaudible. Subaudio frequency. A frequency of sound waves below human hearing range. Subalanic. Alternative form of subalanic. Subban. Alternative form of subban. Subbasement. Alternative form of subbasement. Subbasements. Plural of subbasement. Subbase. Audible sounds below 60 Hz and extending downward to the lowest frequencies humans can hear, typically 20 Hz. Subbasses. Plural of subbass. Subbass line. The lowest pitched instrumental part of a piece of popular music. Subbass lines. Plural of subbass line. Subrag. Alternative form of subbay. Subbass. Plural of subbay. Subboreal. Alternative form of subboreal. Subbranch. Alternative form of subbranch. Sub-brown dwarf. A planetary mass object, less massive than a brown dwarf star and not in orbit around a star. Sub-brown dwarfs. Plural of sub-brown dwarf. Sub-Byzantine. Influenced by Byzantine culture but not belonging to the Byzantine polity. Subcarpathian Rus. A historic region of Eastern Europe. Subcategories. Plural of subcategory, alternative spelling of subcategories. Subcategory. Alternative spelling of subcategory. Subcheese. Everything, all there is. Subclass. Alternative form of subclass. Subclasses. Plural of subclass. Subclinical. Alternative spelling of subclinical. Subcloud car. A lookout found on airships, a capsule slung underneath an airship, reeled out below the cloud deck to navigate by landform when the airship itself is enveloped in clouds or flying above clouds. Subcloud cars. Plural of subcloud car. Subcommentaries. Plural of subcommentary. Subcommentary. Alternative form of subcommentary. Subcommune. Alternative form of subcommune. Subdeacon. Alternative spelling of subdeacon. Subdeacons. Plural of subdeacon. Alternative spelling of subdeacons. Subdepot. alternative form of subdepot. Subdepots, plural of subdepot. Subdether, alternative spelling of subdesert. Subdeserts, plural of subdesert. Subdiscipline, alternative spelling of subdiscipline. Subdisciplines, plural of subdiscipline. Subdistrict, alternative form of subdistrict. Subdistricts, plural of subdistrict. Subdivide, alternative form of subdivide. Subr, a planet that is substantially less massive than Earth and Venus. Subearth, plural of subearth. Sub-Eddington, pertaining to that which is below the Eddington luminosity, which does not break the Eddington limit. Subeditor, alternative form of subeditor. Subelement, a subordinate or secondary element. Subelements, plural of subelement. Subether, alternative form of subether. Subetheric, alternative form of subetheric. Subetherics, alternative form of subetherics. Subethers, plural of subether. Subexcavation, an excavation underneath something or the excavation of a subgrade. Subexcavations, plural of subexcavation. Subextremal, alternative form of subextremal. Subplural, alternative form of subplural. Subplusk, rare form of subfusk. Subfusks, plural of subfusk. Subgaussian, whose moments generating function is bounded by that of a Gaussian. Subgenre, alternative form of subgenre. Subgenres, plural of subgenre. Sub-gigahertz, below 1 gigahertz. Subgovernorate, an administrative subdivision below the governorate, used in Arabia. Subgovernorates, plural of subgovernorate. Subgroup, alternative form of subgroup. Subgroups, plural of subgroup. Subhilt, an additional section of guard located along the length of the grip of a sword's blade, rather than up the blade as with a fluke. Subhilts, plural of subhilt. Subimperialism, alternative form of subimperialism. Subimperialisms, plural of subimperialism. Alternative form of subimperialisms. Subinspector, alternative form of subinspector. Subinspectors, plural of subinspector. Subinternship, an acting internship, a clinical rotation of a fourth-year medical student in the United States medical education system. Subinternships, plural of subinternship. Subdide, a secondary or auxiliary judge. Subdides, plural of subjudge. Subkey, alternative form of subkey. Subkey is, plural of subkey. Sublandlord, alternative form of sublandlord. Sublandlords, plural of sublandlord. Sublease, alternative form of sublease. Sublease, simple past and past participle of sublease. Subleaser, alternative form of subleaser. Subleasers, plural of subleaser. Subleases, plural of sublease. Subleasing, present participle and gerund of sublease. Sublessee, alternative form of sublessee. Sublessees, plural of sublessee. Sublessor, alternative form of sublessor. Sublessors, plural of sublessor. Sublicensable, alternative form of sublicensable. Sublicense, alternative form of sublicense. Sublieutenant, a commissioned officer of the Navy whose rank is immediately below that of a lieutenant. Sublieutenants, plural of sublieutenant. Sublight, at less than the speed of light. Subliminal, alternative form of subliminal. Submarine, rare form of submarine. Submediterranean, of a climate that is similar to a Mediterranean one but in which the driest months have slightly more rainfall. Submilliarc second, alternative form of submilliarc second. Submodel, alternative spelling of submodel. Submodels, plural of submodel. Submoon, synonym of moon. Submoons, plural of submoon. Submunicipalities, plural of submunicipality. Submunicipality, alternative form of submunicipality. Subnational, alternative form of subnational. Subnationals, plural of subnational. Suboptimal, alternative form of suboptimal. Suboptimalities, plural of suboptimality. Suboptimality, alternative form of suboptimality. Suboutcrop, a rock stratum that was once exposed at an ancient erosion surface and unconformably underlies another rock stratum. Suboutcrops, plural of suboutcrop. Subpage, alternative spelling of subpage. Subpages, plural of subpage, alternative form of subpages. Subpar, alternative spelling of subpar. Subpara, abbreviation of subparagraph. Subparagraph, alternative form of subparagraph. Subparagraphs, plural of subparagraph, alternative spelling of subparagraphs. Subparas, plural of subpara. Subpixel, alternative form of subpixel. Subpixels, plural of subpixel. Subplot, alternative form of subplot. Subplots, plural of subplot. Subpost office, a post office run by a self-employed subpostmaster on behalf of the Central Post Office. Subpost offices, plural of subpost office. Subpostmaster, alternative form of subpostmaster. Subpostmasters, plural of subpostmaster. Subpostmistress, alternative form of subpostmistress. Subpostmistresses, plural of subpostmistress. Subprefecture, alternative form of subprefecture. Subprefectures, plural of subprefecture. Subprime, alternative spelling of subprime. Subproblem, alternative spelling of subproblem. Subproblems, plural of subproblem. Subproject, alternative spelling of subproject. Subprovince, alternative spelling of subprovince. Subprovinces, plural of subprovince, alternative spelling of subprovinces. Subprovincial, alternative Alternative spelling of subprovincial. Subqubit, a quantity of information less than 1 qubit, or a physical system used to represent such a quantity. Subqubits, plural of subqubit. Subrange, alternative form of subrange. Subranges, plural of subrange. Subrectangular, having an overall rectangular shape but with rounded edges. Subreddit, alternative form of subreddit. Subreddit, alternative form of subreddit. Subreddits, plural of subreddit. Subreddits, plural of subreddit. Subrenter, subrenter. Subrenters, plural of subrenter. Sub-Sahara, alternative form of sub-Sahara. Sub-Saharan, alternative spelling of sub-Saharan. Sub-Saharan Africa, alternative form of sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharans, plural of sub-Saharan. Subsat, alternative form of subsat. Subsatellite, alternative form of subsatellite. Subsatellites, plural of subsatellite, alternative form of subsatellites. Subsats, plural of subsat, alternative form of subsats. Subsaturn, synonym of super Neptune. Subsaturns, plural of subsaturn. Substandard, alternative spelling of substandard. Substation, alternative form of substation. Substation, plural of substation. Subsubunderlease, a lease subsubunderlet by a subundertenant to a subsubundertenant. Subsubunderleases, plural of subsubunderlease. Subsuperstition, a minor or secondary superstition. Subsuperstitions, plural of subsuperstition. Subsurface, alternative spelling of subsurface. Subsystem, a group of related components that are part of a larger system. Subsystems, plural of subsystem. Subtenant, alternative form of subtenant. Subtenanted, simple past and past participle of subtenant. Subtenanting, present participle and gerund of subtenant. Subtenants, plural of subtenant. Subtests, alternative form of subtest. Subtitler, dated spelling of subtitler. Subtropical, alternative form of subtropical. Subtropicals, plural of subtropical. Sub-zero, below 0 degrees C, freezing cold. Sub, abbreviation of substitute. Sub-4-Sa. On the video sharing service YouTube, the practice of subscribing to a person's channel in exchange for said person mutually subscribing back to one's channel, often with the goal of artificially inflating one's subscriber count. Ta, an indigenous people of Kenya. Sub-Poblacion, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Sub-Abaspas, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Sub-Aba, an abbot with another abbot as their superior. Sub-Abats, plural of sub-abat. Sub-abdominal, an ethiademin. Sub-abilities, plural of sub-ability. Sub-ability, an ability making up part of a greater ability. Subabortive, almost or imperfectly abortive. salut, less than absolute. Sababal, a tree of species Lucina lucosfala. Subhabals, plural of subabal. Subacademic, not having full academic status. Subaccount, a secondary account that belongs to a separate parent account. Subaccountant, a worker who deals with accounts but ranks below an accountant. Subaccountants, plural of subaccountant. Subaccounts, plural of subaccount. Subacetate, an acetate containing an excess of the basic constituent. Subacetates, plural of subacetate. Subachmemic, lycopolitan. Subacicular, not quite acicular. Subacid, somewhat acidic. Subacidic, somewhat acidic. Subacidity, the quality of being subacid. Subacidly, in a subacid manner. Subacids, plural of subacid. Subacidulous, somewhat acidulous. Subacuste, tomzani. Subacrid, moderately acrid. Subacrodrome, almost or imperfectly acrodrome. Subacromial, below the acromion. Subacrosomal, beneath an acrosome. Subact, to reduce, to subdue. Subacted, simple past and past participle of subact. Subacting, present participle and gerund of subact. Subaction, the act of reducing to any state as of mixing two bodies completely. Subactions, plural of subaction. Subactivating, describing a concentration or amount less than that needed to cause activation. Subactive, having reduced activity, not fully active. Subactivities, plural of subactivity. Subactivity, an activity making up part of a larger activity. Subacts, third person singular simple present indicative of subact. Subacular, misspelling of subocular. Subacular, underneath the stinger of an insect. Subacuminate, somewhat acuminate. Subacuminated, alternative form of subacuminate. Subacute, having a pointed tip but with a broad obtuse or slightly rounded angle. Subacute regional lymphadenitis. Cat scratch disease. Subacute sclerosing panencephalitis. A fatal neurodegenerative disorder, a rare complication of measles that occurs sometime after the illness itself. Subacutely, in a subacute way. Subacutes, plural of subacute. Subadamantine, having an almost adamantine luster. Subadar, a surname from India of Indian origin. Subadars, plural of subadar. Subadarship, the position or office of subadar. Subadarships, plural of subadarship. Subaddictive, having a concentration or amount insufficient to be addictive. Subadditive, such that the image of a sum is at most the sum of the images of the summons. Subadditively, in a subadditive manner. Subadditivities, plural of subadditivity. Subadditivity, the state of being subadditive. Subaddress, a secondary or subsidiary part of an address. Subaddress. Simple past and past participle of subaddress. Subaddresses. Plural of subaddress. Subaddressing. Present participle and gerund of subaddress. Subadequate. Less than adequate. Subadequate. With the hotter part having a greater density and thus tending to sink. Subadeaticity. The quality of being subadeatic. Subadjacent. Underneath and adjacent. Subadministration. An administration making up part of a larger administration. Subadministrations. Plural of subadministration. Subadministrative. Describing a smaller part of an administrative region. Subadministrator. A subordinate administrator. Subadministrators. Plural of subadministrator. Subordinate. Loosely linked or fused to something unlike itself, slightly innate. Subadolescent. An individual who has not yet reached adolescence. Subadolescence. Plural of subadolescent. Subadult. Not yet adult. Subadulthood. The condition of being subadult. Subadults. Plural of subadult. Subaduncate. Somewhat hooked or curved. Subadvisor. Alternative spelling of subadvisor. Subadvisors. Plural of subadvisor. Subadvisor. A fund manager responsible for a usually specialized subset of an investment portfolio. Subadvisors. Plural of subadvisor. Subadvocate. A subordinate or minor advocate. Subadvocates. Plural of subadvocate. Terra. Formed, located, or occurring on the Earth's land surface, contrasted with subaqueous. Surrealism. The ascription of the greater inequalities in the Earth's surface to atmospheric influences. Surrealist. One who ascribes the greater inequalities in the Earth's surface to atmospheric influences. Surrealists. Plural of subrealists. Surreal. In a subaerial manner. Subaerobic. Below an aerobic threshold. Subaerophytic. Living in a terrestrial habitat such as on rocks or stones, where most water is atmospheric, but there occurs another intermittent water source such as spray from an adjacent waterfall. Subaffective. Of or relating to a milder form of affective disorder. Subaffluent. Between the poverty line and affluence. Subagencies. Plural of subagency. Subagency. An agency that is subordinate to or part of another. Subagent. A person employed by an agent to transact the whole or a part of the business entrusted to the latter. Subagents. Plural of subagent. Subagglutinating. In an amount less than would cause agglutination. Subaggregate. A secondary or subsidiary aggregate. Subaggregates. Plural of subaggregate. A province of the Mughal Empire. Subadar. Alternative form of subadar. Subautaries. Plural of subautary. Subadars. Plural of subadar. Subautary. The office or jurisdiction of a subadar. Thus, plural of suba. Subaship. the office or jurisdiction of a subordar. Subasheps, plural of subashep. Subed, to aid secretly, to assist in a private manner or indirectly. Subaided, simple past and past participle of subaid. Subaiding, present participle and gerund of subaid. Subaids, third person singular simple present indicative of subaid. Taba, an ancient Korean bare-hand martial art. Subak mimic, alternative spelling of subach mimic. Thupax, plural of subak. Subhour, below the wing. Subalate, almost or partly elate. Subaluron, beneath the aluron layer. Subalgebra, a closed subset of an algebra. Subalgebri, plural of subalgebra. Subalgebraic, relating to a subalgebra. Subalgebras, plural of subalgebra. Subalgorithm, an algorithm that forms a part of a larger algorithm. Subalgorithms, plural of subalgorithm. Subalign, to form a subalignment. Subaligned, simple past and past participle of subalign. Subaligning, present participle and gerund of subalign. Subalignment, an internal segment of a protein or corresponding DNA alignment. Subalignments, plural of subalignment. Subalines, third person singular simple present indicative of subalign. Subaliquot, a fraction subportion of an aliquot. Subaliquots, plural of subaliquot. Subalkaline, somewhat alkaline. Subalanti, short and sausage-shaped with rounded ends. Suballele, a subset of an allele, especially one that appears in all forms of the allele. Suballels, plural of suballele. Suballiance, a subset of an alliance. Suballiances, plural of suballiance. Suballocate, to allocate further something already allocated. Suballocated, simple past and past participle of sublocate. Suballocates, third person singular simple present indicative of sublocate. Suballocating, present participle and gerund of sublocate. Suballocation, a secondary or subsidiary allocation, a further allocation of part of something previously allocated. Suballocations, plural of suballocation. Suballocator, one who or that which suballocates. Suballocators, plural of suballocator. Subalmoner, an assistant almoner. Subalmoners, plural of subalmoner. Subalpine, at the foot of the Alps. Subalpine warbler, any bird of the species Curruca cantillans eastern subalpine warbler or Curruca iberiae western subalpine warbler, both species formerly part of Sylvia cantillans. Subalpine warblers, plural of subalpine warbler. Subalpinicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Subalter, of a lower rank or position, inferior or secondary, especially military ranking as a junior officer below the rank of captain. Subaltern studies, the study and writing of history with a particular focus on the experiences and perspectives of common people rather than that of political leaders or the elite. Subalternal, subordinate, Subalternate. A universal proposition. Subalternates. Plural of subalternate. Subalternate. Succeeding by turns, successive. Subalternately. In a subalternate manner. Subalternates. Plural of subalternate. Subalternating. Subalternate. Successive. Subalternation. The state of being subalternate. Subordination or inferiority. Subalternations. Plural of subalternation. Subalternatehood. The role of a subaltern. Subalternism. The condition of being a subaltern. Subalternities. Plural of subalternity. Subalternity. The state of being in a subordinate position. Subalterns. Plural of subaltern. Subaltership. The role of a subaltern. Subalterships. Plural of subalternship. Subaltricial. Somewhat altricial. Subalveolar. Beneath an alveolus. Subambient. Less than ambient, used especially of temperatures. Subamentaceous. Somewhat or imperfectly amentaceous. Subammion. Beneath the ammion. Subammiare. Underneath the ammion. Subamylide. A butanylide present in cinnamomum subavnium. Subamylides. Plural of subamyli. Subamplicon. A short length of amplicon. Subamplicons. Plural of subamplicon. Subamygdaliform. Somewhat amygdaliform. Subamygdaloid. Beneath the amygdala. Subanesthetic. Alternative form of subanesthetic. Subanal. Below the anus. Subanalyze. Alternative form of subanalyze. Subanalyze. Simple past and past participle of subanalyze. Subanalyzes. Plural of subanalysis. Subanalyzing. Present participle and gerund of subanalyze. Subanalysis. An analysis that is part of a larger one. Subanalytic. Of a set of points, defined in a way broader than for semi-analytic sets. Subanalyze. To conduct an extremely thorough investigation into an aspect or aspects of a construct to discover a deeper and / or wider understanding of it, implying that a previous investigation is known to have been inadequate, inconclusive, limited, or absent an element believed to exist. Subanalyzed. Simple past and past participle of subanalyze. Subanalyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subanalyze. Subanalyzing. Present participle and gerund of subanalyze. Subincipital. Approaching an ancipital form. Subincipitous. Synonym of subincipital. Subandean. Beneath the Andes. Subenon. A group of closely related Austronesian languages of the Greater Central Philippine subgroup. Subanesthesia. A state of drowsiness leading to full anesthesia. Subanesthetic. Being a lower dose than would cause anesthesia. Subangult. Synonym of subangular. Subangstrom. Smaller than an angstrom. Subangular. Slightly angular, having rather blunt angles. Subangulate. In a subangular manner. Subangulate. Almost angulate, having a suggestion of corners or angles. Subangulated. Synonym of subangulate. Subanimate. Below the level of life or animacy, less than alive. Subannual. At a frequency of smaller periods than years, more often than annually. Subannually. At a frequency of smaller periods than years, more often than annually. Subanon. Alternative form of subanon. Subanorctic. Too small to have an anorctic effect. Subantarctic. Pertaining to a region in the southern hemisphere immediately north of Antarctica and covering the many islands of the southern parts of the Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, and Pacific Ocean, which are north of the Antarctic convergence. Subantennal. Beneath the antenna of an insect. Subanterior. Beneath an anterior part. Subanterior. In a subanterior manner or direction. Subantihypertensive. Less than would have an antihypertensive effect. Subantimicrobial. Less than as antimicrobial action. Subantique. Relating to or exhibiting an antique classical style imitated by a non-classical culture. Subentral. Beneath an antrum. Subanon. Alternative form of subanon. Subaortal. Alternative form of subaortic. Subaortic. Below the aorta. Subapennine. Under, at the foot of, or in the foothills of the Apennine Mountains. Subapertural. Below the aperture. Subaperture. An individual element of a compound aperture. Subapertures. Plural of subaperture. Subapex. A subsidiary apex. Subaphere. Almost or imperfectly etheric. Subapical. Below an apex. Subapically. In a subapical manner, below the apex. Subapices. Plural of subapex. Subapiculate. Nearly apiculate. Subapicarpus. Having the carpals partially joined. Subaponeurotic. Beneath an aponeurosis. Subapoptotic. Insufficient to cause apoptosis. Subapostole. Pertaining to the period after the apostolic age, the time of Christ's apostles in the early Catholic age, when the followers of the apostles were gone in early Christian church history, at the tail end of the 1st century and into the early years of the 2nd century AD. Subapparent. Less than apparent, not readily visible. Subappendices. Plural of subappendix. Subappendix. An appendix that is subsidiary to another appendix. Subappendixes. Plural of subappendix. Subapplication. An application making up part of a larger application. Subapplications. Plural of subapplication. Suboppress. Almost or imperfectly oppressed. Subapterous. Synonym of brachypterous. Subaqua. Underwater. Subaquarian. Lying below the surface of the water, submarine. Subaquatic. Located or living underwater, submarine. Subaquatics. Underwater diving is a recreational activity. Subaquean. Underwater. Subaqueous. Existing below the water surface. Subaqueously. Taking place underwater. Subaqueous. Obsolete spelling of subaqueous. Subarachnoid, located or occurring below the arachnoid mater, often specifically between the arachnoid membrane and the pia mater. Subarachnoid space, the space between the arachnoid mater and the pia mater that surrounds the brain and spinal cord, through which the cerebrospinal fluid circulates and major blood vessels pass, and across which extend delicate trabeculae of connective tissue. Subarachnoid spaces, plural of subarachnoid space. Subarachnoidal, alternative form of subarachnoid. Subarachnoideal, misspelling of subarachnoidal. Subarachnoids, plural of subarachnoid. Subarboreal, beneath a tree. Subarboreally, in a subarboreal manner. Subarborescent, somewhat tree-like. Subarc, an arc which is a subset of another arc. Subarc, a secondary or subsidiary arch. Subarches, plural of subarc. Subarchus boreal, located beneath an archesporium. Subarchiplago, a subsidiary archipelago. Subarchipelagos, plural of subarchiplago. Subarchipelagos, plural of subarchiplago. Subarchitect, a lesser or subsidiary architect. Subarchitects, plural of subarchitect. Subarchitectural, relating to a subarchitecture. Subarchitecture, an architecture forming part of a larger architecture. Subarchitectures, plural of subarchitecture. Subarchive, an archive forming part of a larger archive. Subarchives, plural of subarchive. Subarchmin, abbreviation of subarchminute. Subarchminute, less than an archminute. Subarchs, plural of subarch. Subarchsac, abbreviation of subarchsecond. Subarchsecond, describing an angle having a value less than 1 arcsecond. Subarctic, the region immediately outside of the Arctic Circle or regions similar to these in climate or conditions of life. Subarctics, plural of subarctic. Subarctome tetarsalian, relating to the subarctome tetarsis. Subarctome tetarsis, a plesiomorphic form of arctome tetarsis present in some theropod dinosaurs. Subarcuate, having a figure resembling that of a bow, somewhat curved or arched. Subarcuate. Subarcuate. Subarea, a physical region that makes up part of an area. Subareal, or pertaining to a subarea. Subareas, plural of subarea. Subarena, a secondary or lesser arena. Subarenas, plural of subarena. Subarular, Holodahala. Subarolate, somewhat areolate. Subarian, a person belonging to the ancient culture of Subartu. Subarians, plural of Subarian. Subarid, somewhat arid, not quite arid. Subaridity, the quality of being subarid. Subarcose, an arenite that only contains between 5% and 25% feldspar grains. Subarcase, of or pertaining to subarcose. Subarrange, to arrange typically books in a subarrangement. Subarranged, simple past and past participle of subarrange. Subarrangement, a subset of an arrangement. Subarrangements, plural of subarrangement. Subarranges, third person singular simple present indicative of subarrange. Subarranging, present participle and gerund of subarrange. Subarration, the custom of betrothing by the bestowal on the part of the man of marriage gifts or tokens, such as money or rings, upon the woman. Subarray, a contiguous subset of an array. Subarrays, plural of subarray. Subarration, the ancient custom of betrothal by gift of pledges. Subsidiary, subsidiary to an artery. Subarticle, a part of an article. Subarticles, plural of subarticle. Subarticular, beneath an articulation or joint. Subarticulate, partly or imperfectly articulate. Subartu, a region of Upper Mesopotamia in the Bronze Age, which later came to be called Assyria. Subaru, a Japanese automotive manufacturer. Subarus, plural of Subaru. Subarytnoi, situated under the arytenoid cartilage. Plural of saba. Subascending, almost or imperfectly ascending. Sobati, an Ottoman provincial prefect. Sabashis, plural of sabashi. Subaspect, a lesser or subsidiary aspect. Subaspects, plural of subaspect. Subassemblage, part of an assemblage. Subassemblages, plural of subassemblage. Subassemble, to put together a subassembly. Subassembled, simple past and past participle of subassemble. Subassembler, one who assembles a subcomponent. Subassemblers, plural of subassembler. Subassembles, third person singular simple present indicative of subassemble. Subassemblies, plural of subassembly. Subassembling, present participle and gerund of subassemble. Subassembly, an assembly that is assembled with others to form a larger assembly. Subassertive, less than normally assertive. Subassociation, a subset of a larger association. Subassociations, plural of subassociation. Subassumption, a secondary or subsidiary assumption. Subassumptions, plural of subassumption. Subasthenospheric, below the asthenosphere. Subastral, below the stars, earthly, terrestrial, mundane. Subastringent, somewhat astringent. Subathizone, an antitubercular drug. Subathon, a live stream, especially on Twitch, intended to gain subscribers, especially one whose duration is extended every time the streamer receives a subscription. Subathons, plural of subathon. Subatlantic, subsidiary or secondary to the Atlantic Ocean. Subatmosphere, the lower part of an atmosphere, especially that of the sun. Subatmospheres, plural of subatmosphere. Subatmospheric, less than atmospheric pressure. Subatom, any particle that is smaller than an atom, a subatomic particle. Subatome, relating to particles that are constituents of the atom or are smaller than an atom, such as proton, neutron, electron, etc. Subatomic particle. Any of many units of matter smaller than an atom. Subatomic particles. Plural of subatomic particle. Subatomically. Below the atomic level. Subatomics. The study of physics at a subatomic level. Subatoms. Plural of subatom. Subatria. Plural of subatrium. Tabatel. Beneath an atrium of the heart. Subatrium. A chamber that leads into an atrium. Subatriums. Plural of subatrium. Subattack. An attack forming part of a greater attack. Subattacks. Plural of subattack. Subattenuate. Almost or imperfectly attenuate. Subattenuated. Almost or imperfectly attenuated. Subattenuately. In a subattenuate manner. Subattorney. A lesser or subsidiary attorney. Subattorneys. Plural of subattorney. Subattribute. A lesser or secondary attribute. Subattributes. Plural of subattribute. Subbody. Mentally supply something which has not been expressed, solicit. Sawadabo. Below the threshold of hearing. Sabadable. Below the threshold of hearing. Savadiao. Of a lower frequency than the range that can be heard by humans. Sabadai. Mentally supplies something which has not been expressed, solicit. Saturdition. The act of understanding or supplying something not expressed. Subadditions. Plural of subaddition. Subauditor. A secondary or subsidiary auditor. Subauditors. Plural of subauditor. Subauditory. Below the threshold of hearing. Suburral. Under ear. Suburally. Under ear. Subauricular. Beneath there. Subauricular. Below the area. Subaverage. Below average. Subaveraged. Simple past and past participle of subaverage. Subaverages. Plural of subaverage. Subaveraging. Present participle and gerund of subaverage. Subaward. An amount of funding awarded to one organization by another so that the recipient can carry out part of a project. Subaward. Simple past and past participle of subaward. Subawarding. Present participle and gerund of subaward. Subawards. Plural of subaward. To make sale. Below an axis. Subaxially. In a subaxial manner. Subaxile. Nuaxile. Subaxillary. Situated under the axilla or armpit. Subaxomal. Beneath an axoma. Suban. A barangay of Bilar, Bohol, Philippines. Daba. A surname from Nepali. Subbacterial. Subacute and bacterial. Subbacteriacorin. A macrocyclic compound derived from bacteriacorin by removing a quarter of the ring including a pyrrole group. Subbag. A partial bag collection of objects with possible duplicates. Subbags. Plural of subbag. Subbailiff. A secondary or subsidiary bailiff. Subbailiffs, plural of subbailiff. Subalanae, located under the glands. Suban, a subdivision of a band, especially one of frequencies. Subbands, plural of subband. Subbank, a secondary or subsidiary bank in various senses. Subbanks, plural of subbank. Salve, having a magnitude less than that of a barrier. Subbarrio, a subdivision of a barrio or subminor civil division in Puerto Rico and other Spanish-speaking lands. Subbarrios, plural of subbarrio. Subbas, plural of subba. Subbasal, near or below the base. Subbasale, in a subbasal manner or direction. Subbase, the lowest projecting part of a baseboard, a pedestal, or a similar construct. Subbasement, a basement located beneath another basement. Subbasements, plural of subbasement. Subbraces, plural of subbase. Subbasin, a basin within a larger basin. Subbasino, relating to a subbasin. Subbasins, plural of subbasin. Subbases, a subbase subcollection of a topological space. Subbase, alternative form of subbase. Subbases, plural of subbass. Subbassaline, alternative form of subbassaline. Subbassalines, plural of subbassaline. Subbatch, a batch that forms part of a larger batch. Subbatches, plural of subbatch. Subbay, a bay located within a larger bay. Subbays, plural of subbay. Subbeetle, an inferior or underbeetle. Subbeetles, plural of subbeetle. Sub, simple past and past participle of sub. Subudin, simple past and past participle of sub-in. Subbed out, simple past and past participle of sub-out. Subbanthe, beneath the seafloor. Subber, a subheading. Subbers, plural of subber. Subbeduine, somewhat Biatorian. Subby, a subcontractor. Subbet, plural of subby. Subbis, superlative form of subby, most subby. Subbifid, almost or imperfectly bifid. Sublobate, almost or approximately. Bilobate. Subilocular, nearly bilocular. Subimodule, a submodule that is also a bimodule. Subimodules, plural of subimodule. Subi, present participle and gerund of sub. Subbing in, present participle and gerund of sub in. Subbing out, present participle and gerund of sub out. Subbings, plural of subbing. Subbituminous, partly or imperfectly bituminous. Subblock, a block of data, etc., making up part of a larger block. Subblocks, plural of subblock. Subboard, a subdivision of a board in various senses. Subboards, plural of subbor. Subboreal, a climactic period that is a subdivision of the Holocene epoch running from approximately 3710 to 450 BCE. Subset, a subset of a biodirt set. Subetnic, alternative letter case form of subetnic. Subetniki, plural of subetnic. Subetniks, plural of subetnic. Subbottom, being below the bottom of something. Subbrachian, relating to fish of the order subbrachials. Subbrachians, plural of subbrachian. Subbrachicephallic, almost or imperfectly brachycephalic. Subrech, a branch that is itself an offshoot of a branch of something. Subranch, almost or imperfectly branched. Subbranches, plural of subbranch. Subran, a subsidiary brand. Subbranded, simple past and past participle of subbrand. Subbranding, present participle and gerund of subbrand. Subbrands, plural of subbrand. Subbreed, a race or strain having different characteristics from others in the same breed. Subbreeds, plural of subbreed. Subbrigade, a brigade forming part of a larger brigade. Subbrigades, plural of subbrigade. Subbrigadier, a subordinate or assistant brigadier. Subbrigadiers, plural of subbrigadier. Subbroker, a secondary or subsidiary broker. Subbrokerage, the use of a subbroker. Subbrokers, plural of subbroker. Subbronchial, situated under or on the ventral side of the bronchi. Subbulbous, somewhat bulbous. Subbullet, a bullet that is hierarchically nested under another bullet. Subbullets, plural of subbullet. Subbundle, a collection of linear subspaces of the fibers Vx of V at X in X, where V is a vector bundle and X a topological space that make up a vector bundle in their own right. Subbundles, plural of subbundle. Subbureau, a district-level public security bureau in China. Subbureaus, plural of subbureau. Subbureau, plural of subbureau. Subbuteo, any of a group of tabletop games that simulate team sports such as association football, cricket, and hockey, played with weighted figurines. Subby, alternative form of subby. Subisoi, somewhat bislide. Subterbenet, of being or pertaining to an administrative level below cabinet level. Subcabinets, plural of subcabinet. Subcache, a secondary or subsidiary cache. Subcaches, plural of subcache. Subgicol, below the cecum. Subcalcanal, beneath the calcaneus. Subcalcareous, partly or imperfectly calcareous. Subcalculation, a calculation making up part of a larger subcalculation. Subcalculations, plural of subcalculation. Subcaliber, smaller than the caliber of a firearm. Subcaliber, alternative form of subcaliber. Subcalicoblastic, beneath a calicoblast. Subcali, plural of subcalus. Subcallosal, beneath the corpus callosum. Subcallosum, the subcallosal region of the corpus callosum. Subcallus, the lowest of the calli on the fronds of some species of horseflies. Subcallosal, misspelling of subcallosal. Subcalvario, beneath the calvaria. Subcalvarian, subcalvario. Subcamp, a camp such as a labor camp or concentration camp that makes up part of a larger camp or complex. Subcampaign, a campaign that is one part of a larger, coordinated campaign. Subcampanulate, slightly bell-shaped or campanulate. Subcamps, plural of subcamp. Subcampus, a distinct area within a campus. Subcampuses, plural of subcampus. Subcanaliculate, having shallow grooves or channels, being slightly canaliculate. Subcancellate, almost or imperfectly cancellate. Subcancellated, almost or imperfectly cancellated. Subcanonical, in which every representable contravariant functor is a sheaf. Subcanepes, plural of subcanepi. Subcanepi, the section of a forest immediately beneath the canopy. Subcanthal, beneath a canthus. Subcantor, synonym of succentor. Subcantors, plural of subcantor. Subcapacities, plural of subcapacity. Subcapacity, a usage that is less than the capacity of a system. Subcapillary, smaller than a capillary. Subcapital, beneath the head of a long bone, especially the femur. Subcapitals, plural of subcapital. Subcapsular, below the capsule of a joint, kidney, etc. Subcapsularly, in a subcapsular manner. Subcapsule, a subsidiary capsule. Subcapsules, plural of subcapsule. Subcaptain, a subordinate captain. Subcaptaincies, plural of subcaptaincy. Subcaptaincy, the rank or status of subcaptain. Subcaptains, plural of subcaptain. Subcaption, a caption that is subordinate to another caption. Subcaptioned, simple past and past participle of subcaption. Subcaptioning, present participle and gerund of subcaption. Subcaptions, plural of subcaption. Subcarangiform, describing a mode of swimming by fish in which most of the propulsion is provided by the tail but some is provided by movements of the body. Subcarapacial, beneath the carapace. Subcarbonate, oxycarbonate. Subcarbonates, plural of subcarbonate. Subcarboniferous, the lowest division of the Carboniferous formations underlying the proper coal measures, a marine formation characterized in general by beds of limestone. Subcarburetted, alternative form of subcarburetted. Subcarcinogenic, insufficient to cause cancer. Subcardiac, under the heart. Subcardial, alternative form of subcardiac. Subcardinal, located beneath a cardinal vein. Subcardioid, partially or imperfectly cardioid. Subcargo. An officer on a merchant ship having a role similar to the supercargo but ranking below him. Subcargos. Plural of subcargo. Subcargos. Plural of subcargo. Subcarinal. Underneath a carina. Subcarinate. Almost or imperfectly carinate. Subcarinated. Slightly carinated. Subcarotid. Below the carotid arteries. Subcarpathia. Synonym of Zacarpathia region. Subcarpathian. Relating to Subcarpathia. Subcarpathian ruse. Synonym of Ruthenia. Subcarpathian voivodeship. A voivodeship of Poland. Safir. A separate signal carried on a main radio transmission, often carrying additional information such as voice or data. Subcarriers. Plural of subcarrier. Subcartilaginous. Situated under or beneath a cartilage or cartilages. Subcascade. A cascade that originates from a member of another. Subcascades. Plural of subcascade. Subbase. A subdivision of a case. Subcases. Plural of subcase. Subvy. A lesser or subsidiary cashier. Subcashiers. Plural of subcashier. Subcasing. A subordinate or secondary casing. Subcasings. Plural of subcasing. Subcasino. A casino forming part of a larger casino. Subcasinos. Plural of subcasino. Subcastaneous. Somewhat or partly castaneous. Thutasts. A subgrouping of a caste. Thubcasts. Plural of subcasts. Subcatalog. Alternative form of a subgrouping of a caste. Thubcasts. Plural of subcasts. Subcatalog. Alternative form of subcatalog. Subcatalogs. Plural of subcatalog. Subcatalog. A subordinate catalog. Subcatalogs. Plural of subcatalog. Subcatastrophic. Not rising to the level of being catastrophic. Subcatchment. Any distinct part of a catchment. Subcatchments. Plural of subcatchment. Subcategorial. Subcategorical, pertaining to a subcategory. Subcategorical. Of or pertaining to a subcategory. Subcategorically. Relating to or divided into subcategories. Subcategories. Plural of subcategory. Subcategorizable. Alternative spelling of subcategorizable. Subcategorizan. Alternative form of subcategorizan. Subcategorization. Alternative form of subcategorization. Subcategorizations. Plural of subcategorization. Subcategorize. Alternative spelling of subcategorize. Subcategorize. Simple past and past participle of subcategorize. Subcategorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subcategorize. Subcategorizing. Present participle and gerund of subcategorize. Subcategorizable. That can be subcategorized. Subcategorizan. The item which carries subcategorization information for the occurrence of other elements in the phrase or word. Subcategorizans. Plural of subcategorizand. Subcategorization. placing something into a subcategory. Subcategorizations. Plural of subcategorization. Subcategorize. To categorize more specifically by placing in a subcategory. Subcategorize. Simple past and past participle of subcategorize. Subcategorizer. One who, or that which, subcategorizes. Subcategorizers. Plural of subcategorizer. Subcategorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subcategorize. Subcategorizing. Present participle and gerund of subcategorize. Subcategory. With respect to a given category, a narrower category. Subcaudal. On the underside of the tail. Subcaudale. On the underside of the tail. Subcaudals. Plural of subcaudal. Subcaudate. Beneath the caudate nucleus. Subcoalescent. Almost or imperfectly coalescent. Subcause. A cause forming part of a larger cause. Subcauses. Plural of subcause. Subcavities. Plural of subcavity. Subcavity. A cavity within a larger one. Tanseed. Simple past and past participle of subsede. Subsede. To be less than. Subsided. Simple past and past participle of subsede. Subseding. Present participle and gerund of subsede. Subsedes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subsede. Subceiling. A ceiling or limit placed on a subdivision. Subceilings. Plural of subceiling. Subcelebrities. Plural of subcelebrity. Subcelebrity. The state or quality of being somewhat known but not enough to be considered truly famous. Subcelestial. Beneath the heavens, i.e. on earth. Subtile. A subdivision of a cell. Subcellar. A cellar beneath another story wholly or partly underground, usually a cellar under a cellar. Subcellars. Plural of subcellar. Subtowels. Plural of subcell. Subcellular. Smaller than a normal cell. Subcellularly. Within part of a cell. Subcenter. A local center in a larger network. Subcenters. Plural of subcenter. Subcentimeter. Alternative form of subcentimeter. Subcentimeter. Having dimensions less than a centimeter. Subcentimetric. Alternative form of subcentimeter. Subcentral. Under the center. Subcentrally. In a subcentral manner. Subcenter. Alternative form of subcenter. Subcenters. Plural of subcenter. Subcentric. Nearly or almost in the center of something. Subcentral. Subcentiale. Relating to part of a centiole. Subcentriptal. Beneath the centriptal layer or zone. Subcentromeric. Below a centromer. Subcentrosomal. Beneath a centrosome. Subception. An unconscious perceptual defense of applying strategies to prevent a troubling stimulus from entering consciousness. Subcerebral. Beneath the cerebral cortex. subcerebrally, beneath the cerebral cortex. Subsespitous, nearly cespitous. Subchain, any chain that branches off another. Subchains, plural of subchain. Subchairman, a secondary or subordinate chairman. Subchairman, plural of subchairman. Subchallenge, a subsidiary or secondary challenge. Subchallenges, plural of subchallenge. Subchamber, a secondary or subsidiary chamber, a chamber within a chamber. Subchambers, plural of subchamber. Subchampionship, a secondary or subsidiary level of competition within a larger championship structure. It signifies a championship that exists below the main or primary championship. Subchampionships, plural of subchampionship. Subchannel, a distinct division of a channel or frequency band. Subchanneled, divided into subchannels. Subchannels, plural of subchannel. Subchanter, an underchanter, a precentor's deputy in a cathedral, a sexcentor. Subchanters, plural of subchanter. Subchapter, a subsection of a chapter. Subchapters, plural of subchapter. Subcharacter, a lesser or secondary character in fiction. Subcharacteristic, a characteristic that is one of the properties that work together to define a particular characteristic. Subcharacteristics, plural of subcharacteristic. Subcharacterization, the process or the result of subcharacterizing. Subcharacterizations, plural of subcharacterization. Subcharacterize, to identify subcharacteristics. Subcharacterize, simple past and past participle of subcharacterize. Subcharacters, plural of subcharacter. Subchart, a secondary chart. Subcharter, a contract for the commercial subleasing of a vessel or space on a vessel. Subcharter, simple past and past participle of subcharter. Subchartering, present participle and gerund of subcharter. Subcharters, plural of subcharter. Subcharts, plural of subchart. Subchaser, a submarine chaser. A submarine chaser. Subchasers, plural of subchaser. Subchef, a lesser or subsidiary chef. Subchefs, plural of subchef. Subchelate, subchefs, plural of subchef. Subchelate, describing a short or stubby chelate appendage. Subchelliform, almost or imperfectly chelliform. Subchief, a lesser or secondary chief. Subchiefs, plural of subchief. Subchieftain, a lesser or secondary chieftain. Subchieftains, plural of subchieftain. Subchild, the child of a child, subordinate node of a tree. Subchildren, plural of subchild. Subchloride, a chloride that contains a smaller proportion of chlorine than the normal/typical chloride of a particular metal. Subchlorides, plural of subchloride. Subchlorin, a macrocyclic compound derived from chlorin by removing 1/4 of the ring with one pyrrole group. Subchlorins, plural of subchlorin. Subchloroplasts, beneath a chloroplast. Subchoice, a secondary or subsidiary choice. Subchoices, plural of subchoice. Subchondral, lying under articular cartilage and containing marrow. Subchondrial, misspelling of subchondral. Subchondritic, less than that found in a typical chondrite. Subchord, a portion of a chord. Subchords, plural of subchord. Subchorial, alternative form of subchorionic. Subchorionic, between the chorion fetal membrane and endometrium. Subchorionitis, a subchorionic inflammation. Subchoroidal, beneath the choroid. Subchromic, misspelling of subchronic. Subchromosomal, describing any structure that is a small part of a chromosome. Subchromosome, alternative form of subchromosomal. Subchron, the time interval of a geomagnetic reversal event in the stratigraphic record. Subchronic, that repeats over a relatively short period. Subchronically, in a subchronic manner. Subchronozone, a subset of a chronozome. Subchronozones, plural of subchronozome. Subchrons, plural of subchron. Subchunk, a chunk block of data forming part of a larger chunk. Subchunks, plural of subchunk. Subcinctoria, plural of subcinctorium. Subcinctorium, an ornamental vestment reserved for the Pope, resembling a maniple and worn at a solemn pontifical mass. Subcinericious, of a somewhat ashen gray color. Subcipher, a secondary cipher. Subciphers, plural of subcipher. Subcercinate, nearly cercinate, approaching a cercinate form. Subcircle, a lesser circle. Subcircles, plural of subcircle. Subcircuit, a distinct part of an electrical or other circuit. Subcircuitry, the collection of subcircuits of a system. Subcircuits, plural of subcircuit. Subcircular, nearly circular, approaching a circular form. Subsystrome, a subset of a systrome. Subsystromes, plural of subsystrum. Subsite, to review and verify the citations in an legal article. Subsided, simple past and past participle of subside. Subsider, one who subsides. Subsiders, plural of subsider. Subsides, third person singular simple present indicative of subside. Subsidies, plural of subsidy. Subsiding, present participle and gerund of subside. Subcitrate, a citrate of two or more cations that are not necessarily in stoichiometric proportion. Subcitrates, plural of subcitrate. Subsidy, a subdivision of a city. Subcivilization, a civilization forming part of a larger civilization. Subcivilizations, plural of subcivilization. Subcivilized, less than civilized, not having fully attained civilization. Subclade, a clade that is included in another clade. Subclades, plural of subclade. Subclaim, a claim forming forming part of a larger claim. Subclaims, plural of subclaim. Subclan, a branch of a larger clan. Subclans, plural of subclan. Subclass, a secondary class within a main class. Subclassable, that can be subclassed, from which one can derive or inherit. Subclass, simple past and past participle of subclass. Subclasser, one who or that which subclasses. Subclassers, plural of subclasser. Subclasses, plural of subclass. Subclassification, a subdivision of a classification. Subclassifications, plural of subclassification. Subclassified, subject to subclassification. Subclassifier, a subsidiary classifier. Subclassifiers, plural of subclassifier. Subclassifies, third person singular simple present indicative of subclassify. Subclassify, to classify into a subclass. Subclassifying, present participle and gerund of subclassify. Subclassing, present participle and gerund of subclass. Subclausal, relating to a subclause. Subclause, a subsidiary clause in a legal contract, etc. Subclaused, simple past and past participle of subclause. Subclauses, plural of subclause. Subclausing, present participle and gerund of subclause. Subclavate, partially clavate. Subclavio, alternative form of subclavian. Subclavian, relating to or denoting an artery or vein which serves the neck and arm on the left or right side of the body. Subclavian arteries, plural of subclavian artery. Subclavian artery, a artery of the upper thorax which passes beneath the clavicle and mainly supplies the upper limb and continues as the axillary artery at the lateral border of the first hip. Subclavian steal syndrome, a constellation of signs and symptoms that arise from retrograde reversed flow of blood in the vertebral artery or the internal thoracic artery due to a proximal stenosis and / or occlusion of the subclavian artery. Subclavian steal syndromes, plural of subclavian steal syndrome. Subclavian vein, the main vein conveying blood from the arm or forelimb, which is a continuation of the axillary vein and joins with the internal jugular vein to form the brachiocephalic vein. Subclavian veins, plural of subclavian vein. Subclavians, plural of subclavian. Subclavicular, beneath the clavicle. Subclavian, plural of subclavius. Subclavius, a muscle which in humans originates from the first costal cartilage and inserts onto the undersurface of the clavicle, acting to elevate the first rib or fix the clavicle. Subclavicular, beneath the clavicula. Subclerk, a subordinate clerk and under clerk. Subclerks, plural of subclerk. Subclerkship, the state or business of a subclerk. Subclerkships, plural of subclerkship. Subclimate, a local climate that makes up part of a larger climate. Subclimates, plural of subclimate. Subclimatic, relating to a subplanet. Subclimax, a subordinate climax. Subclimaxes, plural of subclimax. Subclinical, without signs and symptoms that are detectable by physical examination or laboratory test, not clinically manifest. Subclinically, in a subclinical manner. Subclip, a video or audio clip making up part of a longer clip. Subclipped, simple past and past participle of subclip. Subclipping, present participle and gerund of subclip. Subclips, plural of subclip. Clique, a subdivision of a clique. Subcliques, plural of subclique. Subclocal, beneath a cloaca. Subclonal, of or pertaining to a subclone. Subclinalities, plural of subclinality. Subclinality, the condition of being subclonal. Subclonal, in a subclonal manner. Subclone, a clone or descendant of a mutant occurring in a previous clone. Subcloned, simple past and past participle of subclone. Subclones, plural of subclone. Subcloning, present participle and gerund of subclone. Subclonings, plural of subcloning. Subclose, in relation to gill spacing in mushrooms, somewhere between close and crowded. Subclosure, Vedics. Subclosures, plural of subclosure. Subcloud, an atmospheric object smaller than a cloud. Subclouds, plural of subcloud. Subclover, clipped compound of subterranean clover. Subclovers, plural of subclover. Subclump, a clump of dark matter in a subhalo. Subclumps, plural of subclump. Subcluster, a subset of a cluster. Subcluster, partly or imperfectly clustered. Subclustering, the creation of a subcluster. Subclusters, plural of subcluster. Subclutch, a subset of a clutch of chickens. Subclutches, plural of subclutch. Subcoalition, a coalition making up part of a larger coalition. Subcoalitions, plural of subcoalition. Subcoastal, below the level of a coast as a coastal floodplain. Subcoat, synonym of undercoat, layer of paint, etc. under the topcoat. Subcoated, simple past and past participle of subcoat. Subcoating, present participle and gerund of subcoat. Subcoatings, plural of subcoating. Subcoats, plural of subcoat. Subcode, a code making up part of a larger code. Subcodes, plural of subcode. Subcolome, beneath the coelom. Subcoerulear, relating to a subcoeruleus. Subcoeruleus, beneath the locus coeruleus. Subcognitive, describing actions that take place without deliberate thought. Subcohort, a subset of a cohort. Subcohorts, plural of subcohort. Subcollection, a subset of a collection. Subcollections, plural of subcollection. Subcollector, a lesser or subsidiary collector person collecting taxes or similar. Subcollectors, plural of subcollector. Subcollege, a college making up part of a larger institution such as a university. Subcolleges, plural of subcollege. Subcollegiate, of lower than collegiate level. Subcollicular, beneath a colliculus. Subcolonial, of or relating to a subcolony. Subcolonies, plural of subcolony. Subcolony, a colony belonging to another colony. Subcolumn, a column making up part of a larger column or supercolumn. Subcolumnar, having an imperfect or interrupted columnar structure. Subcolumns, plural of subcolumn. Subcomarca, a subdistrict of a comarca. Subcomb, a subcurve of a comb that includes the handle. Subcombed, simple past and past participle of subcomb. Subcombination, a combination that is a subset of another combination containing only some of its elements. Subcombinations, plural of subcombination. Subcombing, present participle and gerund of subcomb. Subcombs, plural of subcomb. Subcomb, abbreviation of subcommittee. Subcommand, a command that makes up part of a larger command. Subcommander, a commander who is subordinate in rank. Subcommanders, plural of subcommander. Subcommands, plural of subcommand. Subcomment, a comment posted on a forum etc. that is hierarchically beneath another comment and usually in reply to it. Subcommentaries, plural of subcommentary. Subcommentary, a commentary series of comments or annotations on another commentary. Subcommentator, synonym of supercommentator. Subcommentators, plural of subcommentator. Subcomments, plural of subcomment. Subcommissaries, plural of subcommissary. Subcommissary, a lesser or subsidiary commissary. Subcommission, a subdivision of a commission. Subcommissioner, a lesser or subsidiary commissioner. Subcommissioners, plural of subcommissioner. Subcommissions, plural of subcommission. Subcommissural, beneath a commissure. Subcommissural organ, one of the circumventricular organs of the brain, located in the posterior region of the third ventricle. Subcommissural organs, plural of subcommissural organ. Subcommittee, a committee formed by an existing committee comprising a subset of its members. Subcommitteeman, a member of a subcommittee. Subcommitteeman, plural of subcommitteeman. Subcommittees, plural of subcommittee. Subcommune, a secondary level commune within a main commune. Subcommunities, plural of subcommunity. Subcommunity, a community that exists as part of a larger community. Subcommutator, a secondary or subsidiary commutator. Subcommutators, plural of subcommutator. Subcompact, something that is smaller than the compact version, especially a very small car. Subcompacts, plural of subcompact. Subcompanies, plural of subcompany. Subcompany, a company forming part of a larger company. Subcompartment, a compartment that is part of a larger one. Subcompartmental, relating to a subcompartment. Subcompartmentalize, alternative form of subcompartmentalize. Subcompartmentalization, the formation of subcompartments. Subcompartmentalizations, plural of subcompartmentalization. Subcompartmentalize, to divide into subcompartments. Subcompartmentalize, arranged into subcompartments. Subcompartmentalizing, present participle and gerund of subcompartmentalize. Subcompartments, plural of subcompartment. Subcompetition, a secondary or subsidiary level of competition. Subcompetitions, plural of subcompetition. Subcomplete, less than complete, incomplete. Subcomplex, any structure that is a subdivision of a larger complex. Subcomplexes, plural of subcomplex. Subcomponent, a lesser or secondary component. Subcomponents, plural of subcomponent. Subcomposition, a subset of a composition. Subcompositional, relating to a subcomposition. Subcompositionally, in a subcompositional manner. Subcompositions, plural of subcomposition. Subcompound, a compound that makes up part of a larger compound. Subcompounding, the formation of subcompounds. Subcompounds, plural of subcompound. Subcompressed, not fully compressed, partially or somewhat compressed. Subcomputation, a computation making up part of a larger computation. Subcomputations, plural of subcomputation. Subconcatenate, nearly concatenate. Subconcave, slightly concave. Subconcentration, a concentration of a substance that is less than the mean concentration in a solution. Subconcentrations, plural of subconcentration. Subconcept, a secondary or subsidiary concept. Subconcepts, plural of subconcept. Subconceptual, below the conceptual level. Subconchoidal, almost or imperfectly conchoidal. Subconclusion, a secondary or subsidiary conclusion. Subconclusions, plural of subconclusion. Subconcordant, close to parallel with the bedding plane. Subconcussion, a violent shaking of the brain that does not quite result in concussion. Subconcussions, plural of subconcussion. Subconcussive, below the threshold of concussion. Subcondense, any section of a condensate associated with an occupied band that has a distinct coherence length. They can interfere constructively or destructively, giving rise to an interference pattern in the Cooper pair probability density. Subcondensates, plural of subcondensate. Subcondition, a condition logical clause making up part of a more complex condition. Subconditions, plural of subcondition. Subconductance, reduced conductance. Subconductances, plural of subconductance. Subconducting, describing a state in which conduction is reduced. Subcondyle, beneath a condyle. Subcon, a subdivision of a cone. Subcons, plural of subcone. Subconference, a conference forming part of a greater conference. Subconferences, plural of subconference. Subconfiguration, a subset of a configuration. Subconfigurations, plural of subconfiguration. Subconfluence, the condition of being subconfluent. Subconfluency, alternative form of subconfluence. Subconfluent, describing a tissue culture in which the spatial relationships of the cells are intermediate between sparse and confluent. Subconfluently, in a subconfluent manner. Subconformable, partially conformable. Subcongenic, describing a subset of a congenic sequence. Subcongenics, plural of subcongenic. Subconic, synonym of subconical. Subconical, shaped somewhat like a cone. Subconjunction, synonym of subordinating conjunction. Subconjunctional, relating to a subconjunction. Subconjunctions, plural of subconjunction. Subconjunctiva, the area below the conjunctiva. Subconjunctivae, plural of subconjunctiva. Subconjunctival, below the conjunctiva. Subconjunctivally, in a subconjunctival manner. Subconjunctivas, plural of subconjunctiva. Subconjunctive, alternative form of subconjunctival. Subconjunctively, alternative form of subconjunctivally. Subconoidal, partially conoidal. Subconscience, misconstruction of subconscious. Subconscious, occurring in the part of our mind that we are not normally aware of. Subconsciouses, plural of subconscious. Subconsciously, below the level of conscious awareness. Subconsciousness, the state of being subconscious. Subconsensus, lacking consensus. Subconservator, a secondary or subordinate conservator. Subconservators, subordinate conservator. Subconservators, plural. Subconservators, plural, a secondary or subordinate consideration. Subconsiderations, plural of subconsideration. Considerations, plural of subconsideration. Subconsole, a subsidiary console, an electronic device that monitors and controls a subset of the functions of a main console. Subconsoles, plural of subconsole. Subconsomic, congenic and without chromosome substitution. Subconsomics, plural of subconsomic. Subconstable, a lesser or subsidiary constable. Subconstables, plural of subconstable. Subconstellation, a subordinate constellation. Subconstellations, plural of subconstellation. Subconstituencies, plural of constituency. Subconstituency, a constituency electoral district or special interest group that makes up part of a larger constituency. Subconstituent, a part or component of a syntactic, morphological, or phonetic constituent. Subconstituents, plural of subconstituent. Subconstraint, a subsidiary constraint. Subconstraints, plural of subconstraint. Subconstruct, a secondary or subsidiary construct. Subconstructs, plural of subconstruct. Subcontainer, a container within another container. Subcontainers, plural of subcontainer. Subcontemporaneous, beneath and therefore older than a contemporaneous layer or site. Subcontent, secondary or subsidiary content, material contained in other content. Subcontents, plural of subcontent. Subcontest, a secondary or subordinate contest. Subcontests, plural of subcontests. Subcontext, a context within another context, a context that is subordinate to another. Subcontexts, plural of subcontext. Subcontextual, relating to subcontext. Subcontiguous, almost touching. Subcontinent, alternative letter case form of subcontinent, the Indian subcontinent. Subcontinental, of or pertaining to a subcontinent. Subcontinentals, plural of subcontinental. Subcontinents, plural of subcontinent. Subcontinua, plural of subcontinuum. Subcontinuous, nearly continuous but with slight interruptions. Subcontinuum, a continuum making up part of another continuum. Subcontrabass, having a pitch below contrabass. Subcontrabass sax, clipping of subcontrabass saxophone. Subcontrabass saxes, plural of subcontrabass sax. Subcontrabass saxophone, the largest member of the saxophone family of woodwind instruments, one size larger than the contrabass saxophone and with a range of G0 to E flat or similar. Subcontrabass saxophones, plural of subcontrabass saxophone. Subcontrabass saxophonist, a person who plays the subcontrabass saxophone. Subcontrabass saxophonists, plural of subcontrabass saxophonists. Subcontract, to contract out portions of a larger contracted project. Subcontractable, capable of being subcontracted. Subcontracted, simple past and past participle of subcontract. Subcontractee, one who is subcontracted to perform work. Subcontractees, plural of subcontractee. Subcontracting, present participle and gerund of subcontract. Subcontractor, a contractor hired by another contractor, often a general contractor and thus employed by that contractor rather than directly hired by the customer. Subcontractors, plural of subcontractor. Subcontracts, third person singular simple present indicative of subcontract. Subcontractual, relating to a subcontract. Subcontractave, the octave on the bass clef ranging from 3 octaves below the staff C0 to 2 octaves below the staff B0. Subcontractaves, plural of subcontractave. Subcontraries, plural of subcontrary. Subcontrariety, quality of being a secondary. Subcontrarily, in a subcontrary manner. Subcontrary, can be in an invited degree. Subcontrol, a control making up part of a larger control. Subcontroller, a subsidiary controller or the controller of a subsystem. Subcontrollers, plural of subcontroller. Subcontrols, plural of subcontrol. Subconversation, a conversation making up part of a larger conversation. Subconversational, below the level of conversation. Subconversations, plural of subconversation. Subconvex, less than or equal to a convex function. Subconvexity, the state or condition of being subconvex. Subconvolute, almost or imperfectly convolute. Subconvoluted, almost or imperfectly convoluted. Subconvulsant, insufficient to cause convulsions. Subconvulsive, that is not severe enough to cause a convulsion. Subcook, a lesser or subsidiary cook. Subcookie, a cookie-like piece of data stored with others in a single cookie so as to circumvent restrictions on the number of cookies a single website may create. Subcookies, plural of subcookie. Subhooks, plural of subcook. Subcool, to cool a saturated liquid refrigerant below the saturation temperature. Subcooled, describing a liquid whose temperature is less than its saturation temperature at a particular pressure. Subcooling, cooling a liquid to a temperature that is less than its saturation temperature at a particular pressure. Subcools, third person singular simple present indicative of subcool. Subcoracoid, situated under the coracoid process of the scapula. Subchordate, somewhat chordate, approaching a heart shape. Subcordiform, almost or imperfectly cordiform. Subcoriaceous, slightly leathery. Subcorneal, below the cornea. Subcorneally, in a subcorneal manner or direction. Subcorneous, situated under a horny part or layer. Subcorollaries, plural of subcorollary. Subcorollary, a corollary of a corollary in a chain of logical steps. Subcoronoi, beneath a coronoid process. Subcorpora, plural of subcorpus. Subcorporate, below the level of a corporation relating to a subcorporation. Subcorporation, a corporation forming part of a larger corporation. Subcorporations, plural of subcorporation. Subcorpus, a subset of a corpus. Subcortex, the part of the brain that lies directly below the cortex. Subcortexes, plural of subcortex. Subcortical, of or pertaining to the subcortex, the portion of the brain located below the cerebral cortex. Subcortically, in terms of or in relation to the subcortex. Subcortices, plural of subcortex. Subcorticulus, living or growing beneath the bark of trees. Subcorimbose, almost or imperfectly corimbose. Subcosmopolitan, not completely cosmopolitan. Subpasta, the first major vein behind the costa on an insect wing. Subpasti, plural of subcosta. Subcostal, below deep to a rib or the ribs. Subcostales, plural of subcostal. Subcostales. Any of a group of muscular and aponeurotic fasciculi, usually well developed only in the lower part of the thorax. Each originates from the inner surface of one rib and is inserted into the inner surface of the second or third rib below near its angle. Subpastoi. In the area of the subcosta and slash or the area of the wing next to it. Subpastals. Plural of subcostal. Subpastae. Somewhat or nearly costate. Subcapitular. Beneath a caudalie. Subcouncil. A secondary or subsidiary council. Subcouncils. Plural of subcouncil. Subcount. A count in various senses making up part of a larger count. Subcountability. The property of being subjectable. Subcountable. Being the target codomain of a partial surjection from the natural numbers. Subcounties. Plural of subcounty. Subcounts. Plural of subcount. Subcounty. Below the level of a county. Subcouplings. Plural of subcoupling. Tutbursts. An academic course making up part of a larger course. Subcourses. Plural of subcourse. Subcovariance. The covariance between two variables after the effects of one or more other variables have been removed or controlled for. Subcover. A cover which is a subset of another cover. Subcovering. Synonym of subcover. Subcoverings. Plural of subcovering. Subcovers. Plural of subcover. Subcoxa. The proximal part of an arthropod coxa. Subcoxa. Plural of subcoxa. Subcraft. A craft branch of skilled work or trade that is a subdiscipline of another craft. Subcrafts. Plural of subcraft. Subcranio. Situated or occurring under or on the ventral side of the cranium. Subtriation. Subtriations. Plural of subcreation. Subcreative. Relating to subcreation. Subjere. A creative being that also creates. Subcreators. Plural of subcreator. Subfreak. A secondary or subordinate creek. Subfreaks. Plural of subcreek. Subcrenate. Having a notched or scalloped margin. Subcrenulate. Almost or imperfectly crenulate. Subcrenulated. Almost or imperfectly crenulated. Subcrepitant. Slightly crepitant. Subcrescentic. Imperfectly or partially crescentic, approaching a crescent in shape. Subcriminal. Less than criminal, not serious enough to count as a crime or a criminal. Subcriteria. Plural of subcriterion. Subcriterion. A secondary or subsidiary criterion. Subcritical. Of less than critical importance. Subcritical mass. A mass of fissile material that is insufficient to sustain a nuclear chain reaction. Subcritical masses. Plural of subcritical mass. Subcriticality. That quality of being subcritical. Subcritically. In a subcritical manner. Subgroth. A situation like an outcrop, but where now buried rock is exposed at ancient erosion surfaces. Subcrops. Plural of subcrop. Tuppress. A hybrid of two hybrids. Tupgrass. Simple past and past participle of subcross. Subcrosses, plural of subcross. Subcrossing, present participle and gerund of subcross. Subcrossings, plural of subcrossing. Subgrass, synonym of undercrust layer under the crust of a planet, etc. Subcrustaceous, occurring beneath a crust or scab. Subcrustal, underneath the crust of the earth. Subcrustally, in a subcrustal manner. Subcrustose, intermediate between crustose and foliose. Subcrusts, plural of subcrusts. Subcrystalline, imperfectly crystallized. Subthu, subcutaneous. Subcu, a subset of a cube data structure. Subcubes, plural of subcube. Subcube, having an order less than cubic. Subcubical, almost or imperfectly cubical. Subcuboi, almost or imperfectly cuboid. Subcuboidal, almost or imperfectly cuboidal. Subcaculite, alternative form of subcaculated. Subcaculated, almost or imperfectly cuculated. Subcuisine, a sub-branch of cuisine. Subcuisines, plural of subcuisine. Subcult, a cult making up part of a larger cult. Subcultivate, to undergo subcultivation. Subcultivated, simple past and past participle of subcultivate. Subcultivates, third person singular simple present indicative of subcultivate. Subcultivating, present participle and gerund of subcultivate. Subcultivation, any fraction of cells into which a cultivation is divided when the concentration of cells hampers further growth. Subcultivations, plural of subcultivation. Subacultrate, having a form resembling that of a coulter or straight on one side and curved on the other. Subcultrated, subacultrate. Subcults, plural of subcult. Subculturable, that may be made into a subculture. Subcultural. Pertaining to a subculture or to subcultures in general. Subcultural capital, the cultural knowledge and commodities acquired by members of a subculture, raising their status and helping to differentiate themselves from members of other groups. Subculturalists, of or pertaining to a subculture. Subculturalists, plural of subculturalists. Subculturally, in terms of a subculture. Subculture, a portion of a culture distinguished by its customs or other features, often in contrast to the larger mainstream culture. Subculture, simple past and past participle of subculture. Subcultures, plural of subculture. Subculturing, present participle and gerund of subculture. Subculturings, plural of subculturing. Subculturist, synonym of subculturalist. Subculturists, plural of subculturists. Subcuneiform, below the cuneiform bone. Subcurative, insufficient to effect a cure. Subcurator, a lesser or subsidiary curator. Subcurators, plural of subcurator. Subcuratorship, the state or business of a subcurator. Subcuratorships, plural of subcuratorship. Subcurrent, a secondary or subsidiary current. Subcurrents, plural of subcurrent. Subcurricula, plural of subcurriculum. Subcurriculum, an academic curriculum forming part of a larger curriculum. Subcur, a curve forming part of another curve. Subcurves, plural of subcurve. Subcuspidal, beneath a cusp. Subcutaneal, subcutaneous. Subcutaneous, pertaining to the fatty layer under the skin. Subcutaneously, under the cutaneous layer of the skin. Subcutaneousness, the quality of being subcutaneous. Subcuticle, synonym of hypodermis. Subcuticles, plural of subcuticle. Subcuticular, situated or occurring under the cuticle. Subcuticularly, in a subcuticular manner. Subcutis, subcutaneous tissue, the lowermost layer of the integumentary system in vertebrates. Subcutaneous, almost or imperfectly cutaneous. Subcycle, a smaller or shorter term cycle within a larger or longer term cycle. Subcycles, plural of subcycle. Subcyclic, relating to a subcycle. Subcycling, an algorithmic technique involving integration with progressively smaller steps. Subcylinder, a secondary or subsidiary cylinder, a cylinder within a cylinder. Subcylinders, plural of subcylinder. Subcylindric, imperfectly cylindrical, only approximately cylindrical. Subcylindrical, imperfectly cylindrical, only approximately cylindrical. Subcytolytic, that is not effective enough to produce cytolysis. Cytotoxic, of a dose or concentration less than cytotoxic. Sub, abbreviation of subdivision. Sub-allele, at a frequency of smaller periods than days, more often than daily. Subdatabase, a database making up part of a larger database. Subdatabases, plural of subdatabase. Subdataset, a subset of a data set. Subdatasets, plural of subdataset. Subdata sheet, a data sheet embedded within another data sheet, showing child records relating to a parent table. Subdata sheets, plural of subdata sheet. Subdeacon, a Catholic clerical rank in the major orders below that of a deacon. Subdeaconate, synonym of subdiaconate. Subdeaconates, plural of subdeaconate. Subdeaconess, a female subdeacon. Subdeaconesses, plural of subdeaconess. Subdeaconries, plural of subdeaconry. Subdeaconry, the office of subdeacon, subdeaconship. Subdeacons, plural of subdeacon. Subdeaconship, the office of a subdeacon. Subdeaconships, plural of subdeaconship. Subdeadline, a subordinate deadline. Subdeadlines, plural of subdeadline. Subdealer, a dealer whose inventory comes from a larger dealership. Subdealers, plural of subdealer. Subdean, an underdean, the deputy or substitute of a dean. Subbinaries, plural of subbinary. Subbinary, the office, jurisdiction, or rank of a subian. Subians, plural of subian. Subet, clipping of subibutante. Subed, plural of subeb. Subibutante, a young woman who has not yet made her formal appearance in society. Subibutantes, plural of subibutante. Subdecadal, relating to or lasting less than a decade. Subdecanal, of or pertaining to a subian or subinary. Subdecibel, less than 1 decibel. Subdeciduous, synonym of semideciduous. Subdecimal, that results from a division by 10 or by a multiple of 10. Subdecision, a decision making up part of a greater decision. Subdecisions, plural of subdecision. Subdeck, the undersection of a deck as of a bridge or a ship. Subdex, plural of subdeck. Subicumbent, somewhat or nearly decumbent. Subdecuple, containing 1 part of 10. Subicurrent, attached to and running downward along a stem or stipe, but curving inward just before the attachment point. Subdefinition, a lesser or secondary definition. Subdefinitions, plural of subdefinition. Subdeflected, partially or imperfectly deflected. Subigree, undergraduate. Subdates, plural of subdati. Subdati, synonym of subgod. Subdelegate, to delegate a task already delegated to oneself to somebody else. Subdelegated, simple past and past participle of subdelegate. Subdelegates, third person singular simple present indicative of subdelegate. Subdelegating, present participle and gerund of subdelegate. Subdelegation, act of subdelegating. Subdelegations, plural of subdelegation. Subdeletion, a partial deletion. Subdeletions, plural of subdeletion. Subdelirium, mild delirium. Subdelta, a river delta forming part of another. Subdeltaic, relating to a river subdelta. Subdeltas, plural of subdelta. Subdeltoid, under the deltoid muscle. Subdeltoidal, alternative form of subdeltoid. Subdemographic, relating to the demography of a subpopulation. Subdendrite, beneath or smaller than a dendrite. Subdendritic, below the level of a dendrite of a neuron. Subdenomination, a branch of a larger denomination. Subdenominations, plural of subdenomination. Subdensities, plural of subdensity. Subdental, beneath the root of a tooth. Subdentate, imperfectly dentate, having indistinct teeth. Subdentative, alternative form of subdentate. Subdentate, indented beneath. Subdenticulate, synonym of semidenticulate. Subdepartment, a subordinate department, bureau. Subdepartments, plural of subdepartment. Subdeployment, a mechanism by which JMS module resources are grouped and targeted to a server resource. Subdeployments, plural of subdeployment. Subdepolarizing, lacking the strength to depolarize. Subdeposit, that which is deposited beneath something else. Subdepositories, plural of subdepository. Subdepository, a depository forming part of a larger depository. Subdeposits, plural of subdeposit. Subdepot, a lesser depot that is part of a larger one. Subdepots, plural of subdepot. Subdepress, almost or somewhat depressed. Subdepressive, not quite depressive, approaching depression. Suberasorious, ridiculing in moderation. Suberivation, a derivation from something previously derived. Suberivations, plural of subderivation. Subderivative, a word derived indirectly from a derivative of another. Subderivatives, plural of subderivative. Subdermal, just below the skin. Subdermally, below the skin. Subdermic, alternative form of subdermal. Subdermically. Subdermally. Subdermis, subcutaneous tissue. Subesert, an arid habitat that has enough rainfall to allow vegetation to persist throughout the year. Subeserts, plural of subesert. Subdesign, a subset of a design. Subdesigns, plural of subdesign. Subattachment, a detachment forming part of a larger detachment. Subattachments, plural of subattachment. Subdetectable, less in amount than can be detected. Subdetection, below the threshold of what can be detected. Subdetector, a component of a compound detector. Subdetectors, plural of subdetector. Subdeterminant, a subdivision of a determinant. Subdeterminants, plural of subdeterminant. Subdevelopment, a development making up part of a larger development. Subdevelopments, plural of subdevelopment. Subdevice, a device making up part of a larger device. Subdevices, plural of subdevice. Subdevil, a lesser devil, one subordinate to an archdevil. Subdevils, plural of subdevil. Subdue, obsolete form of subdue. Subdued, simple past and past participle of subdue. Subduing, present participle and gerund of subdue. Subdues, third person singular simple present indicative of subdue. Subiabitogenic, insufficient to cause diabetes. Subdiaconal, relating to a subdeacon. Subdiaconate, the office or rank of a subdeacon. Subdiaconates, plural of subdiaconate. Subdiagnosis, plural of subdiagnosis. Subdiagnosis, a subsidiary diagnosis. Subdiagnoste, less than would be required to make a diagnosis. Subdiagonal, set of an entry of a square matrix that it lies anywhere in the lower triangular area below the main diagonal of the matrix. Subdiagonals, plural of subdiagonal. Subdiagram, A diagram making up part of a larger diagram, or obtained by removing sections of the larger one. Subdiagrams, plural of subdiagram. Subdial, a secondary dial set into the face of a dial. Subdialect, a subdivision of a dialect. Subdialectal, relating to a subdialect. Subdialectally, in a subdialectal way. Subdialects, plural of subdialect. Subdiali, below the level of dialogue. Subdialogues, plural of subdialogue. Subdialogue, alternative form of subdialogue. Subdialogues, plural of subdialogue. Subdials, plural of subdial. Subdialyzer, a compartment of a dialyzer. Subdialyzers, plural of subdialyzer. Subdiaphragmal, beneath the diaphragm. Subdiaphragmatic, below the diaphragm. Subdiapophyseal, beneath the diapophysis. Subdichotomies, plural of subdichotomy. Subdichotomous, partially dichotomous. Subdichotomously, in a subdichotomous manner. Subdichotomy, a subordinate or inferior division into parts as subdivision. Subdictionaries, plural of subdictionary. Subdictionary, a subset of a dictionary. Subdifferentiable, having a subderivative. Subdifferential, subderivative. Subdifferentially, with respect to subderivatives. Subdifferentials, plural of subdifferential. Subdifferentiating, that forms subderivatives. Subdifferentiation, the formation of a subderivative. Subdifferentiations, plural of subdifferentiation. Subdiffraction, describing any optical device or process involving a dimension shorter than that of the diffraction limit of the light involved. Subdiffractional, synonym of subdiffraction. Subdiffractive, relating to or employing subdiffraction. Subdiffuse, somewhat or imperfectly diffuse. Subdiffusion, the tendency of particles in a fluid not to diffuse due to random trapping. Subdiffusional, relating to subdiffusion. Subdiffusive, of or pertaining to subdiffusion. Subdiffusively, in a subdiffusive manner. Subdigastric, synonym of jugulotogastric. Subdigital, on the underside of a digit. Subdigitate, partially or somewhat digitate. Subdigitately, in a subdigitate fashion. Subdigitigrade, with paraxonic feet with slightly spreading digits. Subdigraph, a partial digraph. Subdigraphs, plural of subdigraph. Subdilated, partially dilated. Subdilution, a further dilution. Subdilutions, plural of subdilution. Subdimension, a secondary or subsidiary dimension. Subdimensional, relating to a subdimension. Subdimensions, plural of subdimension. Subdimorphic, normally monomorphic, but sometimes dimorphic. Subdiosis, having most, but not all, individuals dioecious. Subdiocy, the state or condition of being subdioecious. Subdiploid, having fewer than 2 chromosomes, typically as a result of apoptosis. Subvariant abbreviation of subdirectory. Subdirect, describing a subalgebra of a direct product. Subdirectly, in a subdirect manner. Subdirector, a director who reports to another director. Subdirectories, plural of subdirectory. Subdirectors, plural of subdirector. Subdirectory, a directory located inside another directory. Subdirs, plural of subdir. Subdiscal, below the discal area of an insect. Subdisciplinary, relating to a subdiscipline. Subdiscipline, a field of study or work that is related to one aspect, but not the whole, of a broader field of study or work. Subdisciplines, plural of subdiscipline. Subdiscoidal, posterior to a discoidal region. Subdiscussion, a secondary or subsidiary discussion. Subdiscussions, plural of subdiscussion. Subdisk, a subsidiary disk. Subdisks, plural of subdisk. Subdissect, to separate items while dissecting. Subdissected, simple past and past participle of subdissect. Subdissecting, present participle and gerund of subdissect. Subdissection, the act or the result of subdissecting. Subdissections, plural of subdissection. Subdistal, ventral and distal. Subdistally, in a subdistal direction. Subdistant, describing gills of a mushroom that are closer together than distant. Subdistinguish, to distinguish or differentiate as a subtype. Subdistinguish, simple past and past participle of subdistinguish. Subdistinguishes, third person singular simple present indicative of subdistinguish. Subdistinguishing, present participle and gerund of subdistinguish. Subdistribution, a subset of a distribution. Subdistributional, relating to a subdistribution. Subdistributions, plural of subdistribution. Subdistributor, one who purchases goods from a distributor and sells them on to retailers. Subdistributors, plural of subdistributor. Subdistrict, a district forming part of a larger district. Subdistricted, simple past and past participle of subdistrict. Subdistricting, present participle and gerund of subdistrict. Subdistricts, plural of subdistrict. Subditaceous, put secretly in the place of something else, of the result of a switcheroo. Subditaciously, in a subditaceous manner. Severno, occurring in less than a day. Subdiv, abbreviation of subdivision referring to a publication. Subdivergence, mathematics. Subdivergences, plural of subdivergence. Subdividable, capable of being subdivided. Subdivide, to divide. Into smaller sections. Subdivided, having divisions that are themselves divided into smaller divisions. Subdivider, One who subdivides anything, especially real estate, into separate lots. Subdividers, plural of subdivider. Subdivides, third person singular simple present indicative of subdivide. Subdivide, third person singular simple present indicative of subdivide. Subdividing, present participle and gerund of subdivide. Subdividingly, by means of or in terms of subdivision. Subdividings, plural of subdividing. Subdivine, partaking of divinity, divine in a partial or lower degree. Subdivisibility, the quality of being subdivisible. Subdivisible, capable of being subdivided. Subdivision, a division into smaller pieces of something that has already been divided. Subdivisional, relating to a subdivision. Subdivisionally, in terms of subdivisions. Subdivisions, plural of subdivision. Subdivisive, relating to subdivision. Subdes, abbreviation of subdivisions. Subdoctor, a lesser or subsidiary doctor. Subdoctors, plural of subdoctor. Subdocument, a document making up part of a larger document. Subdocuments, plural of subdocument. Subdolichocephalic, almost or imperfectly dolichocephalic. Subdolous, sly, crafty, cunning. Subdilously, in a subdolous manner. Subdomain, a domain or sphere that is part of a larger domain or sphere. Subdomains, plural of subdomain. Subdominance, the quality or state of being subdominant. Subdominant, the fourth tone of a scale. Subdominantly, in a subdominant manner. Subdominance, plural of subdominant. Subdominion, subkingdom. Subdominions, plural of subdominion. Subdued, alternative spelling of subdued. Subdorsal, beneath the dorsal region. Subdorsally, toward the non-dorsal side. Subduple, synonym of subuple. Subexastic, of or pertaining to what underlies the formation of beliefs or opinions. Subdrain, a drain below the surface of the ground. Subdrainage, drainage of liquid at a level below ground, contrasted with surface drainage. Subdrainages, plural of subdrainage. Subbrain, simple past and past participle of subbrain. Subbraining, present participle and gerund of subbrain. Subbrains, plural of subbrain. Subdrama, a drama that makes up part of a larger drama. Subdramas, plural of subdrama. Subdrawing, a subset of a graph that is possibly discontinuous. Subdrawing, plural of subdrawing. Subera, a training exercise forming part of a larger training exercise or system. Subdurals, plural of subdural. Subra, a state of low spirits experienced by submissives after BDSM play. Subrupacious, almost or somewhat drupacious. Subd, plural of subd. Subduable, that can be subdued, dominable. Subdue, an act of subduing, is successful defeat. Subduals, plural of subdual. Sabis, to withdraw, to take away. Sabis, simple past and past participle of subjus. Sabises, third person singular simple present indicative of subjus. Subjusing, present participle and gerund of subjus. Subject, to push under or below. Subjected, simple past and past participle of subject. Subjectable, subject to subduction. Subjecting, present participle and gerund of subduct. Subduction, the action of being pushed or drawn beneath another object. Subduction zone, a region of the earth where one tectonic plate dives beneath another into the interior of the earth. Subduction zones, plural of subduction zone. Subductions, plural of subduction. Subductive, of, related to, or caused by tectonic plate subduction. Subductively, in a subductive manner. Subx, third person singular simple present indicative of subduct. Taboo, to overcome, quieten, or bring under control. Subdued, conquered, overpowered, crushed, submissive. Subduedly, in a subdued manner. Subduedness, the quality of being subdued. Subduedst, second person singular simple past indicative of subdue. Subduement, subdual, act of subduing. Subduements, plural of subduement. Subduer, one who, or that which, subdues. Subduers, plural of subduer. Subdued, third person singular simple present indicative of subdue. Subburst, second person singular simple present indicative of subdue. Submur, third person singular simple present indicative of subdue. Subduing, present participle and gerund of subdue. Subduingly, so as to subdue. Subduings, plural of subduing. Subduple, indicating one part of two, in the ratio of 1 to 2. Subduplicate, expressed by the square root, set of ratios. Subdural, located beneath the dura mater and above the arachnoid mater. Subdural hematoma, a mass of blood formed between the dura and the arachnoid membranes, usually as a result of trauma to the head. Subdural hematomas, plural of subdural hematoma. Subdural hematomata, plural of subdural hematoma. Subdural space, a fluid-filled space or potential space between the dura mater and the arachnoid mater. Subdural spaces, plural of subdural space. Subdurally, beneath the dura mater and above the meninges. Subdurals, plural of subdural. Subdwarf, a star that is dimmer than a main sequence star of same temperature. Located below the main sequence on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram. Subdwarfs, plural of subdwarf. Subdynamic, pertaining to subdynamics. Subdynamics, a reduced form of dynamics used to describe certain quantum systems. Subdynasties, plural of subdynasty. Subdynasty, a dynasty forming part of a larger dynasty. Subeccentric, having or being a oospore with a multiple oil globules on one side that displays much of the euplism and force the euplis to the other side. Subecho, a minor echo or the echo of an echo. Subechos, plural of subecho. Subechos, plural of subecho. Subecological, relating to part of an ecology. Subeconomic, not of sufficient value to be exploited for money. Subeconomies, plural of subeconomy. Subeconomy, an economy that forms part of a larger economy. Subecorgon, a distinct part of an ecorgon. Subecorgonal, relating to part of an ecorgon. Subecorgons, plural of subecorgon. Subecotype, a subphenotype of an ecotype. Subecotypes, plural of subecotype. Subecotypic, relating to subecotypes. Subectodermal, beneath the ectoderm. Subectodermally, in a subectodermal manner. Subectosomal, beneath an ectosome. Subadar, alternative spelling of subadar. Subadars, plural of subadar. Subadarship, the position or office of subadar. Subadarships, plural of subadarship. Sabeti, a surname. Sabetis, plural of sabeti. Subedit, to perform the work of a subeditor or copy editor. Subedited, simple past and past participle of subedit. Subediting, present participle and gerund of subedit. Subeditor, an assistant editor usually in a specific department of a newspaper. Subeditorial, of or relating to a subeditor. Subeditorially, in a subeditorial manner, as were like a subeditor. Subeditors, plural of subeditor. Subeditorship, the rank or position of subeditor. Subeditorships, plural of subeditorship. Subedits, third person singular simple present indicative of subedit. Subeffect, a secondary or subsidiary effect. Subeffective, below the threshold where an effect would be produced. Subeffects, plural of subeffect. Subefficacious, less than would be efficacious. Subefficient, not efficient, inefficient. Subeffigurate, having a slightly definite lobed shape. Subdiffuse, somewhat or imperfectly effuse. Saba, a Mongol autonomous county in Jiuquan, Gansu, China. Sub-election, a secondary or subordinate election. Sub-elections, plural of sub-election. Sub-electorate, a subset of the electorate. Sub-electorates, plural of sub-electorate. Subelement, alternative form of sub-element. Sub-elementary, at a more fundamental level than the elementary particles. Subelements, plural of sub-element. Subelite, an elite that ranks below the regular elite. Subelites, plural of subelite. Subellipsi, somewhat ellipsoid. Subellipsoidal, somewhat ellipsoidal. Subelliptic, imperfectly elliptic, not quite elliptic, approximating an ellipse. Subelliptic, elliptical, somewhat elliptical in shape, approaching an ellipse. Subellipticity, that quality of being subelliptic. Subelongate, partially elongated. Subelongated, somewhat elongated, having the length extended to a limited degree. Subemarginate, almost or imperfectly emarginate. Subempire, a lesser or secondary empire. Subempires, plural of subempire. Subemployed, in a state of subemployment. Subemployment, the situation where too few people are employed in jobs or where they have too few hours. Subendemic, partially endemic. Subendocardia, plural of subendocardium. Subendocardial, situated under the endocardium, relating to the subendocardium. Subendocardially, in a subendocardial manner or direction. Subendocardium, the layer of tissue beneath the endocardium. Subendocardial, misspelling of subendocardial. Subendometrial, beneath the endometrium. Subendosteal, beneath the endosphere. Subendothelia, plural of subendothelium. Subendothalio, beneath the endothelial layer. Subendothelially, in a subendothelial manner or direction. Subendothelium, the connective tissue below an endothelial layer. Subendymal, subependymal, situated under the ependyma. Subengineer, a lesser or subsidiary engineer. Subengineers, plural of subengineer. Subensemble, a subset of an ensemble. Subensembles, plural of subensemble. Subentire, almost entire, having just a few indentations. Subentities, plural of subentity. Subentity, an entity that makes up part of a larger entity, a component. Subentries, plural of subentry. Subentropies, plural of subentropy. Subentropy, the lower bound of the entropy of a mixed quantum state. Subentry, a subordinate entry. Subenvironment, a subsidiary division of an environment. Subenvironments, plural of subenvironment. Subepaulet, synonym of basicostat. Subepaulets, plural of subepaulet. Subependyma, the subependymal zone. Subependymal, beneath the ependyma. Subependymas, plural of subependyma. Subependymoma, a rare form of ependymal tumor. They are classically found within the fourth ventricle, typically have a well-demarcated interface to normal tissue, and unlike ependymomas do not usually extend into the brain parenchyma. Subependymomas, plural of subependymoma. Subepicardial, beneath the epicardium. Subepicardially, in a subepicardial manner. Subepicardically, misspelling of subepicardially. Subepicardium, a layer of cells beneath the epicardium. Subepidemic, less than epidemic. Subepidemics, plural of subepidemic. Subepidermal, under the epidermis. Subepidermally, under the epidermis. Subepidermis, the area immediately beneath the epidermis. Subepididymal. Beneath the epididymis. Subepiglottic. Situated under the epiglottis. Subepileptic. Approaching the condition of epilepsy. Subepineural. Beneath an epineural layer. Subepineurium. The region beneath an epineurium. Subepineuriums. Plural of subepineurium. Subepiphyseal. Beneath an epiphysis. Subepithelia. Plural of subepithelium. Setepithelio. Of or pertaining to the subepithelium. Setepithelially. In a subepithelial manner. Subepithelium. The layer immediately under the epithelium. Subepi. A geochronologic unit comprising one or more ages, being a period of generally agreed significance within an epoch. Subepochs. Plural of subepoch. Set equal. No equal. Subequale. In a subequal manner. Subequation. An equation that forms part of another. Subequations. Plural of subequation. Subequatorio. Belonging to a region adjacent to an equatorial area. Subequatorially. In a subequatorial manner or direction. Subequidimensional. Almost equidimensional. Subequigranular. Almost or imperfectly equigranular. Subequivalve. Almost equivalve in form. Sutter. A surname. Subber. A surname. Suberanillohydroxamic acid. Vorinostat. Suberate. Any salt or ester of suberic acid. Suberates. Plural of suberate. Suberect. Almost, but not quite erect. Subereus. Or relating to cork. Of the nature of cork. Suberose. Subergorge. Any soft coral in the family Subergorgidae. Subergorgids. Plural of Subergorgid. Subera. Of or relating to the layer of cells in trees just below the epidermis. Suberic acid. An aliphatic dicarboxylic acid, CH2, obtained from cork, used in the manufacture of plastics. Suberification. The production of cork or suberin. Suberifications. Plural of suberification. Suberiform. Resembling cork, corky. Suberimidae. Any salt or ester of suberimidic acid. Suberimidates. Plural of suberimidate. Suberin. A waxy material found in the cell walls of cork and similar plants. Suberin. A substance obtained by treating cork filings with alcohol, ether, and dilute hydrochloric acid. Suberins. Plural of suberin. Suberization. Alternative form of suberization. Suberizations. Plural of suberization. Suberize. Alternative form of suberize. Suberize. Simple past and past participle of suberize. Suberizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of suberize. Suberizing. Present participle and gerundive suberize. Suberi. Of or pertaining to the sea sponges of the genus Suberites. Suberites. Plural of suberi. Suberitid. Any sponge in the family Suberitidae. Suberitids. plural of subarita. Suberization, conversion of the cell walls into cork tissue by development of suberin, commonly taking place in exposed tissues as when a callus forms over a wound. Suberizations, plural of suberization. Suberize, to effect suberization of. Suberize, simple past and past participle of suberize. Suberizes, third person singular simple present indicative of suberize. Suberizing, present participle and gerund of suberize. Suberone, cycloheptanon. Suberones, plural of suberone. Suberonon, a leishmanicidal and antifungal compound present in the Trichonaris suberaceus. Suberose, having a corky texture. Suberosis, a type of hypersensitivity pneumonitis usually caused by the fungus Penicillium glabrum after exposure to moldy cork dust. Suberosity, the state or degree of being suberose or corky. Suberous, suberose. Suberoxylenolide, misspelling of suberoylenolide. Suberoyl, a divalent radical formerly derived from suberic acid by removal of both hydroxyl groups. Suberoylenolide, the analyte of suberic acid. Setter, a lesser error making up part of a greater error. Subers, plural of suber. Suberythmal, insufficient to cause erythema. Suberythropoietic, of an amount that is less than will cause erythropoiesis. Subescheator, a secondary or subordinate escheator. Subescheators, plural of subescheator. Subesophageal, situated beneath the esophagus. Subessential, less than essential, unimportant. Subessive, indicating position under or below something. Subessive case, the grammatical case that is subessive. Subessive cases, plural of subessive case. Subestimate, underestimate. Subestimated, simple past and past participle of subestimate. Subestimates, third person singular simple present indicative of subestimate. Subestimation, underestimation. Subestimations, plural of subestimation. Subestuaries, plural of subestuary. Subestuary, a subsidiary estuary. Abnormal, especially excessively deep, sleep. Subether, a fictional medium through which faster than light signals are able to travel. Subetheric, relating to or involving the subether, a fictional medium through which faster than light signals are able to travel. Subetherics, devices able to communicate using the subether, a fictional medium through which faster than light signals are able to travel, considered collectively. Subethers, plural of subether. Subethmoidal, beneath the ethmoid bone. Subethmic, relating to a subethmicity. Subethmicities, plural of subethnicity. Subethnicity, an ethnic group that forms part of a larger ethnic group. Subevent, an event that makes up part of a greater event. Subevents, plural of subevent. Subexaminer, a lesser or subsidiary examiner. Subexaminers, plural of subexaminer. Subexcedent of a sequence of non-negative integers such that the value of each term is less than the position of that term in the sequence. For example, the first term is less than 1, the second term is less than 2, etc. Subexcitability, the condition of being subexcitable. Subexcitable, not excitable. Subexecutor, a secondary or subordinate executor. Subexecutors, plural of subexecutor. Subexon, a part of an exon composed of one or more introns. Subexons, plural of subexon. Subexperiment, a subsidiary experiment. Subexperiments, plural of subexperiment. Subexpert, having less proficiency than an expert. Subexperts, plural of subexpert. Subexplanation, a secondary or subsidiary explanation. Subexplanations, plural of subexplanation. Subexponential, less than exponential. Subexponentiality, the quality of being subexponential. Subexponentially, less than exponentially. Subexpress, express to a smaller extent than is normal. Subexpression, an expression that is a part of a larger expression. Subexpressions, plural of subexpression. Subextensive, having a combined system entropy that is less than the sum of the entropies of the independent systems. Subextremal, numerically less than the maximum or minimum. Subform. Subfab, the area underneath the semiconductor fabrication plant. Subfabs, plural of subfab. Subface, part of a face. Subfaces, plural of subface. Subfacet, a subsidiary facet. Subfacets, plural of subfacet. Subfacial, beneath the surface of the face. Subaction, a faction of a faction. Subfactions, plural of subfaction. Subfactor, a particular form of subalgebra. Subfactorial, the result of deranging a number. In equations, it is usually symbolized by an exclamation mark before the number being deranged, as opposed to factorials where the exclamation mark occurs after the number. Subfactorials, plural of subfactorial. Subfactories, plural of subfactory. Subfactors, plural of subfactor. Subfactory, a secondary or subordinate factory. Subfaculties, plural of subfaculty. Subfaculty, a subordinate or secondary faculty. Subfalcate, almost falcate. Subfalciform, almost or imperfectly falciform. Subfalcine, beneath the falx cerebri. Subfamilial, of or pertaining to a subfamily. Subfamilies, plural of subfamily. Subfamily, a taxonomic category ranking between a family and a genus, formerly called a tribe. Subfan, a subset of a fan part of a tree. Subfandom, a subdivision of a larger fandom or fan community. Subfandoms, plural of subfandom. Subfans, plural of subfan. Subfacial, beneath the fascia. Subfasciculate, beneath a fascicle. Subvestige, highly or somewhat facile. Sophistigially, in a sophistigiate man. Subfault, a subsidiary fault. Subpots, plural of subfault. Subfeature, a feature that makes up part of a larger feature. Subfeatures, plural of subfeature. Subfebrile, slightly raised above normal, but not febrile. Subfecundities, plural of subfecundity. Subfecundity. Lower than normal fecundity. Subfeed, a part of an electricity or antenna feed. Subbeads, plural of subfeed. Subfold spathic, partially filled spathic. Subfelony, below the level of a felony relating to a misdemeanor. Subventoliter, that employs volumes of liquid less than 1 fentiliter. Subfentomolar, having a concentration of less than 10 moles per liter. Subfemtosecond, of or pertaining to time spans of less than a femtosecond. Subfemtosla, having a magnetic flux density of less than 10 teslas. Subfenestral, beneath a window. Subfertile, exhibiting subfertility. Subfertilities, plural of subfertility. Subfertility, abnormally low fertility. Subferulary, subject to discipline by or as if by a schoolmaster. Topview, a few sublet by a vassal to a subvassal, a right to hold subinfeuded land in perpetuity in exchange for rent. Subfeudation, alternative form of subinfeudation. Subfeudations, plural of subfeudation. Subfeudatories, plural of subfeudatory. Subfeudatory, alternative form of subinfeudatory. Subfeud, simple past and past participle of subfeud. Subfewing, present participle and gerund of subfeud. Subfes, plural of subfeud. Subfibril, a component of a fibril. Subfibrillar, relating to subfibrils. Subfibrils, plural of subfibril. Subfibrous, somewhat fibrous. Subveiled, a smaller, more specialized area of study or occupation within a larger one. Subfields, plural of subfield. Subfigure, a figure geometric form that is part of another. Subfigures, plural of subfigure. Subfilamental, beneath a filament. Subfile, a file organized within another file. Subfiles, plural of subfile. Subfiliform, somewhat filiform. Subfilter, a subsidiary filter. Subfilter, simple past and past participle of subfilter. Subfiltering, present participle and gerund of subfilter. Subfilters, plural of subfilter. Subfissile, nearly or somewhat fissile. Havex, one or more letters or sounds added at the bottom of a word to modify its meaning, found in my script. Subfix, simple past and past participle of subfix. Subfixes, plural of subfix. Subfixing, present participle and gerund of subfix. Subflabellate, somewhat flabellate. Subplexed, almost or not in entirely flaccid. Subflare, a small flare explosion or light. Subflares, plural of subflare. Subflavor, alternative form of subflavor. Subflavors, plural of subflavor. Subflavor, synonym of undertaste. Subflavors, plural of subflavor. Subfleet, an independent tactical unit of a fleet. Subfleets, plural of subfleet. Subflay, somewhat or partially fleshy. Subflexuous, alternative form of subflexuous. Subflexuous, almost or imperfectly flexuous. Subflacose, approximately flockose. Subflock, a subset of a flock of animals. Subflocks, plural of subflock. Subfloor, the floor structure supporting and underlying the visible flooring or other finishing surface such as a carpet. Subflooring, a level of flooring below the main floor. Subfloorings, plural of subflooring. Subfloors, plural of subfloor. Subfloor, a more local flora included within one of wider range. Subfloral, beneath a flower. Subfloras, plural of subflora. Subflow, an element of a flow on a flowchart. Subflows, plural of subflow. Subfluent, flowing beneath. Subfluid, a substance that is partly fluid or between solid and liquid. Subfluids, plural of subfluid. Subfluvial, situated under a stream. Subfolder, a folder within another folder. Subfolders, plural of subfolder. Subfoliate, shaped almost like a leaf, not quite foliate. Subbonds, a fond's collection of records forming part of a larger fonds. Subfont, a subset of a font holding only some of its glyphs. Subfonts, plural of subfont. Subpar, plural of subforum. Subforaminal, beneath the foramen. Subforeman, a lesser or subsidiary foreman. Subforeman, plural of subforeman. Subforest, a subgraph that is a forest. Subforests, plural of subforests. Subform, a taxon below the level of form. Subformat, a subsidiary format. Subformation, a subunit of a formation, a subsidiary formation. Subformations, plural of subformation. Subformats, plural of subformat. Subforms, plural of subform. Subformula, a formula that is part of another formula. Subformulae, plural of subformula. Subformulas, plural of subformula. Subfornical, below the fornix. Subfornicate, somewhat or imperfectly fornicate. Subforum, a single message board that is part of an online discussion forum. Subforums, plural of subforum. Subfossil, a partially fossilized organism. Subfossilized, partially fossilized. Subfossils, plural of subfossil. Subfovea, the area underneath the fovea. Suboval, underneath the fovea. Subfovally, in a subfoval manner. Subfractal, a subset of a fractal. Subfractals, plural of subfractal. Subfraction, the result of fractionating a fraction into smaller components. Subfractionment, to carry out subfractionation. Subfractionated, simple past and past participle of subfractionate. Subfractionates, third person singular simple present indicative of subfractionate. Subfractionating. Present participle and gerund of subfractionate. Subfractionation. Separation into subfractions. Subfractionations. Plural of subfractionation. Subfractions. Plural of subfraction. Subfragment. A subsection of a fragment of nucleic acid, etc. Subfragmenting. Present participle and gerund of subfragment. Subfragments. Plural of subfragment. Subframe, a structural component of a vehicle, such as an automobile or aircraft, that uses a discrete, separate structure within a larger body frame or unit body to carry certain components, such as the engine, drivetrain, or suspension. Subframes. Plural of subframe. Subfranchise, a subsidiary franchise granted by a franchise. Subfranchise, simple past and past participle of subfranchise. Subfranchisee, the owner of a subfranchise. Subfranchisees, plural of subfranchisee. Subfranchiser, one who subfranchises. Subfranchisers, plural of subfranchiser. Subfranchises, plural of subfranchise. Subfranchising, present participle and gerund of subfranchise. Subfranchiser, alternative form of subfranchiser. Subfranchisers, plural of subfranchiser. Subfreezing, colder than the freezing point of water, below 0 degrees Celsius or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Subfrequencies, plural of subfrequency. Subfrequency, a secondary or subsidiary frequency. Subfreshman, a student preparing for the freshman year. Subfreshman, plural of subfreshman. Subfrontal, beneath a frontal region. Subfulgent, somewhat or slightly shining. Subfulminant, having a less than sudden onset. Subfulvous, partly or imperfectly fulvous. Subfumigation, alternative form of subfumigation. Subfumigations, plural of subfumigation. Subfumose, almost or imperfectly fumose. Subfunction, a secondary or subsidiary function. Subfunctional, relating to a subfunction. Subfunctionalization, alternative form of subfunctionalization. Subfunctionalizations, plural of subfunctionalization. Subfunctionalize, alternative form of subfunctionalize. Subfunctionalized, simple past and past participle of subfunctionalize. Subfunctionalization, the independent specialization of the two gene copies formed by duplication. Subfunctionalizations, plural of subfunctionalization. Subfunctionalize, to cause or to undergo subfunctionalization. Subfunctionalized, simple past and past participle of subfunctionalize. Subfunctioning, alternative form of subfunctional. Subfunctions, plural of subfunction. Subfunctor, a functor such that all of the objects it maps are mapped by the parent functor, and for any arrow it maps, the parent functor includes the same mapping, although it may also map arrows from the same domain to additional images outside the image of the subfunctor. Subfunctors, plural of subfunctor. Subfund, a fund making up part of a larger fund. Subfunds, plural of subfund. Subfurcate, partly or imperfectly furcate. Subfurfuraceous, partly or imperfectly furfuraceous. Topus, having subdued colors. Subpuscus, duskish, moderately dark, tawny. Thopusks, plural of subfusk. Subfusiform, almost or imperfectly fusiform. Thopus, obsolete form of subfusk. Subfusoi, somewhat fusoi. Subgalactic, less than the size of a galaxy. Subbellal, beneath the galea aponeurosis. Subvellaries, plural of subvellary. Subgallery, a gallery making up part of a larger gallery. Sub-M, a subset of a game that can be considered a game in its own right. Subgames, plural of subgame. Subath, underneath a gap. Subgastion, alternative form of subgastion. Subgelatinous, imperfectly or partially gelatinous. Subgemal, beneath a gemma. Subgena, the subgenal area of an insect. Subgenal, beneath the cheeks. Subgender, a sublevel of grammatical gender. Subgenders, plural of subgender. Subgeny, a subset of a gene. Subgenera, plural of subgenus. Subgeneration, a generation that belongs to another generation. Subgenerations, plural of subgeneration. Subgeneric, of or pertaining to a subgenus. Subgenerical, subgeneric. Subgenerically, as a subgenus. Subgenes, plural of subgene. Subgeniculate, almost or imperfectly geniculate. Subgeniculated, alternative form of subgeniculate. Subgenii, plural of subgenius. Subgenital, posterior or interior to or beneath the genitalia. Subgenitalia, something posterior to or beneath the genitals. Subdaneus, a member of the Church of the Subgenius Parity religion. Subdaneus's, plural of subgenius. Subgenagru, a subset of a genagru. Subgenogroups, plural of subgenogroup. Subgenome, a subset of a genome, especially one that has a specific function. Subgenomes, plural of subgenome. Subgenome, of or pertaining to a subgenome or to subgenomics. Subgenomics, the study of subgenomes. Subgenotoxic, less than genotoxic. Subgenotype, part of a genotype. Subgenotypes, plural of subgenotype. Subgenotypic, relating to a subgenotype. Subgenotyping, the genotyping of subgenotypes. Subgenre, one of several categories within a particular genre. Subgenres, plural of subgenre. Subgens, the sociological division of a people next below the gens or clan. Subgens, plural of subgens. Subgenual, describing an area of the cerebral cortex of the brain. Brodmann area 25. Subgenus, a subdivision of a genus. Subgenuses, plural of subgenus. Subgerminal, below the germinal disc. Subzit, a star that has left the main sequence but has not yet become a true giant star. Subgiants, plural of subgiant. Subgibbous, nearly gibbous, approaching a gibbous form. Subgigabe, less than a gigabit. Subgigabyte, less than a gigabyte. Subgigahertz, alternative form of subgigahertz. Subgingival, beneath the gumine gingival margin. Subgingivally, in a subgingival manner, beneath the gingival margin. Subglobrate, almost or imperfectly glabrate. Subglabrescent, almost or imperfectly glabrescent. Subglabrous, almost glabrous, having very slight down or hair. Subglacial, formed or occurring beneath a glacier or other body of ice. Subglacial lake, any lake that is permanently covered by ice. Subglacial lakes, plural of subglacial lake. Subglacial volcano, a volcanic mass formed by eruptions under the surface of a glacier or ice sheet then melted into a lake by lava. Subglacial volcanoes, plural of subglacial volcano. Subglacially, in a subglacial manner, beneath a glacier or ice. Subglandular, beneath a gland. Subglaucous, having a color between glaucous and green. Subelva, a sterile base. Subvelnoi, located immediately below the glenoid fossa. Subglobose, somewhat globose. Subglobosely, in a subglobose manner. Subglobular, nearly globular. Subglobulose, almost or imperfectly globulose. Subglomerular, beneath the glomerulus. Subglossal, synonym of sublingual. Subglottal, subglottic. Subglottic, of or pertaining to the subglottis. Subglottically, in a subglottic way of into or toward the subglottis. Subglottis, the lower portion of the larynx extending from just beneath the vocal cords down to the top of the trachea. Subglumaceous, somewhat glumaceous. Subluteal, below the surface of the buttocks. Sublutinal, any of a class of immunosuppressants isolated from Fusarium sublutinans. Sublutinals, plural of sublutinal. Subbow, a lesser goal that forms part of a greater goal. Subbowls, plural of subbow. Subac, a lesser or subsidiary god. Subgods, plural of subgod. Subgoverness, synonym of undergoverness. Subgovernesses, plural of subgoverness. Subgovernment, a government that forms part of a larger government. Subgovernments, plural of subgovernment. Subgovernor, a secondary or subsidiary governor. Subgovernorate, alternative form of subgovernorate. Subgovernorates, plural of subgovernorate. Subgovernors, plural of subgovernor. Subrae, the layer of native soil on which the foundation of a road is laid. Subgrades, plural of subgrade. Subgradient, subderivative. Subgradients, plural of subgradient. Subgraduate, a student who is not yet graduated. Subgraduates, plural of subgraduate. Subgrain, a distinct part of a grain. Subgrains, plural of subgrain. Subgra, at levels of less than a gram. Subgrammar, a grammar that makes up part of a larger grammar, a subdivision of a grammar. Subgrammars, plural of subgrammar. Subgrammatical, using substandard grammar, less than grammatically correct. Subret, a grant made by one organization using funds previously granted to it by another. Subgranted, simple past and past participle of subgrant. Subgrantee, the recipient of a subgrant. Subgrantees, plural of subgrantee. Subgranting, present participle and gerund of subgrant. Subgrants, plural of subgrant. Subgranular, somewhat or finely granular. Subgranularly, in a somewhat or finely granular manner. Subgranule, a cell of the subgranular zone of the brain. Subgranules, plural of subgranule. Subgraph, a graph or network that makes up part of a larger graph or network. Subgraphs, plural of subgraph. Subratings, plural of subrating. Subgraywacke, the most common type of sandstone, intermediate in composition between orthochartsite and greywacke, typically composed of 30% to 65% quartz and chert, less than 15% clay matrix, more than 25% unstable materials such as feldspar grains and rock fragments, and voids or mineral cement exceeding the amount of clay matrix, and being lighter colored and better sorted, and with less matrix than greywacke. Subgreywackeous, plural of subgreywacke. Subgreywacke, alternative form of subgreywacke. Subgreywackeous, plural of subgreywacke. Subgre, describing any parameter measured on a scale smaller than the grid used to plot it. Subgridding, the use of subgrids. Subgrids, plural of subgrid. Subgroup, a group within a larger group, a group whose members are some, but not all, of the members of a larger group. Subgroup, simple past and past participle of subgroup. Subgrouping, present participle and gerund of subgroup. Subgroupings, plural of subgrouping. Subgroupoid. A subset of a groupoid closed under inversion and composition. Subgroupoids. Plural of subgroupoi. Subgroups. Plural of subgroup. Subular. Below the throat. Subya. A Cantonese dish consisting of mixed meat and vegetables, often in combination with noodles, rice, or soup. Subgums. Plural of subgum. Subdural. Beneath. Hegyrus. Subgyrogroup. A subset of a gyrogroup that satisfies the gyrogroup axioms. Subgyrogroups. Plural of subgyrogroup. Subbiazal. A title given to Mirza Yahya 1831-1912, the founder of Azalism. Subhanu. The 17th year of the 6th-year cycle of the Tamil calendar. Subhabitat. A distinct component of a habitat. Subhabitats. Plural of subhabitat. Subhadra. Subhadra, daughter of Vasudeva, and Rohini, sister of Krishna, and Balarama, wife of Arjuna, and the mother of Abhimanyu. Subhadronic. Describing particles smaller than a hadron, especially describing quarks, the constituents of hadrons. Subhallucal. Beneath the hallux. Subhallucinogenic. Below the dose that would cause hallucinations. Subhalo. A subset of a halo of matter or dark matter around a galaxy. Subhalos. Plural of subhalo. Subhalos. Plural of subhalo. Subhamlet. A small division or community within a larger hamlet or village. Subhaplogroup. A subset of a haplogroup, especially one that has one or more distinguishing markers. Subhaplogrouping. The assignment of subhaplogroups. Subhaplogroups. Plural of subhaplogroup. Subhaplotype. A subtype of a haplotype. Subhaplotypes. Plural of subhaplotype. Subharmonic. Having a frequency that is a fraction of the fundamental frequency. Subharmonical. Alternative form of subharmonic. Subharmonically. In terms of subharmonics. Subharmonics. Plural of subharmonic. Subhastation. A public sale or auction required by law, especially one in Germany or neighboring territories. Subhaystations. Plural of subhaystation. Subhatcheries. Plural of subhatchery. Subhatchery. A lesser or subsidiary hatchery. Subhauler. A person or organization that leases vehicles to a carrier. Subhaulers. Plural of subhauler. Subhazard. The hazard of a subdistribution. Subhazards. Plural of subhazard. Subhead. A subheading or subtitle. Subadded. Grouped under a subheader. Subheader. A header that appears below another header and describes a subsection of its contents. Subheaders. Plural of subheader. Subheading. Any of the headings under which each of the main divisions of a subject may be subdivided. Subheadings. Plural of subheading. Subheadline. A smaller secondary headline that usually elaborates on the main headline above it. Subheadlines. Plural of subheadline. Subheadquarters. A lesser or subsidiary headquarters. Subad. Plural of subhead. Subidword. A subordinate headword. Subidwords. Plural of subhidword. Subalf. a condition between health and disease exhibiting some apparently unhealthy features without specific pathology. Subject, a heap data structure making up part of a larger heap. Subheaps, plural of subheap. Alternative form of subhead. Subhedging, describing the greatest price that can be paid for a portfolio such that its worth will be less or equal at a specified future time. Subhedral, having some crystal faces and some grainy surfaces, neither entirely euhedral nor entirely enhedral. Subd, plural of sub. Subhelic arc, a rare halo formed by internal reflection through ice crystals that curves upwards from the horizon and touches the trigger arc above the anthelic point. Subhelic arcs, plural of subhelic arc. Subhelices, plural of subhelix. Subhemispherical, almost hemispherical. Subhemolytic, that is insufficient to cause hemolysis. Subhepatic, below the liver. Subherbaceous, somewhat or almost herbaceous. Subherd, a herd making up part of a larger herd. Subherds, plural of subherd. Subhero, a lesser or subsidiary hero. Subheroes, plural of subhero. Subhertz, below 1 hertz. Subhexagonal, not quite hexagonal, approaching a hexagonal shape. Subhi, a male given name from Arabic. Subyarchical, of or relating to it. Subyarchy. Subyarchies, plural of subyarchy. Subyarchy, a lesser or subordinate hierarchy. Subhippocampal, beneath or a part of the hippocampus. Subhirsute, almost or imperfectly hirsute. Subhistories, plural of subhistory. Subhistory, a history sequence of events or actions making up part of a larger history. Subholostean, any fish of the order Subholostae. Subholosteans, plural of subholostean. Subhomogeneous, scalable up to an inequality, fulfilling f alpha x less alpha of x. Subhooked, almost or imperfectly hooked. Subhorizon, below a horizon. Subhorizons, plural of subhorizon. Subhorizontal, not quite horizontal in position or orientation. Subhorizontally, in a subhorizontal manner or direction. Subhornblende dick, containing hormone in a scattered state. Subhourly, at a frequency of smaller periods than hours, more often than hourly. Subhuman, lacking characteristics of a human in a way judged to be less than human by some value judgment, opinion, or belief system, as for example an anthropocentric view of non-human primates or a Nazi view of various human outgroups. Subhumanity, the state or condition of being subhuman. Subhumanization, the process of making subhuman. Subhumanize, to make subhuman. Subhumanize, simple past and past participle of subhumanize. Subhumanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subhumanize. Subhumanizing, present participle and gerund of subhumanize. Subhumanly, in a subhuman way or to a subhuman extent. Subhumanness. Subhumanity. Subhumans, plural of subhuman. Subhume, having a humidity typical of grassland or prairie. Subhunter, a submarine hunter. Subhunters, plural of subhunter. Subhuti, one of 10 principal disciples of Gautama Buddha. Sudalai, partly or imperfectly hyaline. Sadyalai, situated under the hyaloid membrane. Subhymenia, plural of subhymium. Subhymenial, relating to a subhymium. Subhymium, the supportive hyphae from which the cells of the hymenium grow. Subhymnophoral, beneath the hymenophore. Sudoi, beneath the hyoid bone. Sudioidin, sudoi. Subhyperbolic, mathematics. Subhypergraph, a subset of a hypergraph. Subhypergraphs, plural of subhypergraph. Subhypergroup, a specific type of subset of a hypergroup. Subhypergroups, plural of subhypergroup. Subhypostomal, beneath a hypostome. Subhypotensive, less than would produce hypertension. Subhypotheses, plural of subhypothesis. Subhypothesis, a hypothesis forming part of a larger hypothesis. Subhypsodont, describing teeth that have smaller than usual crowns. Subhi, clipping of Subiaco, a suburb and local government area of the city of Subiaco in Perth, Western Australia. Tota, alternative form of Subia. Saliaco, a commune in Lazio, Italy. Dalias, plural of Subia. Sai, a barangay of Baliwag, Bulacan, Philippines. Subican, a subordinate icon. Subicans, plural of subican. Subictal, less that would produce an ictal seizure. Subicteric, somewhat jaundiced. Subicula, plural of subiculum. Subicular, relating to the subiculum. Subiculos, located within the subiculum. Subiculum, the most inferior component of the hippocampal formation, lying between the entorhinal cortex and the CA1 subfield of the hippocampus proper. Subadar, alternative spelling of subadar. Subadars, plural of subadar. Subidea, a secondary or subsidiary idea. Subidals, plural of subidal. Subideas, plural of subidea. Subidentities, plural of subidentity. Subidentity, an identity that makes up part of a larger identity. Subideologies, plural of subideology. Subideology, an ideology forming part of a larger ideology. A Subaru automobile. Subite, obsolete spelling of subject. Subites, plural of subite. Davies, plural of subi. Subi, a group of 6 old Mayday texts known for classical, miniature, and manuscript painting styles. Cediliac. Beneath the ilium. Subilium, the lower layer of the ilium. Subimage, a subset of an image. Subimages, plural of subimage. Subimaginal, relating to a subimago. Subimagines, plural of subimago. Subimago, a stage in the development of certain insects, intermediate between pupa and imago, during which the insect can fly, but must shed a skin before becoming mature. Subimagos, plural of subimago. Subimagos, plural of subimago. Subimbricate, almost or imperfectly imbricate. Subimbricated, almost or imperfectly imbricated. Subimbricately, in a subimbricate manner. Subimmerse, partially immersed. Subimmunogenic, less than is capable of producing an immunogenic reaction. Subimperforate, nearly imperforate. Subimperio, relating to a subempire. Subimperialism, a form of imperialism policy of forcefully extending a nation's authority by territorial gain or by the establishment of economic and political dominance over other nations which is subordinate to another imperialism. Subimperialisms, plural of subimperialism. Subimperialists, of or pertaining to subimperialism. Subimperialists, plural of subimperialists. Subincandescent, less than incandescent. Subincident, an incident forming part of a larger incident. Subincidence, plural of subincident. Subincise, to perform a subincision upon. Subincise, simple past and past participle of subincise. Subincises, third person singular simple present indicative of subincise. Subincising, present participle and gerund of subincise. Subincision, a urethrotomy in which the underside of the penis is incised and the urethra slit open lengthwise from the meatus toward the base. Subincisions, plural of subincision. Subincomplete, almost or imperfectly incomplete. Subincumbent, lying beneath. Subincusation, a slight charge or accusation. Subincusations, plural of subincusation. Subindex, a subsidiary index, or one that represents a sector of a larger one. Subindex, having or being a subindex. Subindexes, plural of subindex. Subindicate, to indicate by signs or hints, to indicate imperfectly. Subindicated, simple past and past participle of subindicate. Subindicates, third person singular simple present indicative of subindicate. Subindicating, present participle and gerund of subindicate. Subindication, the act of indicating by signs, is slight indication. Subindications, plural of subindication. Subindicative, tending to subindicate, suggestive, hinting at something. Subindicator, a subordinate indicator. Subindicators, plural of subindicator. Subindices, plural of subindex. Subindividual, a division of that which is individual. Subindividuals, plural of subindividual. Subinduce, to insinuate, to offer indirectly. Subinduce, simple past and past participle of subinduce. Subinduces, third person singular simple present indicative of subinduce. Subinducing, present participle and gerund of subinduce. Subindurate, almost or somewhat indurate. Subindurated, almost or somewhat indurated. Subindustrial, relating to a subindustry. Subindustries, plural of subindustry. Subindustry, an industry that makes up part of a larger industry. Subinertial, describing small currents that are independent of the movement of large bodies of water. Subinfection, a secondary infection in a patient recovering from a primary infection. Subinfections, plural of subinfection. Subinfectious, relating to a subinfection. Subinfective, less than infective. Subinfeudation, alternative form of subinfeudation. Subinfeudations, plural of subinfeudation. Subinfer, to infer from an inference already made. Subinfer, simple past and past participle of subinfer. Subinferring, present participle and gerund of subinfer. Subinfers, third person singular simple present indicative of subinfer. Subinfertility, near infertility. Subinfeudate, to apportion land by subinfeudation. Subinfeudated, simple past and past participle of subinfeudate. Subinfeudates, third person singular simple present indicative of subinfeudate. Subinfeudating, present participle and gerund of subinfeudate. Subinfeudation, the practice by which tenants, holding land under the king or other superior lord, carved out new and distinct tenures in their turn by subletting or alienating a part of their lands. Subinfeudations, plural of subinfeudation. Subinfeudatories, plural of subinfeudatory. Subinfeudatory, of or relating to subinfeudation. Subinflammatory, slightly inflammatory. Subinfraorbital, below the infraorbital bone in some fish. Subinfraorder, a subdivision of the taxonomic category infraorder. Subinfraorders, plural of subinfraorder. Subingression, the act of ingressing or entering subtly or unobservedly. Subinguinal, beneath the groin. Subinhibitory, describing a concentration or dosage less than an inhibitory level. Subinitial, ranked below an initial entity, secondary, derived. Subinjurious, that is not serious/harsh enough to cause injury. Subinoculate, to inoculate with an inactive material. Subinoculated, simple past and past participle of subinoculate. Subinoculate, third person singular simple present indicative of subinoculate. Subinoculating, present participle and gerund of subinoculate. Subinoculation, the act of subinoculating. Subinoculations, plural of subinoculation. Subinspector, a subordinate inspector. Subinspectors, plural of subinspector. Subinspectorship, the role of subinspector. Subinspectorships, plural of subinspectorship. Subinstruction, an instruction making up part of a larger instruction. Subinstructions, plural of subinstruction. Subensular, beneath an insula of the brain. Subintegumental, beneath the integument. Subintellectual. Below the level of the intellect. Subintellectuals. Plural of subintellectual. Subintelligence. Subnormal intelligence. Subintelligitor. Something that is implied even though not expressed. Subintelligitors. Plural of subintelligitor. Subintent. A secondary or subsidiary intent. Submeaning. Subintention. Synonym of subintent. Subintentions. Plural of subintention. Subintents. Plural of subintent. Subinteraction. An interaction making up part of a larger interaction. Subinteractions. Plural of subinteraction. Subinterests. Subsidiary interests. Subinterests. Plural of subinterests. Subinterface. A division of one physical interface into multiple logical interfaces. Subinterfaces. Plural of subinterface. Subinterval. Any of several smaller intervals into which a larger one is divided. Subintervals. Plural of subinterval. Subintestinal. Situated under or on the ventral side of the intestine. Subintima. The area beneath an intima. Subintimal. Beneath an intima relating to a subintima. Subintimally. In a subintimal manner. Subintrate. With paroxysms succeeding one another so fast as to be almost continuous. Subintroduct. Past participle of subintroduce. Subintroduce. To introduce in a secret or subtle manner. Subintroduce. Simple past of subintroduce. Subintroduces. Third person singular simple present indicative of subintroduce. Subintroducing. Present participle and gerund of subintroduce. Subintroduct. Obsolete form of subintroduce. Subintroducted. Simple past and past participle of subintroduct. Subintroducting. Present participle and gerund of subintroduct. Subintroduction. The subtle introducing of something. Subintroductory. Before the usual introductory level of a topic. Subintroducts. Third person singular simple present indicative of subintroduct. Subinventories. Plural of subinventory. Subinventory. An inventory making up part of a larger inventory. Subinvestigator. A subsidiary investigator, especially one investigating a clinical trial. Subinvestigators. Plural of subinvestigator. Subinvestment. Not at a level where investment is considered wise or profitable. Subinvolute. No involute. Subinvoluted. Alternative form of subinvolute. Subinvolution. Partial or incomplete involution. Subinvolutions. Plural of subinvolution. Suburgate. To irrigate from below using the subrogation technique. Suburgative. Simple past and past participle of suburgate. Suburgates. Third person singular simple present indicative of suburgate. Suburgating. Present participle and gerund of suburgate. Subrogation. A method of irrigation where water is delivered to the plant root zone from below the soil surface and absorbed upwards. The excess water may be collected for reuse. Suburrigations, plural of suburrigation. Suburrigator, one who suburrigates. Suburrigators, plural of suburrigator. Subisoform, a subtype of an isoform. Subisoforms, plural of subisoform. Subisolate, a subset of an isolate. Subisolates, plural of subisolate. Subisophagus, having the pygidium slightly smaller than the cephalon. Subisostatic, having excess interconnections. Subisotact, a subtype of an isotype. Subisotypes, plural of subisotype. Subisotyping, the isotyping of subset apes. Subissue, synonym of subproblem. Subissues, plural of subissue. Subcutaneous, sudden, suddenly done or made. Subcutaneous, suddenly. Subcutaneousness, the state, quality, or condition of being subcutaneous or sudden, suddenness. Subitany, sudden, hasty. Subitary, subcutaneous, suddenly done or made or raised. Subitem, an item that is subordinated to another item. Subitems, plural of subitem. Subitem set, a subset of an item set. Subitem sets, plural of subitem set. Subiteration, a subsidiary iteration. Subiterations, plural of subiteration. Subiterative, of or relating to subiterations. Subitize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of subitize. Subitized, simple past and past participle of subitize. Subitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subitize. Subitizing, present participle and gerund of subitize. Subative, characterizing verbs or verbal affixes denoting actions that occur suddenly or sharply. Subitives, plural of subative. Subitizable, able to be subitized. Subitization, the process of or act of glancing at a group of a few objects and knowing how many there are without actually counting. Subitize, to judge the number of objects in a group rapidly, accurately, and confidently without counting them. Subitized, simple past and past participle of subitize. Subitizer, one who subitizes. Subitizers, plural of subitizer. Subitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subitize. Subitizing, present participle and gerund of subitize. Subito, suddenly, abruptly. Sabia, a Bantu-speaking ethnic group native to southern Africa, part of the larger Lozi group. Third, abbreviation of subject. Subit, abbreviation of subjunctive. Subjacencies, plural of subjacency. Subjacency, the state of being subjacent. Subescent, lying beneath or at a lower level, underlying. Subjacently, in a subjacent manner or orientation. Subject, likely to be affected by or to experience something. Subject case, synonym of subjective case. Subject cases, plural of subject case. Subject clause, a clause that is the subject of a sentence. Subject clauses, plural of subject clause. Subject complement, a complement which is coupled to a subject. Subject complements, plural of subject complement. Subject heading, the name of a category in which a bibliographical record is included. Subject headings, plural of subject heading. Subject indexing, the act of describing a document by index terms to indicate what the document is about or to summarize its content, the index terms often coming from a controlled vocabulary. Subject matter, the matter or thought presented for consideration in some statement or discussion, that which is made the object of thought or study. Subject matter jurisdiction, in the law of civil procedure, the ability of a court to hear a case based on the authority granted to the court to hear that particular type of case. Subject matters, plural of subject matter. Subject of labor, everything to which human labor is applied. Subject pronoun, a pronoun that is used as the subject of a sentence, such as I, he, she, they, or we in English. Subject pronouns, plural of subject pronoun. Subject control, whose shared object is its subject. Subject matter, alternative form of subject matter. Subject matters, plural of subject matter. Subject-oriented, of or pertaining to a software paradigm in which the state fields and behavior methods of objects are not seen as intrinsic to the objects themselves, but are provided by various subjective perceptions, subjects of the objects. Subjectability, the quality of being subjectable. Subjectable, capable of being subjected to something. Subjectum, the condition or state of being a subject, subjecthood. Subjected, simple past and past participle of subject. Subjectedness, the quality of being subjected to another. Subjector, someone or something that subjects. Subjectors, plural of subjector. Subjectus, second person singular simple present indicative of subject. Subjecta, third person singular simple present indicative of subject. Subjecthood, the condition or state of being a subject. Subjectability, alternative form of subjectability. Subjectable, alternative form of subjectable. Subjectification, the process of subjectifying. Subjectifications, plural of subjectification. Subjectify, simple past and past participle of subjectify. Subjectifies, third person singular simple present indicative of subjectify. Subjectify, to turn into a subject. Subjectifying, present participle and gerund of subjectify. Subjectile, a substrate, material, or support upon which a painting or engraving is created. Subjectiles, plural of subjectile. Subjecting, present participle and gerund of subject. Subjection, the act of bringing something under the control of something else. Subjectional, relating to subjection. Subjections, plural of subjection. Subjectus, one skilled in subjective philosophy, is subjectivist. Subjectists, plural of subjectus. Subjectival, of or pertaining to the subject of a sentence. Subjectivation, the process of turning subjective. Subjectivations, plural of subjectivation. Subjective, formed as in opinions, based upon a person's feelings or intuition rather than upon observation or purely logical reasoning, coming more from within the observer than from observations of the external environment. Subjective case. The form of a noun or pronoun used as the subject of a finite verb. In the active voice, this is the agent. In the passive voice, the subject is the receiver of the action. In both cases, the subject is the thing subjected to what is said about it. It is the topic of the statement. Subjective cases. Plural of subjective case. Subjective synonym. A synonym in which the names that are being synonymized have different types, based to some extent on the opinion of the writer. Subjective synonyms. Plural of subjective synonym. Subjective time. The perception of time being tied to experience, time flying by, time dragging slowly. Subjective tinnitus. A ringing sound that is perceived but not caused by any physical sound waves. Subjectively. In a subjective manner. Subjectiveness. The quality of being subjective. Subjectives. Plural of subjective. Subjectivize. Alternative form of subjectivize. Subjectivized. Simple past and past participle of subjectivize. Subjectivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subjectivize. Subjectivizing. Present participle and gerund of subjectivize. Subjectivism. The doctrine that reality is created or cheat by the main. Subjectivisms. Plural of subjectivism. Subjectivists. Regarding subjective experience as fundamental. Subjectivist. Of or pertaining to subjectivism. Subjectivistically. In a subjectivistic manner. Subjectivists. Plural of subjectivists. Subjectivities. Plural of subjectivity. Subjectivity. The state of being subjective. Subjectivization. The act or process of subjectivizing, the process of change by which words develop is subjective in place of or alongside an objective sense. Subjectivizations. Plural of subjectivization. Subjectivize. To make subjective. Subjectivized. Simple past and past participle of subjectivize. Subjectivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subjectivize. Subjectivizing. Present participle and gerund of subjectivize. Subjectless. Lacking a subject citizen. Subjectlessly. In a subjectless manner. Subjectlessness. Lack of a subject. Subject-like. Resembling or characteristic of a subject. Subjectness. The quality of being subject or subordinate. Subjector. Alternative form of subjector. Subjectors. Plural of subjector. Subjects. Plural of subject. Subjectship. The state of being subject. Subject-wise. By subject or topic. Subject. Alternative form of sabzi. Subject. One of a number of smaller jets formed by the breakup of a larger one. Subjects. plural of subject. Sabi, alternative form of sabzi. Submissible, subjectable, capable of being subjected. Subhi, to add something to the end, to append or annex. Subjoinder, something subjoined to another. Subjoinders, plural of subjoinder. Subjoined, simple past and past participle of subjoin. Subjoineth, third person singular simple present indicative of subjoin. Subjoining, present participle and gerund of subjoin. Subjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of subjoin. Subjoint, a secondary or subsidiary joint. Subjoints, plural of subjoint. Subjoin, obsolete form of subjoin. Subjoin, obsolete form of subjoin. Subjoined, simple past and past participle of subjoin. Subjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of subjoin. Subjoining, present participle and gerund of subjoin. Subjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of subjoin. Thabis, plural of subj. Tabe, alternative form of subjudge. Saudades, plural of subjudge. Subjugable, capable of being subjugated. Subjugable, below the jugal bone or zygomatic bone. Subjugates, to forcibly impose obedience or servitude upon. Subjugated, simple past and past participle of subjugate. Subjugates, third person singular simple present indicative of subjugate. Subjugating, present participle and gerund of subjugate. Subjugation, the act of subjugating. Subjugational, or relating to subjugation. Subjugations, plural of subjugation. Subjugative, of or pertaining to subjugation. Subjugator, a person who subjugates or conquers. Subjugators, plural of subjugator. Subjulacious, sublimentaceous. Subject, an adverb that expresses a condition. Subjunction, act of subjoining or state of being subjoined. Subjunctional, relating to a subjunction. Subjunctions, plural of subjunction. Subjunctive, inflected to indicate that an act or state of being is possible, contingent or hypothetical, and not a fact. Subjunctive mode, the subjunctive mood. Subjunctive modes, plural of subjunctive mode. Subjunctive mood, mood expressing an action or state which is hypothetical or anticipated rather than actual, including wishes and commands. Subjunctive moods, plural of subjunctive mood. Subjunctively, in a subjunctive manner. Subjunctives, plural of subjunctive. Subjunctivity, the property of being in the subjunctive mood. Subjunctivization, the process of subjunctivizing. Subjunctivize, to convert to a subjunctive form. Subjunctivized, simple past and past participle of subjunctivize. Subjunctivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subjunctivize. Subjunctivizing, present participle and gerund of subjunctivize. Subjuncts, plural of subjunct. Subjunior, below the age or rank of a junior. Subjuniors, plural of subjunior. Subjuvenile, a newborn animal. Subjuveniles, plural of subjuvenile. Subjuv, abbreviation of subjunctive. Subes, plural of subjuv. Subkernel, a subsidiary kernel. Subkernels, plural of subkernel. Subthi, a partial key. Subvias, plural of subkey. Subka, alternative form of sabka. Subkilohertz. Below 1 kilohertz. Subkilometer, having dimensions or a resolution of less than a kilometer. Subkilometer. Alternative form of subkilometer. Subkilometric. Synonym of subkilometer. Subkiloton, below 1 kiloton. Subkind, a specific type of kind. Is subtype. Subkinds, plural of subkind. Subking, a monarch of a polity that is in turn part of another kingdom. Subkingdom, a taxonomic category below kingdom and above superphylum. Subkingdoms, plural of subkingdom. Subkings, plural of subking. Subkulak, a peasant in the Soviet Union who was not as wealthy as a kulak, but was seen as holding the same counter-revolutionary attitudes. Subkulaks, plural of subkulak. Sublabel, a label, for example, on a diagram that is subordinate to another label. Sublabels, plural of sublabel. Subleo, under the lip. Subleoe, under the lip. Sublabials, plural of sublabial. Sublacidic, almost or imperfectly laciniate. Sublaciniate, alternative form of sublaciniate. Sublacrymal, beneath the lacrimal gland. Sublacunar, beneath a lacuna. Sublacune, located or occurring under the surface of a lake. Sublacustre, sublacustrine. Sublacustrine, below the surface and especially near the bottom of a lake. Sublaginiform, slightly laginiform. Sublamellar, beneath a lamella. Sublamina, the region beneath a lamina. Sublamini, plural of sublamina. Sublaminar, below a layer. Sublaminar, relating to a sublamina. Sublaminas, plural of sublamina. Sublaminate, each single sheet of a laminate. Sublaminates, plural of sublaminate. Sublanate, almost or imperfectly lanate. Sublanceolate, almost lanceolate. Sublancen, a particular bacteriocin produced by the bacterium Bacillus subtilis. Sublandlord, synonym of sublisser. Sublandlords. Plural of sublandlord. Sublanguage, a language restricted to a specific context, such as a particular subject area. Sublanguages, plural of sublanguage. Sublanos, slightly woolly. Sublaplacian, mathematics. Sublaplacians, plural of sublaplacian. Sublapsarian, an infralapsarian. Sublapsarianism, infralapsarianism, sublapsarians, plural of sublapsarian, sublapsary, sublapsarian, sublaryngeal, beneath the larynx, sublate, to negate, deny, or contradict, sublate, simple past and past participle of sublate, sublateral, that develops from a lateral shoot or branch, sublateral, plural of sublateral, sublaterodorsal, beneath a laterodorsal area, sublates, third person singular simple present indicative of sublate, sublating, present participle and gerund of sublate, sublation, a flotation method in which the material to be separated is adsorbed on the surface of gas bubbles in a liquid and is collected on an upper layer of an immiscible liquid. Sublations, plural of sublation. Sublative, a case of nouns in Finno-Ugric languages used to express the destination of movement originally onto the surface of something, for example, climb onto a tree, and, by extension, in other figurative meanings as well, for example, to university. Sublative case. The sublative. Sublative cases, plural of sublative case. Sublattice, a non-empty subset of a lattice. Sublattices, plural of sublattice. Sublaw, a secondary or subsidiary law. Sublaws, plural of sublaw. Sublayer, a layer underneath another. Sublayered, having one or more sublayers. Sublayering, present participle and gerund of sublayer. Sublayerings, plural of sublayering. Sublayers, plural of sublayer. Sublayout, a secondary or subsidiary layout. Sublayouts, plural of sublayout. Subleader, a secondary leader. Subleaders, plural of subleader. Subleadership, the role or position of subleader. Subleading, below a leading element. Subleaf, a smaller leaf making up part of a larger leaf. Subleaflet, a leaflet making up part of a subdivided, for example, by pinnate leaflet. Subleaflets, plural of subleaflet. Sublease, a lease sublet by a tenant or lessee to a subtenant. Sublease, simple past and past participle of sublease. Subleaser, synonym of subleaser. Subleasers, plural of subleaser. Subleases, plural of sublease. Subleasing, present participle and gerund of sublease. Sublease, plural of subleaf. Subalbrities, plural of subalbrity. Subalbrity, a minor celebrity, someone famous for being famous. Subact, a lect forming part of a larger lect. Subacts, plural of sublect. Sublecturer, a lesser or subsidiary lecturer. Sublecturers, plural of sublecturer. Subledger, a subsidiary ledger dealing with a specific subsection of the general ledger, such as property and equipment costs. Subledgers, plural of subledger. Subalval, smaller than may be legally harvested. Subalgent, a legend, caption, or inscription that is subordinate to another. Subulgens, plural of subulgend. Subulgen, a subdivision of a legion. Subulgens, plural of subulgen. Subulma, a statement proven for use in the proof of a more important statement, usually a lemma. Subulma, relating to a subulma. Subulmas, plural of subulma. Subulmata, plural of subulma. Subuns, a lens in various senses making up part of a greater lens. Subunsas, plural of sublens. Sublenticular. Beneath a lens. Savoisement, beneath a lesion. Savoihernale, beneath a lesion. Sublace, synonym of subtenant. Sublaces, plural of sublacy. Sublessor, a tenant or lessee that grants a sublease, one who sublets. Sublessors, plural of sublessor. Sublet, to grant a sublease out of property held under a lease. Subtlethal, less than leal. Subultality, the condition of being subulful. Subulfule, in a subulful manner, or to a subulful extent. Subulfule, misspelling of subulfully. Sublets. Third person singular simple present indicative of sublet. Sublet, a surname. Subletable, able to be sublet. Subot, a surname. Subult County, one of 23 counties in Wyoming, United States. County seat, Pinedale. Subletter, synonym of sublessor. Subletters, plural of subletter. Subletting, present participle and gerund of sublet. Sublettings, plural of subletting. Subalter, alternative form of subletter. Subulders, plural of subalter. Sublets, plural of sublet. Subulate, to raise up, to elevate. Subulvated, simple past and past participle of subulvate. Subulvates, third person singular simple present indicative of subulvate. Subulvating, present participle and gerund of subulvate. Subulvation, the act of raising on high, elevation. Subulvations, plural of subulvation. Sublevel, an intermediate level between others in a mine. Sublevels, plural of sublevel. Suboxica, plural of suboxicon. Suboxico. Referring to constituent parts of a word. Suboxicoi, in a suboxical manner. Suboxicon, a lexicon forming part of a larger lexicon. Suboxicons, plural of suboxicon. Sublibrarian, an assistant librarian. Sublibrarians, plural of sublibrarian. Sublibraries, plural of sublibrary. Sublibrary, a library forming part of a larger library. Sublicense, alternative form of sublicense. Sublicenses, plural of sublicense. Sublicenseable, capable of or suitable for being sublicensed. Sublicense, a license granted by a licensee to a third party under the authority of the license originally granted by a licensor to the licensee. Sublicense, simple past and past participle of sublicense. Sublicense, C, a person to whom a sublicense is granted. Sublicensees, plural of sublicensee. Sublicenses, plural of sublicense. Sublicensing, present participle and gerund of sublicense. Sublicensor, a licensee that grants a sublicense to another. Sublicensors, plural of sublicensor. Sublieutenancies, plural of sublieutenancy. Sublieutenancy, the rank or position of sublieutenant. Sublieutenant, alternative form of sublieutenant. Sublieutenants, plural of sublieutenant. Subligacula, plural of subligaculum. Subligaculum, a kind of underwear worn in ancient Rome. Subligamental, alternative form of subligamentus. Subligamentus, beneath a ligament. Subligaria, an intricately folded cloth used as underwear by both men and women in ancient Rome. Subligation, the act of binding underneath. Sublite, alternative spelling of sublite. Subligulate, nearly ligulate in form. Sublimability, the quality of being sublimable. Sublimable, capable of being sublimed or sublimated. Sublimableness, the quality of being sublimable. Sublimatable, capable of being sublimated. Sublimate, to heat a substance in a container so as to convert it into a gas which then condenses in solid form on cooler parts of the container. Sublimate, simple past and past participle of sublimate. Sublimates, third person singular simple present indicative of sublimate. Sublimating, present participle and gerund of sublimate. Sublimation, the transition of a substance from the solid phase directly to the vapor state such that it does not pass through the intermediate liquid phase. Sublimation energies, plural of sublimation energy. Sublimation energy, the increase in internal energy of a unit mass of solid when it undergoes sublimation at constant temperature and pressure. Sublimational, relating to sublimation. Sublimations, plural of sublimation. Sublimative, bringing about sublimation. Sublimator, a device that sublimates a substance. Sublimatories, plural of sublimatory. Sublimators, plural of sublimator. Sublimatory, a vessel or device used for sublimation. Sublimbate, almost or imperfectly limbate. Sublime, synonym of sublimate. Sublime Porte, the monumental portal at the Ottoman palace where the supreme tribunals were held, became the surname of the first palace in Bursa, transferred to the even grander Topkapi Palace after the capital's transfer to Istanbul, the former Byzantine imperial capital Constantinople. Sublimed, simple past and past participle of sublime. Sublimely, in a sublime manner. Sublimeness, the quality or state of being sublime, sublimity. Sublimer, comparative form of sublime, more sublime. Sublimers, plural of sublimer. Sublimes, plural of sublime. Sublimes, superlative form of sublime, most sublime. Sublimeth, third person singular simple present indicative of sublime. Sublimification, the act of making sublime. Sublimifications, plural of sublimification. Subliminal, of a stimulus, below the line or threshold of conscious perception, especially if still able to produce a response. Also generally, below the threshold where a response can be produced. Subliminal message, a signal or message embedded in another object, designed to pass below the normal limits of perception. Subliminal messages, plural of subliminal message. Subliminality, the condition of being subliminal. Subliminalization, the process of subliminalizing. Subliminalize, to make subliminal. Subliminalized, simple past and past participle of subliminalize. Subliminalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subliminalize. Subliminalizing, present participle and gerundive subliminalize. Subliminally, in a subliminal manner. Subliminals, plural of subliminal. Sublining, present participle and gerundive subline. Sublinings, plural of subliming. Sublimize, alternative form of sublimize. Sublimized, simple past and past participle of sublimize. Sublimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sublimize. Sublimish, somewhat sublime. Sublimizing, present participle and gerundive sublimize. Sublimate, a secondary or subsidiary limit. Sublimitation, a secondary or subsidiary limitation. Sublimitations, plural of sublimitation. Sublimities, plural of sublimity. Sublimites, plural of sublimate. Sublimity, the quality or state of being sublime. Sublimize, to sublimate. Sublimized, simple past and past participle of sublimize. Sublimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sublimize. Sublimizing, present participle and gerundive sublimize. Sublimnic, beneath a limnic stratum. Subline, a subset of a line of cells in a strain. Sublineage, a subordinate part of a lineage. Sublineages, plural of sublineage. Sublinear, placed below a line of text. Sublinearities, plural of sublinearity. Sublinearity, the condition of being sublinear. Sublinearly, in a sublinear manner. Sublineate, patly or imperfectly lineate. Sublineate, alternative form of sublineate. Sublineately, in a sublineate manner. Sublineation, a line drawn underneath text and underline. Sublineations, plural of sublineation. Sublinolate, somewhat or imperfectly linolate. Sublines, plural of subline. Subling, abbreviation of sublingual. Sublingual, a muscular secondary tongue found below the primary tongue in for simian primates. Sublinguae, plural of sublingua. Sublingual, administered through placement under the tongue. Sublingual gland, a small salivary gland on each side of the mouth lying beneath the mucous membrane in a fossa in the mandible near the symphysis. Sublingual glands, plural of sublingual gland. Sublingually, under the tongue. Sublinguals, plural of sublingual. Sublinguistic, of or relating to a sublanguage or to part of a language. Sublining, the area of layer beneath a lining. Sublinings, plural of sublining. Sublink, a lesser or subsidiary link. Sublinks, plural of sublink. Subliquid, partly or imperfectly liquid. Sublist, a list that makes up part of a larger list. Sublists, plural of sublists. Subliteracies, plural of subliteracy. Subliteracy, the state or condition of being subliterate. Subliterary, below the level of literature. Subliterate, having inferior literacy skills. Subliterately, in a subliterate way. Subliterates, plural of subliterate. Subliterature, inferior literature, such as pulp fiction. Subliteratures, plural of subliterature. Sublitharonite, an arenite that contains between 5% and 25% rock fragments. Sublitharonitic, relating to a sublitharonite. Sublithistids, plural of sublithistid. Sublithospheric, below deeper than the lithosphere. Sublittoral, under the shore. Sublitterally, under the shore. Sublitterals, plural of sublitteral. Sublobar, beneath a lobe. Sublobate, partly lobate. Sublodular, situated dwarf occurring under or at the bases of the lobules of the liver. Sublocale, a part of a locale. Sublocales, plural of sublocale. Sublocalization, alternative form of sublocalization. Sublocalizations, plural of sublocalization. Sublocalities, plural of sublocality. Sublocality, a subsidiary locality. Sublocalization, localization within a larger, less specific area. Sublocalizations, plural of sublocalization. Sublocalize, to cause or to undergo sublocalization. Sublocalized, simple past and past participle of sublocalize. Sublocation, a smaller part of a larger location. Sublocations, plural of sublocation. Subloci, plural of sublocus. Sublocus, a subsidiary locus. Sublogarithmic, describing an algorithm that may be completed in less than logarithmic time. Sublogarithmically, in a sublogarithmic manner. Sublogic, a subset of a system of logic. Sublogics, plural of sublogic. Sublogo, a lesser or secondary logo. Sublogos, plural of sublogo. Sublomes, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Subloop, a loop making up part of another loop. Subloops, plural of subloop. Sublot, a lot that forms part of a larger lot. Sublots, plural of sublot. Sublo, grime music with very low bass frequencies. Sublucid, almost or imperfectly lucid. Sublumbar, alternative form of sublumbar. Sublumbar, situated under or on the ventral side of the lumbar region of the vertebral column. Sublume, slower than light, having a speed less than that of light. Subluminal, slower than light, having a speed less than light. Subluminality, the condition of being subluminal. Subluminally, in a subluminal manner, slower than the speed of light. Subluminary, slower than the speed of light. Subluminous, of lower luminosity. Sublunar, situated beneath the moon. Sublunarian, alternative form of sublunarian. Sublunarian, below the surface of the moon. Sublunarian, plural of sublunary. Sublunary, situated beneath the moon, specifically between the moon and the earth. Sublunary sphere. In geocentric cosmologies, that region of the cosmos from the center of the earth to the moon, believed to comprise the four classical elements earth, air, fire, and water, and to be subject to generation and corruption. Sublunary spheres, plural of sublunary sphere. Sublunate, almost or not quite lunate, approaching a crescent shape. Sublunulate, somewhat or partly lunulate. Sublunulated, alternative form of sublunulate. Sublustrous, less than normally lustrous. Sublux, synonym of subluxate, to partially dislocate or displace. Subluxable, able to be subluxed. Subluxate, to cause the subluxation of something to partially dislocate or displace. Subluxated, partially dislocated. Subluxates, third person singular simple present indicative of subluxate. Subluxating, present participle and gerund of subluxate. Subluxation, a partial dislocation. Subluxations, plural of subluxation. Sublux, synonym of subluxated. Subluxes, third person singular simple present indicative of sublux. Subluxing, present participle and gerund of sublux. Sublyrate, nearly lyrate in shape. Subwitic, of an amount or concentration insufficient to cause lyses. Submachine, a machine forming part of a larger machine. Submachine gun, a type of short-range machine gun that is carried as a personal weapon and uses pistol ammunition. Submachine guns, plural of submachine gun. Submachine gun, alternative form of submachine gun. Submachine guns, plural of submachine gun. Submachines, plural of submachine. Submicroblock, part of a macroblock. Submicroblocks, plural of submicroblock. Submicroscale, on a scale that is smaller than macroscale. Submicroscopic, at a scale smaller than macroscopic. Submacular, below the macula. Submage, having less than the magic number of nucleons. Submed, a lesser or subsidiary made. Submades, plural of subme. Suban, a subsidiary electrical main. Subbands, plural of submain. Submajor, less than major. Submajorities, plural of submajority. Submajority, a group that makes up less than a majority, but may form a majority by allying itself with others. Submajorization, the condition of submajorizing. Submajorizations. Plural of submajorization. Submajorize, to have the same partial sum as another sequence and at each step, to have the sum of the smaller sequence less than or equal to the sum of the larger sequence. Submajorize. Simple past and past participle of submajorize. Submajorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of submajorize. Submajorizing. Present participle and gerund of submajorize. Submajors. Plural of submajor. Submalar. Beneath a cheek. Submammalian. Describing any animal that is considered to be less advanced than a mammal. Submammary, situated under the mammae. Submammillithalanic, beneath the mammillary body and the thalamus. Suba, a subhuman, a creature that is less than a man. Submanagement, management at a secondary level, subordinate to higher management, the work of a submanager. Submanager, a manager who is subordinate to another manager. Submanagers, plural of submanager. Submandibular, below the mandible. Submandibular duct, a small duct that drains saliva. Submandibular ganglia, plural of submandibular ganglion. Submandibular ganglion, an autonomic ganglion that is situated on the hyoglossus muscle above the deep part of the submandibular gland, receives preganglionic fibers from the facial nerve by way of the chorda tympani and sends postganglionic fibers to the submandibular and sublingual glands. Submandibular gland, either of a pair of salivary glands located beneath the lower jaws, superior to the digastric muscles. Submandibular glands, plural of submandibular gland. Submanifold, a manifold which is a subset of another, so that the inclusion function is an embedding or sometimes an immersion. Submanifolds, plural of submanifold. Submanubrial, beneath the manubrium. Subhap, a subset of a map. Subhaps, plural of submap. Submargin, an area parallel to a margin but slightly further in. Submarginal, less than or worse than marginal, not meeting even the minimum standard of quality. Submarginally, in a submarginal manner, below a margin. Submarginate, almost or imperfectly marginate. Submarginated, almost or imperfectly marginated. Submargins, plural of submargin. Submaria, plural of submarium. Submarine, a boat that can go underwater. Submarine chaser, a small, fast naval vessel intended specifically for anti-submarine warfare. Submarine chasers, plural of submarine chaser. Submarine fan, a shallow marine sediment beyond the opening of a large river, etc. Submarine fans, plural of submarine fan. Submarine paradox, synonym of Supple's paradox. Submarine patent, a patent first published and granted long after the filing of the initial application. Submarine patents, plural of submarine patent. Submarine pitch, a pitch thrown with an underarm sidearm motion. Submarine pitches, plural of submarine pitch. Submarine river, a river-like current on the seabed. Submarine rivers, plural of submarine river. Submarine sandwich, a sandwich made on a long, cylindrical roll split lengthwise. Submarine sandwiches, plural of submarine sandwich. Submarine, simple past and past participle of submarine. Submarineful, as much as a submarine will hold. Submarine-like, having the characteristics of a submarine. Submariner, a member of the crew of a submarine. Submariners, plural of submariner. Submarines, plural of submarine. Submarining, present participle and gerund of submarine. Submarinism, the use of submarines in warfare. Submarinus, synonym of submariner, member of the crew of a submarine. Submarinists, plural of submarinists. Submaritime, inland from a maritime region. Submarium, an aquarium with many sea creatures. Submariums, plural of submarium. Submark, a mark making up part of a larger mark. Submarked, simple past and past participle of submark. Submarket, a distinct part of a larger market. Submarkets, plural of submarket. Submarking, present participle and gerund of submark. Submarkings, plural of submarking. Submarkovian. Mathematics. Submarks, plural of submark. Submarshal, an under or deputy marshal. Submarshals, plural of submarshal. Submartingale, a stochastic process for which the conditional expectation of future values given the sequence of all prior values is superior or equal to its current value. Submartingales, plural of submartingale. Submass, the mass of a substring of a weighted alphabet. Submasses, plural of submass. Submassive, less than or approaching massive. Submaster, a key that can open several locks, but fewer than a master key. Submasters, plural of submaster. Submatch, a match forming part of a larger match, for example in a text string being searched. Submatches, plural of submatch. Submatrices, plural of submatrix. Submatrix, a matrix formed by selecting certain rows and columns from a larger matrix. Submatrices, plural of submatrix. Submature, not yet matured or differentiated. Submaxilla, the lower jawbone. Submaxilli, plural of submaxilla. Submaxillar, alternative form of submaxillary. Submaxillary, situated under the maxilla or lower jaw, inframaxillary. Submaxillary duct. Synonym of submandibular duct. Submaxillary gland. Synonym of submandibular gland. Submaxillary glands. Plural of submaxillary gland. Submaxim. A maxim making up part of a greater maxim. Submaxima. Plural of submaximum. Submaximal. Less than maximal. Submaximally. In a submaximal manner, less than maximally. Submaxims. Plural of submaxim. Submaximum. Alternative form of submaximal. Submaximums. Plural of submaximum. Submaze. A maze forming part of a larger maze. Submazes. Plural of submaze. Submeaning. A deeper or underlying meaning. Submeaningful. Below the threshold of meaning. Submeanings. Plural of submeaning. Submeasures. Plural of submeasure. Submechanism. A subset of a mechanism. Submechanisms. Plural of submechanism. Submechanophobia. A fear of man-made objects submerged partially or fully underwater. Submedial. Lying under the middle. Submedially. In a submedial position or orientation. Submedian. Next to the median on either side. Submedially. In a submedian manner. Submediate. The sixth note of a scale shown as VI. Submedians. Plural of submediant. Mediocre. Worse than mediocre. Submediocrity. Very inferior quality, worse than mediocrity. Submediterranean. Alternative form of submediterranean. Submeeting. A secondary or subsidiary meeting. Submeetings. Plural of submeeting. Submegabase. Composed of less than a million nucleotides. Submegabit. Less than a megabit. Submegabyte. Less than a megabyte. Submegahertz. Below 1 megahertz. Submember. A member of a subordinate group, taxon, etc. Submembers. Plural of submember. Submembranaceous. Almost or imperfectly membranaceous. Submembrane. Alternative form of submembrane. Submembrane. Located beneath a membrane. Submembraneous. Misspelling of submembranous. Submembranous. Beneath a membrane. Submembranously. In a submembranous manner. Submen. Plural of submen. Submendelian. At a rate/ratio less than that of Mendelian of production. Submeningeal. Beneath the meninges. Submeningeally. In a submeningeal manner. Submenta. Plural of submentum. Submental. Located beneath. Submeningeally. In a submeningeal manner. Submenta. Plural of submentum. Submental. Located beneath the chin or lower jaw. Submentalize. Alternative form of submentalize. Submentalizing. Present participle and gerund of submentalize. Submentalize. To mind read. Submentalizing. Present participle and gerund of submentalize. Submentally. Towards the submentum. Subantonian. Beneath the chin. Subentoplasties. plural of submentoplasty. Submentoplasty, a neck skin tightening procedure which can improve the appearance of loose skin and excess fat of the neck. Submentum, the basal part of the labium of insects, which bears the mentum. Submenu, a secondary menu available through another menu, especially one that branches off the first. Submenus, plural of submenu. Submerchantable, below merchantable quality. Submerge, to sink out of sight. Submergible, that can be submerged. Submerged, simple past and past participle of submerge. Submergement, the act of submerging. Submergements, plural of submergement. Submergence, the act of submerging or the state of being submerged, submersion. Submergences, plural of submergence. Submerged, underwater, submerged, aquatic. Submerger, someone or something that submerges. Submergers, plural of submerger. Submerges, third person singular simple present indicative of submerge. Submergible, synonym of submersible. Submergibles, plural of submergible. Submerging, present participle and gerund of submerge. Submeridiano, beneath a meridian. Submersal, synonym of submersion is submerging. Submersals, plural of submersal. Submerse, to submerge. Submersed, simple past and past participle of submerse. Submerses, third person singular simple present indicative of submerse. Submersibility, the quality of being submersible. Submersible, able to be submerged. Submersibles, plural of submersible. Submersing, present participle and gerund of submerse. Submersion, the act of submerging or the state of being submerged, immersion. Submergence, plural of submersion. Submerso, of or pertaining to submersion. Subwesh, a subset of a mesh. Subwishes, plural of submesh. Submesodont, a small mesodont. Submesodonts, plural of submesodont. Submisophotic, beneath a mesophotic zone. Submesophilus, beneath the mesophyllum. Submesoscale, a scale somewhat smaller than mesoscale. Submesoscales, plural of submesoscale. Submesophallio, under the mesothelium. Submessage, a message that makes up part of another message. Submessages, plural of submessage. Submetabolic, less than that produced by a normal metabolism. Submetabolome, a subset of the metabolome. Submetabolome, plural of submetabolome. Submetacentric, of a chromosome having the centromere between one end and the middle, and thus having a long arm and a short arm. Submetacentrix, plural of submetacentric. Submetallic, having a luster like that of metal, but duller and less reflective. Submetaplural, beneath a metaplurin. Submetatarsal, beneath a metatarsus. Submeter, a utility meter, especially for electricity, that allows for the monitoring of usage on a portion of a distribution network, especially not owned by a utility, past a main meter. Submeter, simple past and past participle of submeter. Submetering, present participle and gerund of submeter. Submeters, plural of submeter. Submethod, a method or technique used as part of another method. Submethods, plural of submethod. Submetropolitan, smaller or less important than a metropolis. Submicellar, relating to submicelles. Submicelle, a constituent part of a micelle. Submicelles, plural of submicelle. Submicrogram, being or relating to quantity of less than a microgram. Submicrograms, plural of submicrogram. Submicrojansky, having a flux density of less than a microjansky. Submicroliter, alternative form of submicroliter. Submicroliter, having a volume less than 1 microliter. Submicrometer, having a scale less than a micrometer. Submicrometers, plural of submicrometer. Submicrometer, alternative spelling of submicrometer. Submicrometric, having a scale less than a micrometer. Submicromolar, less than micromolar. Submicron, smaller than micron scale. Submicronic, having dimensions less than a micron. Submicrons, plural of submicron. Submicroparticle, a submicrometer particle. Submicroparticles, plural of submicroparticle. Submicroscale, on a scale that is smaller than microscale. Submicroscopic, smaller than microscopic, too small to be seen even with a microscope. Submicroscopical, alternative form of submicroscopic. Submicroscopically, in a submicroscopic manner. Submicroscopy, submicroscopic imaging. Submicroscon, of or pertaining to time spans of less than a microsecond. Submicrovillar, beneath the microvilli. Submiliary, designating large tuberculous masses formed by the coalescence of many miliary tubercles. Submillisecond, misspelling of submillisecond. Submillennial, pertaining to a time interval less than 1,000 years. Submilliarc second, smaller than 1 milliarc second. Submillihartry, smaller than millihartry scale. Submillikelvin, relating to temperatures below 1 millikelvin. Submillimeter, less than a millimeter in size. Submillimeter galaxies, plural of submillimeter galaxy. Submillimeter galaxy, a type of starburst galaxy that primarily emits radiation in the sub-mm/T Hz range. Due to the extreme dustiness of the galaxy, they are visible mostly in infrared emissions at their redshift, which are subsequently redshifted into the sub/THZ range by Hubble expansion. Submillimeter wave radiation, electromagnetic waves with a wavelength less than 1 millimeter. The band begins at about 0.3 THz, a term often used by radio astronomers. Submillimeters, plural of submillimeter. Submillimeter, alternative spelling of submillimeter. submillimeters, plural of submillimeter. Submillimetric, submillimeter. Submillimetrical, submillimetric. Submillimolar, on a smaller scale than millimolar. Submillisecond, lasting less than a millisecond. Submillisievert, less than a millisievert. Submind, a mind making up part of a greater mind. Subminds, plural of submind. Subminiature, compact or smaller than miniature. Subminiatures, plural of subminiature. Subminiaturization, the process of subminiaturizing. Subminiaturize, to reduce to subminiature scale. Subminiaturize, simple past and past participle of subminiaturize. Subminiaturizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subminiaturize. Subminiaturizing, present participle and gerund of subminiaturize. Subminima, plural of subminimum. Subminimal, below a minimal value. Subminimality, the condition of being subminimal. Subminimally, in a subminimal manner, less than minimally. Subminimization, reduction to a subminimal value. Subminimizations, plural of subminimization. Subminimum, below the normal minimum. Subminimums, plural of subminimum. Subminister, to supply, to administer. Subminister, simple past and past participle of subminister. Subministerial, below the rank of minister. Subministering, present participle and gerund of subminister. Subministers, third person singular simple present indicative of subminister. Subministrant, subordinate, subservient. Subministrate, to supply, to afford, to subminister. Subministrated, simple past and past participle of subministrate. Subministrates, third person singular simple present indicative of subministrate. Subministrating, present participle and gerund of subministrate. Subministration, the act of subministering. Subministrations, plural of subministration. Subminor, an interval smaller in size than a minor interval but larger than the major interval preceding it. Subminorities, plural of subminority. Subminority, a minority group that makes up part of a larger minority. Submirror, a secondary or subsidiary mirror. Submirrors, plural of submirror. Submise, obsolete form of submit. Submass, submissive. Submissible, synonym of submittable. Submissile, a missile that detaches from a larger missile. Submissiles, plural of submissile. Submission, the act of submitting or yielding, surrender. Submissionism, the beliefs of the submissionists. Submissionists, a Southerner who wanted to preserve the Union in the context of the American Civil War. Submissionists, plural of submissionists. Submissions, plural of submission. Submissive, meekly obedient or passive, obsequious. Submissively, in a submissive manner. Submissiveness, the state or quality of being submissive. Submissives, plural of submissive. Submissly, in a submissive manner with submission. Submissiveness, submissiveness. to yield or give way to another. Submitochondrial, describing any subunit of a mitochondrion. Submitogenic, not effective enough to cause mitosis. Submetral, beneath the mitral valve. Submet, third person singular simple present indicative of submit. Submittable, capable of being submitted or eligible to be submitted. Submittal, the act of submitting. Submission. Submittals, plural of submittal. Submittance, synonym of submittal. Submittances, plural of submittance. Submitted, simple past and past participle of submit. Submitter, a person who submits, for example, a paper for publication. Submitters, plural of submitter. Submittus, second person singular simple present indicative of submit. Submitteth, third person singular simple present indicative of submit. Submitting, present participle and gerund of submit. Submittingly, so as to submit in a submissive manner. Submittings, plural of submitting. Submix, a mix of sounds from several instruments of the same type, prior to mixing them with further elements of the soundtrack. Submixed, simple past and past participle of submix. Submixes, plural of submix. Submixing, present participle and gerund of submix. Submixture, a mixture of elements that will itself be mixed with other elements. Submixtures, plural of submixture. Duh, abbreviation of submillimeter. Submodal, less than modal. Submodalities, plural of submodality. Submodality, a subset or distinction within a larger modality. Submodel, a distinct part of a larger model. Submodels, plural of submodel. Submodifier, a subordinate modifier. Submodifiers, plural of submodifier. Submodify, to modify using a submodifier. Submodifying, present participle and gerund of submodify. Submodular, of, pertaining to, or composed of submodules. Submodularity, the condition of being a submodule. Submodule, a module making a part of a larger module. Submodules, plural of submodule. Submoieties, plural of submoiety. Submoiety, a subset of a moiety. Submolar, less than molar concentration or amount. Submolariform, somewhat molariform. Submolecular, below the molecular scale, smaller than a molecule. Submolecule, any part of a molecule, especially a radical. Submolecules, plural of submolecule. Submoniliform, somewhat moniliform. Submonish, to suggest, to prompt. Submonish, simple past and past participle of submonish. Subonishes, third person singular simple present indicative of submonish. Subonishing, present participle and gerund of submonish. Subonition, suggestion, prompting. Subinitions. Plural of subinition. Submonoid. A subset of a monoid that is itself a monoid. Submonoids. Plural of submonoid. Submonolayer. Beneath a monolayer. Submonolayers. Plural of submonolayer. Submonomer. Any small molecule used in the stepwise synthesis of a polymer, especially a polypeptide. Submonomeric. Relating to a submonomer. Submonomers. Plural of submonomer. Submonosomal. Relating to a fraction of a monosome. Submontane. Located at the base of a mountain or in the foothills of a mountain chain. Submonthly. At a frequency of smaller periods than months, more often than monthly. Submoon. Synonym of moon. Submoons. Plural of submoon. Submoron. A person whose intellect is less than that of a moron. Submoronic. Having or suited to an intellect below that of a moron. Submorons. Plural of submoron. Submorpheme. A unit of language smaller than a morpheme. Submorphemes. Plural of submorpheme. Submorphemic. At a lower level than that of morphemes. Submorphologies. Plural of submorphology. Submorphology. A subset of morphologies. Submortality. A lower than normal death rate. Submortgage. A secured loan whereby a mortgagee uses his interest in a mortgage as collateral on a loan with a third party, in effect transferring or assigning the mortgage thereto. Submortgagee. One who provides a loan secured by a mortgagee's interest in a mortgage and in effect becomes the assignee of that mortgage. Submortgagees. Plural of submortgagee. Submortgages. Plural of submortgage. Submotif. A motif forming part of a larger motif. Submotifs. Plural of submotif. Submotivation. A secondary or underlying motivation. Submotivations. Plural of submotivation. Submotive. Alternative form of submotif. Submotives. Plural of submotive. Submountain. Located beneath a mountain. Submountains. Plural of submountain. Submoustachial. Beneath the moustachial stripe on the throat of some birds. Submovement. A movement making up part of a larger movement. Submovements. Plural of submovement. Submucosa. A layer of connective tissue beneath a mucous membrane. Submucosae. Plural of submucosa. Submucosal. Situated below or underneath the mucosal tissue. Submucosally. Below the mucosal tissue. Submucosas. Plural of submucosa. Submucous. Situated under a mucous membrane. Submucously. Under a mucous membrane. Submucronate. Almost or imperfectly mucronate. Submucronated. Almost or imperfectly mucronated. Submushalgebra. A subset of a multialgebra. Submushalgebras. Plural of submushalgebra. Submultiple. A quantity that gives another quantity when multiplied by an integer. Submultiples. Plural of submultiple. Submultiplicative. having the property AB less AB. Submultiset, a subset of a multiset. Submultisets, plural of submultiset. Subunding, existing beneath the world. Submunicipal, below the municipal level. Submunicipalities, plural of submunicipality. Submunicipality, a municipality subdivision. Submunition, any part of a weapon, typically a bomb or missile, that separates from a parent munition before or during employment. Submunitions, plural of submunition. Submuscular, situated or occurring underneath a muscle or muscles. Submyeline, underneath a myelin sheath. Submyeloablation, a form of myelosuppression. Submyeloablative, that causes only minimal myeloablation. Submysteries, plural of submystery. Submystery, a mystery making up part of a larger mystery. Submyth, a myth making up part of a larger myth. Submyths, plural of submyth. Submame, a secondary or subsidiary name. Submames, plural of submame. Subnamespace, a namespace within another namespace. Subnamespaces, plural of subnamespace. Subnanogram, having a mass of less than a nanogram. Subnanokelvin, having a temperature of less than a nanokelvin. Submanoliter, alternative form of submanoliter. Submanoliter, having a volume or capacity less than a nanoliter. Submanometer, having dimensions or a resolution of less than a nanometer. Submanometer, having dimensions or a resolution of less than a nanometer. Submanometric, having dimensions less than a nanometer. Subnanomolar, smaller than nanomolar. Subnanoscale, on a scale that is smaller than nanoscale. Subnanosecond, shorter in duration than a nanosecond. Subnarcotic, moderately narcotic or not powerful enough to produce narcosis. Submario, located under the nare's nostrils. Subnarrative, a narrative making up part of a larger narrative. Subnarratives, plural of subnarrative. Subnasal, located under the nose. Subnasal, the nasal septum. Subnasals, plural of subnasal. Submasan, growing underneath. Submatin, beneath a floating layer of solid or of a less dense liquid. Subnation, a subordinate or secondary nation. Subnational, forming a subdivision of a nation contained entirely within a nation. Subnationally, in a subnational manner. Subnationals, plural of subnational. Subnations, plural of subnation. Subnatural, describing spectroscopic lines that are narrower than those produced naturally. Subnaval, below the navel. Subnavals, plural of subnaval. Subnavigation, a level of navigation below the primary level, such as that offered by a submenu. Submicrotic, less than is needed to cause necrosis. Tubanic, to tie or fasten beneath, to join beneath. Subacted, simple past and past participle of subnect. Subnecting, present participle and gerundive subnect. Subactor, a functor which takes as input one or more sentences and outputs a term. Subnectures, plural of subnectar. Subacts, third person singular simple present indicative of subnect. Subnegotiation, negotiation that takes place as part of higher level negotiations. Subnegotiations, plural of subnegotiation. Submyocortical, beneath the myocortex. Submyofunctionalization, the subfunctionalization of a gene that is followed by neofunctionalization. Subnephritogenic, insufficient to cause nephritis. Subnephrotic, describing a level of proteinuria that is too low to indicate nephrosis. Submeroian, synonym of submural. Subnervose, partly or somewhat nervose. The abstraction of a sequence. Subets, plural of subnet. Subnetted, simple past and past participle of subnet. Subnetting, present participle and gerundive subnet. Subnetwork, a subsection of a network. Subnetworks, plural of subnetwork. Submural, situated beneath a main neural axis or nervous cord. Subneuronal, beneath or smaller than a neuron. Subneurotoxic, less than that which is toxic to nerves. Subneutral, having a pH less than 7, slightly acidic. Subneutralizing, that does not totally neutralize. Subamish, a niche making up part of a larger niche. Subniches, plural of subniche. Subnitrate, a mixed hydroxide and nitrate. Subnitrates, plural of subnitrate. Subnitri, any nitride containing a smaller proportion of nitrogen than a related compound. Subnitrides, plural of subnitri. Subnitrification, a lower than usual level of nitrification. Subnitrophilus, less than usually nitrophilus. Subnaval, of a habitat, of an altitude, latitude, or type just below that which would be permanently covered by snow, the snow line. Subniveal, relating to or characteristic of a subniveum, subnivean. Subnoian, occurring beneath a layer of snow, subnival. Subnoian, relating to or characteristic of a subniveum, subniveal. Subniveum, the seasonal microenvironment beneath the snow. Subnodal, situated beneath the nodus. Subnode, a node within another node of a network or element in a data structure. Subnodes, plural of subnode. Subnominal, less than nominal. Subnormal, less than normal. Subnormalities, plural of subnormality. Subnormality, the state or condition of being subnormal. Subnormally, in a subnormal manner. Subnormals, plural of subnormal. Subnormothermic, having a lower than normal body temperature. Subnotation, a rescript. Subnotations, plural of subnotation. Submutboth, a small, lightweight laptop computer, smaller than a notebook computer. Subnotebooks, plural of subnotebook. Subnotoc, cordon, situated on the ventral side of the notochord. Subnubilar, situated under the clouds. Subnuclear, smaller than or occurring in an atomic nucleus. Subnuclei, plural of subnucleus. Subnuclear, beneath a nucleolus. Subnucleane, less than that of a nucleon. Subnucleosome, describing the major subunits of a nucleosome. Subnucleus, a secondary nucleus of neurons. Subnude, almost nude, having very little covering, such as leaves or hairs. Subnumber, a subsidiary or secondary number in a system of numbering. Subnumbers, plural of subnumber. Subenumerate, to number or enumerate as a lesser or subsidiary article. Subnumerated, simple past and past participle of subnumerate. Subnumerates, third person singular simple present indicative of subnumerate. Subnumerating, present participle and gerund of subnumerate. Subnumeration, the process of subnumerating. Subnumerations, plural of subnumeration. Subnutrition, a mild form of malnutrition. Subobclavate, approximately upblavate. Subobject, an object that is part of another object. Subobject classifier, an object which serves as the codomain of a classifying morphism, together with a true global element of the said object. Subobject classifiers, plural of subobject classifier. Subobjective, a subsidiary objective. Subobjectives, plural of subobjective. Subobjects, plural of subobject. Suboblate, slightly oblate. Suboblique, less than oblique. Suboblong, beneath an oblong structure. Subobovale, slightly egg-shaped. Subobscure, somewhat obscure. Subobscurely, somewhat obscurely or darkly. Subobsolete, nearly or almost obsolete, imperfectly developed, not very distinct. Subobtuse, somewhat obtuse. Subobtusely, in a subobtuse manner. Suboccipital, situated under or posterior to the occiput. Suboccipitally, in a suboccipital manner. Suboccipitals, plural of suboccipital. Suboccipital rhegmatic, or relating to the distance between the middle of the large fontanelle to the undersurface of the occipital bone where it joins the neck. Subocclusal, beneath an occlusion. Subocclusion, a partial occlusion typically of the intestine. Subocclusions, plural of subocclusion. Subocclusive, below an occlusion. Suboceanic, beneath the surface of the ocean. Subocellate, somewhat like an ocellus. Suboctave, the octave below another. Suboctaves, plural of suboctave. Suboctuple, containing 1 part of 8 in the ratio of 1 to 8. Subocular, ovoviae. Suboculars, plural of suboc. subocular. Subodontoblasts, beneath odontoblasts. Subodontoblastic, alternative form of subodontoblast. Subesophageal, below the esophagus. Dalhes, a subsidiary office, a subsidiary building or room where clerical or professional duties are performed. Subofficer, a subordinate officer or someone of rank below officer. Subofficers, plural of subofficer. Suboffices, plural of suboffice. Subofficial, a lesser or subsidiary official. Subofficials, plural of subofficial. Subohm, on a scale of less than an ohm. Subohm, involving a resistance that is less than 1 ohm. Subolsin, a protein present in ticks of the genus Ixodes that confers immunity to some pathogens. Subolsins, plural of subolsin. Subolfactory, underneath the olfactory organ. Suboligomeric, composed of fewer monomeric species that are related material. Subontologies, plural of subontology. Subontology, a subset of an ontology. Subopacity, the quality of being subopaque. Opaque, almost or imperfectly opaque. Suboperation, an operation making up part of a larger operation. Suboperations, plural of suboperation. Subopercula, plural of suboperculum. Subopercular, relating to the suboperculum. Suboperculars, plural of subopercular. Suboperculum, the lower opercular bone in fishes. Suboperon, a constituent part of an operon. Subopronic, relating to suboperons. Suboperons, plural of subopron. Subopposite, not quite opposite. Botany set of leaves that are neither alternate nor quite opposite. Subopte, below the eye, subocular. Suboptical, smaller than can be seen with the unaided eye. Suboptima, plural of suboptimum. Suboptimal, worse than optimal, of less than the highest standard or quality. Suboptimalities, plural of suboptimality. Suboptimality, the state or condition of being suboptimal. Suboptimally, in a less than optimal manner. Suboptimization, alternative spelling of suboptimization. Suboptimizations. Plural of suboptimization. Suboptimization, the optimization of a subunit or series of subunits of an organization without good coordination with other subunits, resulting in the whole organization's outcome or output being less than optimal. Suboptimizations, plural of suboptimization. Suboptimize, to perform suboptimization upon. Suboptimized, simple past and past participle of suboptimize. Suboptimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of suboptimize. Suboptimizing, present participle and gerund of suboptimize. Suboptimum, suboptimal. Suboptimums, plural of suboptimum. Suboption, a secondary option available as part of a main option. Suboptions, plural of suboption. Several, underneath the mouth. Suborally. Underneath the mouth. Suborbicular. Almost orbicular. Suborbiculate. Almost orbiculate. Suborbiculated. Alternative form of suborbiculate. Suborbifold. A submanifold of a space that is not smooth at every point, although it remains well defined within the space. Suborbifolds. Plural of suborbifold. Suborbit. The Suborbital. Not reaching orbit, having a trajectory that does not reach orbital velocity and so must return to ground eventually. Suborbitally. In a suborbital way. Suborbitals. Plural of suborbital. Suborbiter. Suborbital. Suborbitary. Synonym of suborbital. Subarbets. Plural of suborbit. Suborder. A secondary or subsidiary order purchase request. Subordered. Simple past and past participle of suborder. Subordering. A secondary or subsidiary ordering. Suborderings. Plural of subordering. Suborders. Plural of suborder. Subordinacy. The property or condition of being subordinate. Subordinal. Relating to a taxonomic suborder. Subordinance. Subordinacy, subordination. Subordinances. Plural of subordinates. Subordinancy. Misspelling of subordinacy. Subordinaries. Plural of subordinary. Subordinary. Any device that is given less status typically because it is less common or less simple than the normal ordinaries. Subordinate. Placed in a lower class, rank, or position. Subordinate clause. A clause that cannot stand alone as a sentence but rather functions as either a noun, adjective, or adverb within a sentence, having been cued by any of various introductory words that subordinate it complementize it. Subordinate clauses. Plural of subordinate clause. Subordinate court. A court that is under the control or authority of another. Subordinate courts. Plural of subordinate court. Subordinate legislation. Synonym of secondary legislation. Subordinate legislations. Plural of subordinate legislation. Subordinate trait. A trait at a lower level of biological organization that acts together with other such traits to affect or determine characteristics at a higher level of biological organization. Subordinate traits. Plural of subordinate trait. Subordinated. Simple past and past participle of subordinate. Subordinately. In a subordinate manner. Subordinateness. The property or condition of being subordinate. Subordinates. Plural of subordinate. Subordinating. Present participle and gerund of subordinate. Subordinating conjunction. A word that appears at the beginning of a subordinate clause and establishes its nature. Subordinating conjunctions. Plural of subordinating conjunction. Subordinatingly. So as to subordinate. Subordination. The process of making or classing something or somebody as subordinate. Subordinational. Of or relating to subordination. Subordinationalism. Alternative form of subordinationism. Subordinationalists. Alternative form of subordinationist. Subordinationalists. Plural of subordinationalists. Subordinationism, a doctrine regarding the Trinity, holding that the Son and possibly the Holy Spirit are inferior to the Father. Subordinationists, one who believes that certain social groups should be subordinate to others. Subordinationists, plural of subordinationists. Subordinations, plural of subordination. Subordinative, tending to subordinate, expressing subordination. Subordinator, any of a lexical class of words that join clauses at a subordinate syntactic level. Subordinate clauses. Subordinators, plural of subordinator. Subordines, plural of subordo. Subordo, synonym of suborder. Subordos, plural of subordo. Suborganella, pertaining to a suborganelle. Suborganelle, a substructure of an organelle. Suborganelles, plural of suborganelle. Suborganization, alternative spelling of suborganization. Suborganizations, plural of suborganization. Suborganization, an organization belonging to a larger parent organization. Suborganizational, of or pertaining to a suborganization. Suborganizations, plural of suborganization. Suborgasmic, less than orgasmic. Suborificial, beneath an orifice. Subor, to induce someone to commit an unlawful or malicious act, especially in a corrupt manner. Subornable, able to be suborned. Subornation, the act of suborning. Subornations, plural of subornation. Subordinate, of or pertaining to subordination. Suborn, simple past and past participle of suborn. Subordinates, second person singular simple past indicative of suborn. Subordinate, one who is suborned. Subornés, plural of suborni. Suborner, one who suborns. Suborners, plural of suborner. Subornus, second person singular simple present indicative of suborn. Suborneth, third person singular simple present indicative of suborn. Suborning, present participle and gerund of suborn. Suburnings, plural of suborning. Suborns, third person singular simple present indicative of suborn. Suborthochonitic, of nautiloids slightly recurved short septal necks between orthochonitic and cetachonitic. Suboscillator, an oscillator in an electronic synthesizer that operates an octave below another oscillator. Suboscillators, plural of suboscillator. Suboscine, of or pertaining to the passerine birds of the suborder Tyranny. Subosceans, plural of suboscene. Subosteoclastic, beneath an osteoclastic region. Somatica, a city in Vegetanezuria. Suboval, somewhat or nearly oval. Subovate, nearly ovate in shape. Subovated, subovate. Suboverseer, a lesser or subsidiary overseer. Suboverseers, plural of suboverseer. Subovoid, somewhat ovoid. Subovoidal, subovoid. Suboxic, describing a zone of water between the oxic and anoxic zones in which the concentration of oxygen and sulfur is very low. Suboxidation, substoichiometric oxidation. Suboxide, any oxide containing a small proportion of oxygen. Suboxides, plural of suboxide. Suboxone, alternative letter case form of suboxone. Subpack, a pack making up part of a larger pack. Subpackage, a physical package contained within another package. Subpackage, simple past and past participle of subpackage. Subpackages, plural of subpackage. Subpackaging, present participle and gerund of subpackage. Subpacket, part of a packet. Subpackets, plural of subpacket. Subpacking, a subset of a packing. Subpackings, plural of subpacking. Subpass, plural of subpack. Subpage, a web page that is subordinate to another. Subpages, plural of subpage. Subpair, a pair of subgroups. Subpairs, plural of subpair. Subballot, an on-screen display of user-selectable tools that makes up part of a larger such display. Subballots, plural of subpallet. Subpalia, plural of subpallium. Subpaleo, relating to the subpallium. Subpalatal, beneath the globus pallidus. Subpallium, a layer of the cerebrum below the pallium. Subpalmate, almost or imperfectly palmate. Subpalmated, almost or imperfectly palmated. Subpalpebral, underneath the eyelids. Supination, the doctrine that the body and blood of Christ are locally and materially present in the Eucharist under the form of bread and wine. Subpanel, a subsection of a panel. Subpanels, plural of subpanel. Subpanicled, almost or imperfectly panicled. Subpaniculate, beneath a panicle. Subpaniculated, alternative form of subpaniculate. Subpapillary, beneath a papilla. Subpar, of less than a traditional or accepted standard. Subpara, abbreviation of subparagraph. Subparaphasicular, beneath the corresponding paraphasicular structure. Subparagraph, part of a longer paragraph that can be considered alone as in a legal document. Subparagraph, simple past and past participle of subparagraph. Subparagraphing, present participle and gerund of subparagraph. Subparagraphs, plural of subparagraph. Subparallel, almost parallel, but diverging or converging slightly. Subparallelly, in a subparallel manner. Subparameter, a subdivision of a compound parameter. Subparameters, plural of subparameter. Subparaplectin schimatus, below the paraplectin schimatus layer. Subparas, plural of subpara. Subaeroventricular, underneath and adjacent to a ventricle. Subparcellate, to divide into subsections or into subdivisions of a parcel. Subparcellated, simple past and past participle of subparcellate. Subparcellates, third person singular simple present indicative of subparcellate. Subparietal, beneath the parietal bones. Subparate, below the parotid head. Subparse, a parse that makes up part of a larger parse. Subparsec, describing astronomical distances that are less than a parsec. Subparses, plural of subparse. Subpart, part of the part. Subpartial, less than partial. Subparticle, a subatomic particle. Subparticles, plural of subparticle. Subparticulate, smaller than particles. Subparties, plural of subparty. Subpartition, a partition that makes up part of a larger partition. Subpartitioned, simple past and past participle of subpartition. Subpartitioning, present participle and gerund of subpartition. Subpartitions, third person singular simple present indicative of subpartition. Subpartner, a party to a subpartnership. Subpartners, plural of subpartner. Subpartnership, an arrangement whereby a partner of a partnership agrees to share profits and losses with a non-partner without thereby forming a partnership. Subpartnerships, plural of subpartnership. Subparts, plural of subpart. Subparty, a party group of people, as in politics or the military, forming part of a larger party. Subpass, part of a pass or iteration. Subpassage, the passage movement of a strain of microorganism through the gut of an animal in order to increase its virulence. Subpassaged, simple past and past participle of subpassage. Subpassages, plural of subpassage. Subpassaging, present participle and gerund of subpassage. Subpasses, plural of subpass. Subpasteurization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of subpasteurization. Subpasteurization, involving temperatures lower than those used in pasteurization. Subpastor, an assistant pastor. Subpastors, plural of subpastor. Subpatellar, underneath the patella. Subpatency, the condition of being subpatent. Subpatent, infected but asymptomatic or not readily detectable. Subpatently, in a subpatent manner. Subpatents, plural of subpatent. Subpath, a file or resource path relative to another path. Subpathogenic, somewhat pathogenic. Subpathotype, any of a group of organisms of the same species that have less pathogenicity on a specified host than others. Subpathotypes, plural of subpathotype. Subpass, plural of subpath. Subpathway, a subset of a biochemical pathway. Subpathways, plural of subpathway. Subpattern, a pattern that is contained in another, larger pattern. Subpatterning, the presence or formation of a subpattern. Subpatterns. Plural of subpattern. Subpeak. Any but the highest of a cluster of peaks. Subpeaks. Plural of subpeak. Subpectinate. Almost or imperfectly pectinate. Subpectinated. Almost or imperfectly pectinated. Subpectoral. Beneath the pectoralis major. Subpedisolate. Somewhat pedisolate. Subpedigree. A subset of a pedigree. Subpedigrees. Plural of subpedigree. Subpeduncular. Situated beneath the peduncle. Subpedunculate. Supported on or growing from a very short stem, having a short peduncle. Subpedunculated. Alternative form of subpedunculate. Subpellicular. Misspelling of subpellicular. Subpellicular. Underneath a pellicle. Subpellucid. Somewhat pellucid. Subpultate. Almost or imperfectly peltate. Subpelvic. Beneath the pelvis. Subpena. Alternative form of supina. Subpoenate. Simple past and past participle of subpoena. Subpoenaing. Present participle and gerund of subpoena. Subpenal. Involving the position of a penalty, punishable. Subpoenas. Plural of subpoena. Subpeninsulate. Almost or approximately penicillate. Subpeninsula. A peninsula projecting from another, larger peninsula. Subpeninsulas. Plural of subpeninsula. Subpenate. Approaching the state of being penny. Subpentagonal. Having 5 sides, but not forming a regular pentagon. Subpentalophodont. Having fewer than 5 ridges. Subpentangular. Nearly or approximately pentangular. Subpeptide. A peptide that is derived from part of a larger one. Subpeptides. Plural of subpeptide. Subpercentage. Of less than 1%. Subpercentages. Plural of subpercentage. Subpercept. A subsidiary percept. Subpercepts. Plural of subpercept. Subperceptual. Below the threshold of perception. Subpercolating. That percolate underneath. Subperfect. Less than perfect. Subperforate. Partially perforated. Supracardial. Situated under the pericardium. Supracondyral. Misspelling of supracondyal. Supracondyal. Beneath the perichondrium. Supradermal. Beneath the perider. Suprametrial. Beneath the perimetrium. Subrineural. Beneath a perineural region. Supraneurial. Underneath the perineurium. Subperiod. A period making up part of a larger period. Subperiodic. Describing a circadian rhythm that is not precisely periodic. Subperiodicity. The quality of a subperiodic and not precisely periodic. Subperiods. Plural of subperiod. Subperiosteal. Situated under the periosteum. Subperiosteally. Under the periosteum. Subperiosteal. Misspelling of subperiosteal. Subperipheral. In a gastropod shell, denoting the region just below the maximum width of the whorl. Subperitonal. Situated under the peritoneal membrane. Subperitonally. Under the peritoneal membrane. Subperitoneum. The subperitoneal space. Subpermafrost. The non-frozen ground below the permafrost. Subpermanent. Somewhat permanent. Subpermanently. In a subpermanent manner. Subpermutation. A permutation that is a subset of another permutation, containing only some of its elements. Subpermutations. Plural of subpermutation. Subperoxisomal. Beneath a paroxysm. Subperpendicular. Almost or imperfectly perpendicular. Subpersonal. Of or pertaining to factors underlying the personal level of moral explanation, such as biological or chemical factors. Subpersonalities. Plural of subpersonality. Subpersonality. One of the personalities of a person with multiple personality. Subperturbation. An individual part of a more complex perturbation. Subperturbations. Plural of subperturbation. Subpetalide. Partially petaloid. Subpediaua. Concealed within the base of the petiole. Subpedialate. Almost or imperfectly petiolate. Subpedialite. Almost or imperfectly petiolated. Subpetrosal. Beneath the petrous part of the temporal bone. Subpharyngeal. Below the pharynx. Subphase. A subsection of a phase. Subphases. Plural of subphase. Subphenomena. Plural of subphenomenon. Subphenomenon. A phenomenon which forms part of a larger phenomenon. Subphenotype. A subset of a phenotype that is characteristic of a subset of a population. Subphenotype. Simple past and past participle of subphenotype. Subphenotypes. Plural of subphenotype. Subphenotypic. Relating to a subphenotype. Subphenotyping. The phenotyping of subphenotypes. Subphoneme. A part of a phoneme. Subphonemes. Plural of subphoneme. Subphoneme. At a more specific level than that of phonemes. Subphosphide. A phosphide that has fewer atoms of phosphorus than normal. Subphosphides. Plural of subphosphide. Subphotic. Beneath the photic zone. Subphotospheric. Occurring beneath the photosphere. Subphrase. A phrase making up part of a larger phrase. Subphrases. Plural of subphrase. Subphratries. Plural of subphratry. Subphratry. A clan, a subdivision of a phratry. Subphreting. Below the diaphragm. Subphrenically. In a subphrenic manner. Subphthalocyanine. A macrocyclic aromatic compound similar to phthalocyanine but with a smaller structure. Subphyla. Plural of subphylum. Subphylogenes. Plural of subphylogeny. Subphylogeny. A subset of a phylogeny diagram. Subphylum. A taxonomic category below phylum and above class. Subphylums. Plural of subphylum. Subphysical. below the level of the physical or tangible. Subphysiological, less than that found in a normal physiology. Subthel, beneath the pia mater. Subthel, in a subpiomere. Subbicogran, having a mass of less than a picogram. Subpicometer, less than 1 picometer. Subpicomolar, having a concentration of less than 1 picomole per liter. Subpicosecond, describing durations shorter than a picosecond. Subpictorial, of or relating to a subpicture. Subpicture, a secondary or subsidiary picture. Subpictures, plural of subpicture. Subpile, a pile making a part of a larger pile. Subpiles, plural of subpile. Subpilos, almost or imperfectly pilos. Subpinnate, imperfectly or somewhat pinnate. Subpixel, a subdivision of a pixel typically used to show the amounts of red, green, or blue at a location. Subpixels, plural of subpixel. Subplace, a place that makes up part of another place. Subplacenta, a structure on the maternal side of a placenta. Subplacental, beneath or on the maternal side of a placenta. Subplacentas, plural of subplacenta. Subplaces, plural of subplace. Subplan, a plan strategy or scheme forming part of a larger plan. Subplankian, concerning lengths or durations less than the Planck length or Planck time. Subplane, a plane making up part of another plane. Subplanes, plural of subplane. Subplanetary, describing bodies smaller than a planet. Subplans, plural of subplan. Subplantar, beneath the sole of the foot. Subplantarly, in a subplantar manner or direction. Subplantigrade, almost or imperfectly plantigrade. Subplantigrades, plural of subplantigrade. Subplanulate, almost planulate, approaching a flat form. Subplasma, beneath the plasma membrane. Subplasmamal, misspelling of subplasmamal. Subplasmamal, beneath the plasmalma. Subplastic, having a consistency that suggests less clay than it actually contains. Subplastidial, beneath a plastid. Subplastimal, misspelling of subplatismal. Subplate, a layer of cells lying below the cortical plate of the cerebral cortex. Subplates, plural of subplate. Subplatform, a platform that forms part of a larger platform. Subplatforms, plural of subplatform. Subplatysmal, under the platysma. Subpleural, situated under the pleural membrane. Subpleurally, in a subpleural manner. Subpleurodont, partially pleurodont. Subplexus, a distinct part of a plexus. Subplexuses, plural of subplexus. Supplicate, somewhat or imperfectly placate. Supplicately, in a supplicate manner. Subplacoid, with circular and touching correlate walls. Subplot, a plot within a story, subsidiary to the main plot. Subplots. Plural of subplot. Subplotte. Simple past and past participle of subplot. Subplotter. One who subplots. Subplotters. Plural of subplotter. Subplotting. Present participle and gerund of subplot. Subplow zone. Alternative spelling of subplow zone. Subplow zone. Beneath a plow zone. Subpocket. A distinct part of the binding site of an enzyme. Subpockets. Plural of subpocket. Subpotaci. Beneath or smaller than apodocyte. Apida. A written order requiring someone to appear in court or at a deposition or some other legal proceeding as a witness to give testimony a subpoena ad testificandum or to produce evidence subpoena duces tecum, in default of which the person may be punished. Subpoena ad respondendum. A writ that requires a litigant to respond to a subpoena. Subpoena ad testificandum. A writ issued by court authority to compel the attendance of a witness at a judicial proceeding. Disobedience may be punishable as a contempt of court. Subpoena duces tecum. A writ requiring someone to appear in court to give testimony and to bring something, usually documents, to accompany that testimony. Subpoenable. Capable of or permitted to be subpoenaed. Subpoena. Plural of subpoena. Subpoenant. Simple past and past participle of subpoena. Subpoenang. Present participle and gerund of subpoena. Subpoenas. Plural of subpoena. Subpoenas ad respondendum. Plural of subpoena ad respondendum. Subpoenas ad testificandum. Plural of subpoena ad testificandum. Subpoenas duces tecum. Plural of subpoena duces tecum. Subpoena. Plural of subpoena. Subpoint. A point proposition in a debate, etc. that forms part of a larger point. Subpoints. Plural of subpoint. Subpolar. Situated below the poles. Subpolicies. Plural of subpolicy. Subpolicy. A subordinate policy. Subpolis. Having a somewhat or imperfectly polished appearance. Subpolygon. A polygon forming part of another polygon. Subpolygonal. Approximately polygonal, somewhat or almost polygonal. Subpolygons. Plural of subpolygon. Subpolyhedra. Plural of subpolyhedron. Subpolyhedron. A polyhedron forming part of another polyhedron. Subpolyhedrons. Plural of subpolyhedron. Subpolynomial. Growing at a lesser rate than polynomial. Subpolysomal. Shorter than polysomal. Subpool. A pool making up part of a larger pool, a subgroup or subcategory. Subpools. Plural of subpool. Subpoplital. Beneath the popliteus. Subpopulation. A subdivision of a population. Subpopulational. Pertaining to a subpopulation. Subpopulations. Plural of subpopulation. Subporous. Not quite porous. Approaching porosity in form. Subporphyrin. A reduced ring-shaped molecule containing 3 pyrrole groups rather than the 4 found in porphyrins. Subport. A secondary or subsidiary port. Subportfolio. A portfolio forming part of a larger portfolio. Subportfolios, plural of subportfolio. Subportion, a lesser portion, part of a portion. Subportions, plural of subportion. Subports, plural of subport. Subset, a subset of a posse. Subsets, plural of subset. Subposts, a subsidiary post or station. Subposterior, an independent part of a posterior. Subposteriori, beneath a posterior. Subposteriors, plural of subposterior. Subpostmaster, a subordinate postmaster. Subpostmasters, plural of subpostmaster. Subpostmastership, the state or business of a subpostmaster. Subpostmasterships, plural of subpostmastership. Subpostmistress, a subordinate postmistress. Subpostmistresses, plural of subpostmistress. Subpostpediolar, beneath the postpedial. Subposts, plural of subposts. Subpotencies, plural of subpotency. Subpotency, the quality of being subpotent. Subpotent, less than potent, not potent enough. Subpotential, a subordinate potential. Subpotentials, plural of subpotential. Subpower, a minor power, something that has control over a limited domain that falls within the larger domain of a greater power. Subpowers, plural of subpower. Subpredicate, a subsidiary part of a predicate. Subpredicates, plural of subpredicate. Subprefect, an assistant prefect in a school. Subprefects, plural of subprefect. Subprefectural, below prefectural level. Subprefecture, an administrative division of a country below prefecture. Subprefectures, plural of subprefecture. Subprehensile, somewhat prehensile. Subpremium, below premium grade. Subpreputial, misspelling of subpreputial. Subpreputial, located under the prepuse foreskin of the penis. Subprimal, smaller than a primal piece of meat, but larger than a portion. Subprimary, below the primary level, less than primary. Subprimate, any mammal that is not a primate. Subprimates, plural of subprimate. Subprime, less than prime, inferior. Subprimes, plural of subprime. Subprinciple, mathematics. Subprinciples, plural of subprinciple. Subprinciple, a principle making up part of a greater principle. Subprinciples, plural of subprinciple. Tove, the assistant or deputy of a prior. Subprioress, a female subprior. Subprioresses, plural of subprioress. Subpriorities, plural of subpriority. Subprioritization, the process of subprioritizing. Subprioritize, to assign a subpriority to. Subprioritize, simple past and past participle of subprioritize. Subprioritizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of subprioritize. Subprioritizing. Present participle and gerund of subprioritize. Subpriority. A secondary or subsidiary priority. Subpairs. Plural of subpair. Subprismatic. Flattened with a tapered base. Subprison. A small-scale prison that is run by the authorities of a larger prison. Subprisons. Plural of subprison. Subproblem. A problem whose solution contributes to the solution of a larger problem. Subproblems. Plural of subproblem. Subprocedural. Relating to a subprocedure. Subprocedure. A procedure forming part of a larger procedure. Subprocedures. Plural of subprocedure. Subprocess. A process that is part of a larger overall process. Subprocess. Simple past and past participle of subprocess. Subprocesses. Plural of subprocess. Subprocessing. Present participle and gerund of subprocess. Subprocessor. A microprocessor that makes up part of a larger processor. Subprocessors. Plural of subprocessor. Subprocumbent. Almost procumbent. Subproduct. Byproduct. Subproducts. Plural of subproduct. Subprofessional. Not meeting the quality standards expected of a professional. Subprofessionals. Plural of subprofessional. Subprofessor. An assistant professor. Subprofessors. Plural of subprofessor. Subprofitable. Not profitable, failing to make a profit. Subprogram. A program contained within a larger program. Subprogram. A program plan sequence of events making up part of a larger program. Subprogrammer. A secondary or subsidiary programmer. Subprogrammers. Plural of subprogrammer. Subprograms. Plural of subprogram. Subprograms. Plural of subprogram. Subproject. A project within a larger project. Subprojects. Plural of subproject. Subprolate. Slightly prolate, but approximately spherical. Subproletariat. A class of people ranking below the proletariat. Subproletariats. Plural of subproletariat. Subproof. A proof that makes up part of a larger proof. Subproofs. Plural of subproof. Subprof. Subproposition. Subproper. Having some of the key characteristics of the proper property, which ones depend on the type of proper property. Subproperties. Plural of subproperty. Subproperty. A property of another property. Subproportional. Less than proportional. Subproposal. A subsidiary or secondary proposal. Subproposals. Plural of subproposal. Subproposition. A proposition making up part of a greater proposition. Subpropositions. Plural of subproposition. Subprops. Plural of subprop. Subprosthetic. Under a prosthesis. Subprotective. Insufficient to provide protection. Subprotome. A subset of a protom. Subprotomes, plural of subprotome. Subprotome, involving only part of a protom. Subprotocol, a secondary or subsidiary protocol. Subprotocols, plural of subprotocol. Subprovince, a province making up part of a larger province. Subprovinces, plural of subprovince. Subprovincial, of or relating to a subprovince. Subprovincially, in a subprovincial manner. Subpruinos, somewhat pruinos. Subpseudopod, a short projection similar to a pseudopod. Subpseudopodia, plural of subpseudopodium. Subpseudopodium, synonym of subpseudopod. Subpseudopods, plural of subpseudopod. Subpsychotomimetic, that is insufficient to have a psychotomimetic effect. Subpt, abbreviation of subpart. Subpubescent, almost or imperfectly pubescent. Subpube, below the pubis. Subpubically, in a subpubic way. Suppulmonary, situated under or on the ventral side of the lungs. Suppulmonic, beneath the lung. Subpulse, a subsidiary pulse. Subpulses, plural of subpulse. Subpulvinate, almost or imperfectly pulvinate. Subpunctate, somewhat or imperfectly punctate. Subpunctes, a compound neum consisting of one or more notes appended after a neum. Subpurchaser, a purchaser who buys from another purchaser, someone who buys second-hand. Subpurchasers, plural of subpurchaser. Subpurlin, a structural member laid across the purlins. Subpurlins, plural of subpurlin. Subpurpose, a subsidiary purpose, Subpurposes, plural of subpurpose. Subpuzzle, a puzzle making up part of a larger puzzle. Subpuzzles, plural of subpuzzle. Subpycnocline, beneath a pycnocline. Subpylor, beneath the pylorus. Subpyramidal, located beneath a pyramidal structure. Subpyriform, somewhat piriform. Dopina. Archaic spelling of supina. Dupinat, simple past and past participle of supina. Dupinat, simple past and past participle of supina. Subponang, present participle and gerund of supina. Dupinas, plural of supina. Suppony, plural of supina, alternative form of suppony. Dupinat, obsolete spelling of supinate. The abbreviation of subcutaneous. Subquadrangle, a partial or imperfect quadrangle. Subquadrangular, nearly or imperfectly quadrangular. Subquadrant, a partial or imperfect quadrant. Subquadrat, a subsection of a quadrat area of land. Subquadrate, nearly or approximately square. Subquadratic, describing an algorithm that runs in greater than linear, but less than quadratic time. Subquadratic time, a time algorithm that runs in greater than linear, but less than quadratic time. Subquadratic times, plural of subquadratic time. Subquadratically, at a subquadratic rate. Subquadrats, plural of subquadrat. Subquadruple, containing 1 part of 4, in the ratio of 1 to 4. Subqualify, simple past and past participle of subqualify. Subqualifies, third person singular simple present indicative of subqualify. Subqualify, to qualify or specify further. Subqualifying, present participle and gerund of subqualify. Subqualities, plural of subquality. Subquality, a distinct part of a larger quality. Subquantum, describing any of several approaches to describe physical phenomena by means of hidden variables or other alternatives to quantum physics. Subquark, any of several hypothetical particles construed as subcomponents of quarks and leptons. Subquarks, plural of subquark. Subquabet, alternative spelling of subqubit. Subquabets, plural of subquabet. Subquery, simple past and past participle of subquery. Subqueries, plural of subquery. Subquery, a query embedded within a more extensive query, relating only to the data returned by the parent query. Subquerying, present participle and gerund of subquery. Subquest, a secondary quest that forms part of a larger quest. Subquestion, a question making up part of a larger question. Subquestions, plural of subquestion. Subquests, plural of subquests. Subquinquefid, almost or imperfectly quinquefid. Subquintuple, having the ratio of 1 to 5. Subquiver, a quiver that forms part of a larger quiver. Subquivers, plural of subquiver. Subquotient, a quotient object of a subobject. Subquotients, plural of subquotient. Subra, the multiple star system Omicron Lenus. Subrace, a secondary or subsidiary race. Subraces, plural of subrace. Subracial, relating to subraces. Subrack, a narrow rack for computer equipment, designed to fit into a larger rack. Subracks, plural of subrack. Subradar, below an area being investigated by radar. Subradiance, the cooperative inhibition of spontaneous emission by a destructive interatomic interference. Subradian, of, pertaining to, or producing subradiance. Subrate, imperfectly radiate. Subradar, beneath a radula. Subramanium, a surname. Subramaniums, plural of subramanium. Subramanian, a surname. Subramanians, plural of subramanian. Subramos, almost or imperfectly ramos. Subramus, almost or imperfectly ramus. Subrandomization, an additional randomization within a study. Subrange, a subdivision of a mountain range. Subranges, plural of subrange. Subrank, a secondary or subsidiary rank. Subranks, plural of subrank. Subraster, a subset or subgrade of a raster. Subrasters, plural of subraster. Devrata, a male given name from Sanskrit. Subratio, mathematics. Subrational, below or not fully rational, almost logical or reasonable. Subrationalization, a proposed change to the centimeter gram second CGS system of units to make them easier to work with. Subrationalized, having undergone subrationalization. Subrationally, in a subrational manner. Subratios, plural of subratio. Subreaction, a secondary or subsidiary reaction. Subreactions, plural of subreaction. Subreactive, less than would cause a reaction. Subra, a subset of a read sequence of DNA generated by sequencing. Subreader, an underreader in the Inns of Court, who reads the texts of law the reader is to discourse upon. Subreaders, plural of subreader. Subreads, plural of subread. Surrealism, an artistic movement that seeks to explore the basis of perception. Subreason, a subsidiary reason. Subreasons, plural of subreason. Subrebellion, a secondary or subsidiary rebellion. Subrebellions, plural of subrebellion. Subrescent, from an indefinite time period from the end of Pleistocene to the Holocene. Subrecipient, the organization that receives a subaward. Subrecipients, plural of subrecipient. Subrecoil, below the recoil limit, the lowest temperature reachable in traditional forms of laser cooling. Subrecommendation, a subsidiary recommendation. Subrecommendations, plural of subrecommendation. Subrectangle, a rectangle making up part of another rectangle. Subrectangles, plural of subrectangle. Subrectangular, imperfectly rectangular, approaching a rectangle in shape. Subrectangularly, in a subrectangular manner. Subrector, an assistant rector. Subrectors, plural of subrector. Subrectorship, the position or tenure of a subrector. Subrecumbent, somewhat or nearly recumbent. Subrecursive, able to be expressed in a language or by a set of operations that is a proper subset of the expressiveness of a Turing machine. Subrecursively, in a subrecursive manner. Subrecurve, partly or imperfectly recurvate. Subrecurved, partly or imperfectly recurved. Subreddit, rare form of subreddit. Subreddit, any of the subforums generally intended for discussion of a specific topic on the Reddit website. Subredditor, a frequenter of a subreddit, often of a specified one. Subredditors, plural of subredditor. Subreddits, plural of subreddit. Subreddits, plural of subreddit. Subreference, a secondary or subsidiary reference. Subreferences, plural of subreference. Subreflector, a telescope's secondary reflector. Subreflectors, plural of subreflector. Subreflex, partly or imperfectly reflexed. Subrefugia, plural of subrefugium. Subrefugium, a subordinate refugium. Subregent, a lesser or subsidiary regent. Subregents, plural of subregent. Subregimental, below the level of a regiment. Subregion, a region that is part of a larger region. Subregional, of or pertaining to a subregion. Subregionale, by or in terms of subregions. Subregionals, plural of subregional. Subregions, plural of subregion. Subregister, a secondary or subsidiary register style of language. Subregisters, plural of subregister. Subregna, plural of subregnum. Subregnum, as subkingdom. Subregnems, plural of subregnum. Subregular, almost or imperfectly regular. Subregularity, the quality of being subregular. Subregulation, a regulation forming part of a greater regulation. Subregulations, plural of subregulation. Subrelativistic, describing a velocity and associated properties that is considerably less than the speed of light such that relativistic effects may be ignored. Subreligion, a secondary or subordinate religion. Subreligions, plural of subreligion. Severnal, beneath the kidney. Subernale, beneath the kidney. Suberniform, somewhat kidney-shaped. Subrata, to rent to a third person something that one is renting from another. Subrental, the process of subrenting. Subrentals, plural of subrental. Subrented, simple past and past participle of subrent. Subrenter, alternative form of subrenter. Subrenters, plural of subrenter. Subrenting, present participle and gerund of subrent. Subrents, third person singular simple present indicative of subrent. Subrepand, almost or imperfectly repand. Subrepeat, a subset of a repeat iteration. Subrepeats, plural of subrepeat. Subrepertoire, part of a repertoire. Subrepertoires, plural of subrepertoire. Subreplacement, below the level needed to maintain the current population. Subreplicate, a subset of a replicate outcome of a replication procedure. Subreplicates, plural of subreplicate. Subreplication, the formation of subreplicates. Subreplications, plural of subreplications. Subrepo, clipping of subrepository. Subreport, a subsection of a report forming part of a larger report. Subreports, plural of subreport. Subrepos, plural of subrepo. Subrepositories, plural of subrepository. Subrepository, a repository comprising part of a larger repository. Subrepresentation, given a subrepresentation. Subreption, under Roman law, the act of giving false testimony. Subreptions, plural of subreption. Surreptitious, obsolete form of surreptitious. Surreptitiously, obsolete form of surreptitiously. Surreptive, surreptitious. Subrequests, a secondary or subsidiary request. Subrequests, plural of subrequests. Subrequirement, a requirement making up part of a greater requirement. Subrequirements, plural of subrequirement. Subresiness, somewhat resinous. Subresolution, smaller than may be resolved optically. Subresolvable, partially resolvable. Subresonant, at a frequency below resonance. Subresource, a resource making up part of a larger resource. Subresources, plural of subresource. Subresultant, a generalization of a resultant that is the product of the pairwise differences of the roots of polynomials. Subresultants, plural of subresultant. Subreticulate, partially reticulate. Subreticulated, alternative form of subreticulate. Subretinal, underneath the retina. Subretinally, in a subretinal manner. Subrevolution, a secondary or subsidiary revolution. Subrevolutions, plural of subrevolution. Subrabomeric, beneath a rabomer. Subrhombe, somewhat rhombic. Subrhomboid, somewhat rhomboid. Subrhomboidal, alternative form of subrhomboid. Subribosomal, relating to or containing subribosomes. Subribosome, a particle formed by breakdown of a ribosome. Subribosomes, plural of subribosome. Subrident, characterized by a smile. Smiling. Subramanian, mathematics. Subrige, somewhat rigid or stiff. Subring, a ring which is contained in a larger ring, such that the multiplication and addition on the former are a restriction of those on the latter. When rings are required to have a multiplicative identity as a standard in most branches of algebra, the subring must also have the same multiplicative identity as the larger ring. Subrings, plural of subring. Subrige, an act of smiling. Subrisive, playful, tongue-in-cheek. Subris, risk that is subordinate or subsidiary to other risk, thus. Subrisks, plural of subrisk. Subrock, ellipsis of 44 subrock. Subridate, to replace one person or thing with another. Subrogated, simple past and past participle of subrogate. Subrogates, third person singular simple present indicative of subrogate. Subrogating, present participle and gerund of subrogate. Subrogation, substitution of a different person in place of a creditor or claimant with respect to certain rights and duties. Subrogations, plural of subrogation. Subrogi, the party acting on behalf of the subrogor in a subrogation. Subroges, plural of subrogi. Subrogor, the party on whose behalf another party, the subrogee, acts in a subrogation. Subrogors, plural of subrogor. Subro, a secondary or subsidiary role. Subrolls, plural of subrole. Subroof, an inner or underlying roof. Subroofs, plural of subroof. Subroom, a room within a larger room. Subrooms, plural of subroom. Subroute, a secondary or subsidiary route. Subroutes, plural of subroute. Subraceous, somewhat rose-colored, pinkish. Subrastallite, partially or imperfectly rostellate. Subrostral, beneath a rostrum. Subrastray, partially rostrate. Subrotho, a male given name from Sanskrit. Subrotund, somewhat rotund. Subround, not perfectly round in shape. Subrounded. Subrounded, kidney-shaped. Subrounds, plural of subround. Subroute, a secondary or subsidiary route. Subroutes, plural of subroute. Subroutine, a section of code called by the main body of a program that implements a task. Subroutine call. Synonym of procedure call. Subroutine calls, plural of subroutine call. Subroutines, plural of subroutine. Subroute, a secondary or subordinate row, a row belonging to some other parent row. Subrouse, plural of subroute. Subrubose, almost or imperfectly rugose. Subrugulose, somewhat rugulose. Subrural, a narrow rule which defines the specific meaning of a broader rule. Subruler, a lesser or subsidiary ruler, one who rules. Subrulers, plural of subruler. Subrules, plural of subrule. Tut, plural of sub. Sub-in, third person singular simple present indicative of sub-in. Subs out, third person singular simple present indicative of sub-out. Subs bench, substitutes bench. Sub-benches, plural of subs bench. Subsacral, situated under or on the ventral side of the sacrum. Subsacris, a sacristan's assistant or secretary. Subsacristan, synonym of subsacrist. Subsacristans, plural of subsacristan. Subsacrists, plural of subsacrists. Subsagitate, imperfectly sagitate. Sub-Sahara, Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan, alternative form of Sub-Saharan. Sub-Saharan Africa, alternative form of Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharans, plural of Sub-Saharan. Sub-Sal, a sail forming part of a larger sail. Subsals, plural of subsal. Subsalicylate, any metal salicylate in which the metal atom is bonded to both the hydroxyl and the carboxylic acid group of salicylic acid. Subsalicylates, plural of subsalicylate. Subsaline, moderately saline or salty. Subsalt, lying beneath a layer of salt. Subsaltation, alternative form of subsaltation, obsolete bounding, leaping. Subtots, plural of subsalt. Subsample, a smaller portion of an original sample created by trimming, subdividing, splitting or discrete collection of the original sample. Subsampled, divided into subsamples. Subsampler. A device used to obtain subsamples. Subsamplers. Plural of subsampler. Subsamples. Plural of subsample. Subsampling. The creation of subsamples. Subsamplings. Plural of subsampling. Subsummation. Derision, mockery. Subsummations. Plural of subsummation. Subsarcomal. Misspelling of subsarcomal. Subsarcomal. Beneath a sarcoma. Subsarcolamal. Misspelling of subsarcomal. Sartorial. Under the sartorius muscle. Tata. Abbreviation of subsatellite. Subsatellite. A component of a satellite that is released once in orbit. Subsatellites. Plural of subsatellite. Tutsats. Plural of subsat. Subsaturated. Less than fully saturated. Subsaturating. That is not powerful enough to saturate. Subsaturation. The condition of being subsaturated. Subsaturations. Plural of subsaturation. Subscaffold. The branches of a tree underneath the main scaffold. Subscaffold. Plural of subscaffold. Subscalar. Restricted to an invariant subspace of a scalar operator. Subscale. A subdivision of a scale. Subscales. Plural of subscale. Subscapose. Having fewer petals or leaves than a scapose plant, or also lacking bracts. Scapular. Situated beneath the scapula, infrascapular. Subscapularis. A certain large, triangular muscle near the shoulder that plays a key role in rotating the arm. Subscapulars. Plural of subscapular. Subscapulary. Archaic form of subscapular. Subscenario. A secondary or subsidiary scenario. Subscenarios. Plural of subscenario. Subscene. A scene making up part of a larger scene. Subscenes. Plural of subscene. Subschedule. A schedule forming part of a greater schedule. Subschedules. Plural of subschedule. Subschema. A schema making up part of a larger schema. Subschemas. Plural of subschema. Subschemata. Plural of subschema. Subschematic. Of or relating to a subschema. Subschematics. Plural of subschematic. Subscheme. A subset of a scheme. Subschemes. Plural of subscheme. Subschizophrenic. Not quite schizophrenic, approaching schizophrenia. Subschool. A school making a part of a larger school. Some schools. Plural of subschool. Subscience. A scientific discipline that forms part of a larger science. Some sciences. Plural of subscience. Subscientific. Less than scientific, not attaining the rank of a science. Subscleral. Beneath a sclea. Subsclerotic. Beneath the sclea. Subscope. An inner scope contained within an outer scope. Subscopes. Plural of subscope. Subscore. A score that makes up part of a larger total score. Subscore. simple past and past participle of subscore. Subscores, plural of subscore. Subscoring, present participle and gerund of subscore. Subscreen, a subsidiary screen making up part of a larger screen, especially the kind used for displaying computer output. Subscreens, plural of subscreen. Subscribable, capable of being subscribed to, permitting subscription. Subscriber, sensationalized term for a subscriber. Subscribe, to sign up to have copies of a publication, such as a newspaper or a magazine, delivered for a period of time. Subscribed, simple past and past participle of subscribe. Subscriber, a person who subscribes to a publication or a service. Subscriber identity module, a component on a SIM card that stores information to identify a mobile phone user. Subscriber identity modules, plural of subscriber identity module. Subscriber trunk dialing, a system of automatic connection of trunk calls through dialing a phone number without operator assistance. Subscribers, plural of subscriber. Subscribership, the state or condition of being a subscriber. Subscriberships, plural of subscribership. Subscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of subscribe. Subscribeth, third person singular simple present indicative of subscribe. Subscribing, present participle and gerund of subscribe. Subscribings, plural of subscribing. Subscript, a type of lettering form written lower than the things around it. Subscriptable, capable of being subscripted. Subscripted, having one or more subscripts. Subscripting, present participle and gerund of subscript. Subscription, access to a resource for a period of time, generally for payment. Subscription box, a recurring delivery of niche products to subscribers. Subscription boxes, plural of subscription box. Subscription trap, the practice of attempting to trick a consumer into starting a subscription for some product or service. Subscription traps, plural of subscription trap. Subscriptionless, without subscriptions. Subscriptions, plural of subscription. Subscriptive, of or pertaining to a subscription or signature. Subscriptively, in a subscriptive manner as a subscript. Subscripts, plural of subscript. Subscrive, obsolete form of subscribe. Subscrive, simple past and past participle of subscrive. Subscriber, obsolete form of subscriber. Subscribers, plural of subscriber. Subscrives, third person singular simple present indicative of subscrive. Subscribing, present participle and gerund of subscrive. Subscribiculate, partially scribiculate. Subscrotal, beneath the scrotum. Subscrotally, in a subscrotal manner. Subscuteller, beneath a scutellum. Subsea, beneath the sea. Subsea floor, beneath the seafloor. Subsearch, a secondary or subsidiary search. Subsearches, plural of subsearch. Subseasonal, relating to a time period shorter than a season. Subsec, abbreviation of subsection. Subsuccessive, remaining extra spare. Subsecond, relating to a time interval less than 1 second. Subsecret, a secondary or subsidiary secret. Subsecretarial, synonym of undersecretarial. Subsecretariat, synonym of undersecretariat. Subsecretariats, plural of subsecretariat. Subsecretaries, plural of subsecretaries. Subsecretary, an undersecretary. Subsecretaryship, the office or position of subsecretary. Subsecretaryships, plural of subsecretaryship. Subsecrets, plural of subsecret. Subsects, abbreviation of subsections. Subsect, a secondary or subsidiary sect. Subsection, a defined part of a section. Subsectional, relating to subsections. Subsection, simple past and past participle of subsection. Subsectioning, present participle and gerund of subsection. Subsections, plural of subsection. Subsective, having the property that when used to modify a noun, it denotes a subset of the all possible denotations of the noun, but does not modify any other meanings of the entity that a noun denotes. For example, habitual in the phrase habitual liar is subsective. If the liar is also a woman, the fact that she is a habitual liar does not imply that she is a habitual woman. Subsectivity, the property of being subsective. Subsector, a sector section, zone of a larger sector. Subsectoral, relating to a subsector. Subsectors, plural of subsector. Subsects, plural of subsect. Subsecute, to follow closely or so as to overtake, to pursue. Subsecute, simple past and past participle of subsecute. Subsecutes, third person singular simple present indicative of subsecute. Subsecuting, present participle and gerund of subsecute. Subsecutive, following in a chain or succession. Subsedative, less than would cause sedation. Subsediment, beneath a sediment. Subsegment, a segment wholly contained in another. Subsegmental, relating to a subsegment or subsegments. Subsegmentally, in a subsegmental manner. Subsegmentation, the formation of subsegments. Subsegmentations, plural of subsegmentation. Subsegmentectomies, plural of subsegmentectomy. Subsegmentectomy, the surgical removal of a subsegment of an organ such as the liver. Subsegmented, having subsegments. Subsegments, plural of subsegment. Subseizure, a subclinical seizure. Subseizures, plural of subseizure. Subselect, to select part of a larger selection. Subselected, simple past and past participle of subselect. Subselecting, present participle and gerund of subselect. Subselection, a selection making up part of a larger selection. Subselections, plural of subselection. Subselective, relating to a subselection. Subselector, that which subselects. Subselectors, plural of subselector. Subselects, third person singular simple present indicative of subselect. Subself, a subordinate self, one making up part of a whole self. Subcellar, below the cella turcica. Subcellia, plural of subcellium. Subcellium, a projecting ledge on the stalls in a church where persons might lean while standing during prayers. Misericord. Subselves, plural of subself. Subsemicircular, less than semicircular. Subsemigroup, any subset of a semigroup that is closed under the semigroup operation. Subsemigroups, plural of subsemigroup. Subsemimodule, a semimodule contained in a larger semimodule. Compare submodule, semimodule. Subsemimodules, plural of subsemimodule. Subsemiring, a subset of a semiring that is also a semiring under the same operations as the original semiring. Subsemirings, plural of subsemiring. Subsemitonal, relating to subsemitones. Subsemitone, a leading tone. Subsemitones, plural of subsemitone. Subsenior, below the age or rank of a senior. Subseniors, plural of subsenior. Subsensation, a minor or secondary sensation. Subsensations, plural of subsensation. Subsense, a sense of a word that reflects a part or aspect of a more general, broader sense. Subsenses, plural of subsense. Subsensual, deeper than the reach of the senses. Subsensitive, insufficiently sensitive. Subsensitivity, the condition of being so sensitive. Subsensory, below the threshold of sensory perception. Subsentence, a sentence making up part of a larger sentence. Subsentences, plural of subsentence. Subsentential, less than a sentence. Subsept, a subdivision of a sept or tribe. Subsepta, beneath septa. Subseptate, almost or imperfectly septate. Subseptic, relating to subsepsis. Subsepts, plural of subsept. Subseptuple, having the ratio of 1 to 7. Subsequent, a subsequent act or thing, a sequel. Subsequences, plural of subsequence. Subsequency, the act or state of following or being subsequent. Subsequent, following in time, coming or being after something else at any time indefinitely. Subsequential, subsequent. Subsequentially, subsequently. Subsequently, following, afterwards in either time or place. Subsequentness, quality of being subsequent. Subsequents, plural of subsequent. Subseo, relating to a subseries. Subseries, a series forming part of a larger series. Subserosa, a layer of tissue between the muscularis and serosa. Subserosal, under the serosa. Subserosally, in a subserosal manner. Subserotype, a subtype of a serotype. Subserotypes, plural of subserotype. Obdurus, situated under a serous membrane. Observar, a subset of a serovar. Observars, plural of subserovar. Subserate, synonym of cellulate. Subserve, to serve to promote an end, to be useful to. Subserved, simple past and past participle of subserve. Subserver, a server that is subordinate to or controlled by another server. Subservers, plural of subserver. Subserves, third person singular simple present indicative of subserve. Subservist, second person singular simple present indicative of subserve. Subserva, third person singular simple present indicative of subserve. Subserve, to make subservient. Subserviate, simple past and past participle of subserviate. Subservate, third person singular simple present indicative of subserviate. Subserviating, present participle and gerund of subserviate. Subservice, a service that forms part of a larger service. Subservices, plural of subservice. Subservience, the state of being subservient. Subserviences, plural of subservience. Subserviencies, plural of subserviency. Subserviency, alternative form of subservience. Subservient, useful in an inferior capacity. Subserviently, in a subservient manner. Subservientness, the quality of being subservient. Subserving, present participle and gerund of subser. Subservitude, subservience. Subsessile, not quite sessile. Subsession, a subsidiary session of a conference, symposium, etc. Subsessions, plural of subsession. Set, a set a such that every element of A is also an element of S. Subset classifier, a set which serves as the codomain of a characteristic function. Subset classifiers, plural of subset classifier. Subsethod, the condition of being a subset. Subsets, plural of subset. Subsidy, produced or manipulated by subsiding. Subsiding, present participle and gerund of subsist. Subsidings, plural of subsiding. Subsewer, a lesser or subsidiary sewer drainage system. Subsewers, plural of subsewer. Sextuple, having the ratio of 1 to 6. Subsexual, having only some sexual characteristics relating to a form of parthenogenesis in which the embryo develops from a cell produced by a modified form of meiosis. Subaft, a secondary or subsidiary shaft. Subafts, plural of subshaft. Subtape, a shape that forms part of a larger, more complex shape. Subex, plural of subshape. Subgeef, a subset of a sheaf. Subgeef, a tunnel-like structure beneath the sheath of a tendon. Subgeefs, plural of subsheath. Sub-Al. Any of the atomic orbitals for which the values of the n and l quantum numbers are the same, such as the 3,2p or 5,3d atomic orbitals. Sub-Als, plural of subshell. Subsheriff, a lesser or subsidiary sheriff. Subsheriffs, plural of subsheriff. Subject, a set of infinite words representing the evolution of a discrete system used in symbolic dynamics. Subjects, plural of subshift. Subtine, a surface appearance between a shine and a matte appearance. Subtining, almost or imperfectly shining. Subgeny, almost or imperfectly shiny. Subhar, describing a dosage of insulin that does not lead to acute hypoglycemia. Subax, plural of subshock. Subcut, a portion of a shot in video material. Subgots, plural of subshot. Subshrub, a low-growing woody shrub or perennial with woody base. Subshrubby, being or resembling a subshrub. Subshrubs, plural of subshrub. Subsid, subsidiary. Subsidation, subsidence, sinking to a lower level as from geological activity. Subsidations, plural of subsidation. Subside, to sink or fall to the bottom, to settle, as lees. Subsided, simple past and past participle of subside. Subsidence, the process of becoming less active or severe. Subsidence crater, a hole or depression left on the surface of an area which has had an underground, usually nuclear explosion. Subsidence craters, plural of subsidence crater. Subsidences, plural of subsidence. Subsidences, plural of subsidency. Subsidency, archaic form of subsidence. Subsider, a vessel in which clarification occurs, a clarifier. Subsiders, plural of subsider. Subsides, third person singular simple present indicative of subside. Subsidiaries, plural of subsidiary. Subsidiarily, in a subsidiary way. Subsidiariness, the quality of being subsidiary. Subsidiarities, plural of subsidiarity. Subsidiarity, the principle that initiative, whether in government, business, or religion, ought to reside at the lowest feasible level, i.e. at the local or regional level, instead of the national or supranational level, unless the latter presents clear advantages. Subsidiarization, the division of a company into legally distinct, but financially related subsidiaries. Subsidiarizations, plural of subsidiarization. Subsidiarize, to divide a company into legally distinct, but financially related subsidiaries. Subsidiarize, simple past and past participle of subsidiarize. Subsidiarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subsidiarize. Subsidiarizing, present participle and gerund of subsidiarize. Subsidiary, auxiliary or supplemental. Subsidiary legislation, synonym of secondary legislation. Subsidiary legislations, plural of subsidiary legislation. Subsidies, plural of subsidy. Subsiding, present participle and gerund of subside. Subsidings, plural of subsiding. Subsidization, alternative form of subsidization. Subsidizations, plural of subsidization. Subsidize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of subsidize. Subsidized, simple past and past participle of subsidize. Subsidizer, alternative form of subsidizer. Subsidizers, plural of subsidizer. Subsidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subsidize. Subsidizing, present participle and gerund of subsidize. Subsidizable, able to be subsidized. Subsidization, the act or process of subsidizing. Subsidizations, plural of subsidization. Subsidize, to assist someone or something by granting a subsidy. Subsidized, simple past and past participle of subsidize. Subsidized housing, synonym of public housing. Subsidizer, one who subsidizes. Subsidizers, plural of subsidizer. Subsidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of subsidize. Subsidizing, present participle and gerund of subsidize. Subsids, plural of subsid. Subsidy, money granted by Parliament to the British Crown. Subsidy publisher, a vanity press. Subsidy publishers, plural of subsidy publisher. Subsiv, a secondary or subsidiary sieve for further subdividing already sieved material. Subsivs, plural of subsiv. Subsigmoid, somewhat or partly sigmoid. Subsigmoidal, somewhat or partly sigmoidal. Subsign, a lower level sign. Subsignal, any part of a signal that is formed by a combination from several sources. Subsignals, plural of subsignal. Subsignature, the domain of a signature morphism, a mapping of a set of symbols of a given signature into another set of symbols that is an inclusion. Subsignatures, plural of subsignature. Subsigned, simple past and past participle of subsign. Subsignificant, less than significant. Subsignificantly, in a subsignificant manner. Subsigning, present participle and gerund of subsign. Subsigns, plural of subsign. Subsilicate, a basic silicate. Subsilicates, plural of subsilicate. Subsilicic, having a low content of silica. Subsimilar, somewhat similar. Subsimious, almost simian, almost monkey-like. Subsimple, having few divisions but more than one, almost simple. Subsimplex, a polyhedron at the intersection of simplexes. Subsimplexes, plural of subsimplex. Subsimplices, plural of subsimplex. Subsimplicial, relating to or composed of subsimplexes. Subsinuate, somewhat sinuate. Subsinuous, almost sinuous. Tauses, to survive on a minimum of resources. Subsistence, archaic form of subsistence. Subsistences, plural of subsistence. Subsiste, simple past and past participle of subsist. Subsistence, a being, existent. Subsistence crop. A crop that meet the needs of families, although typically not very valuable. Subsistence crops. Plural of subsistence crop. Subsistence economy. An often moneyless economy characterized by minimal surplus and exchange of goods and services, low division of labor, and rudimentary technology. Subsistence farming. Farming in which almost all of the livestock raised or crops produced are used by the farmer and their family to survive, without significant surplus for sale or trade. Subsistence level. The threshold of income at which one's most basic necessities of survival are met. Subsistence levels. Plural of subsistence level. Subsistences. Plural of subsistence. Subsistencies. Plural of subsistency. Subsistency. Archaic form of subsistence. Subsistent. Actually existing. Subsistential. Relating to subsistence. Subsistently. In a subsistent manner. Subsistor. One who subsists. Subsisters. Plural of subsister. Subsisting. Present participle and gerund of subsists. Subsists. Third person singular simple present indicative of subsists. Subsite. A website that is subordinate to another website and hosted in its entirety under that site's domain name. Subsites. Plural of subsite. Subsizar. An undersizar, a student of lower rank than a sizar. Subsizars. Plural of subsizar. Subsizarship. The state or position of a subsizar. Subsizarships. Plural of subsizarship. Subscale. A skill that makes up part of a larger skill. Subscales. Plural of subscale. Subbilas. A slice that makes up part of a larger slice. Subslices. Plural of subslice. Subsmile. A half smile. Subsmiles. Plural of subsmile. Subsocial. Having a very limited social structure. Subsociality. The condition of being subsocial. Subsocieties. Plural of subsociety. Subsociety. A society making up part of a larger society. Subsoil. The layer of earth that is below the topsoil. Subsoils. Simple past and past participle of subsoil. Subsower. A type of plow that loosens the subsoil. Subsoilers. Plural of subsoiler. Subsoiling. Plowing to the depth of the subsoil. Subsoilings. Plural of subsoiling. Subsoils. Plural of subsoil. Subsolar. Directly beneath the sun. Subsolary. Under the sunny terrestrial of the earth. Subsolid. Partly or imperfectly solid. Subsolidus. Describing the region beneath the solidus in a phase diagram. Subsolution. A subset of solutions in game theory. Subsolutions. Plural of subsolution. Subhar. A sequence of sounds uttered by a young bird before it has learned to produce normal birdsong. Subsongs. Plural of subsong. Subsoning. Having a frequency too low to be audible. Subsonically. In a subsonic manner. Subsonication. Subsonic sonication. Subsonications, plural of subsonication. Subsonics, plural of subsonic. Subsort, to sort a subset of already sorted elements by some secondary criterion. Subsorted, simple past and past participle of subsort. Subsorter, an assistant sorter. Subsorters, plural of subsorter. Subsorting, present participle and gerund of subsort. Subsorts, third person singular simple present indicative of subsort. Thus, abbreviation of subspecies. Subspace, a subset of a space which is a space in its own right. Subspace topologies, plural of subspace topology. Subspace topology, the topology of a subset S of a topological space X which is obtained by considering any subset of S to be an open set if it corresponds to the intersection of S with some open set of X. Subspaces, plural of subspace. Subspan, relating to short-term memory. Subspatulate, alternative form of subspatulate. Subspatial, relating to subspace. Subspatulate, approaching a spatulate form, almost spatulate. Subspecialization, alternative form of subspecialization. Subspecializations, plural of subspecialization. Subspecialize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of subspecialize. Subspecialized, simple past and past participle of subspecialize. Subspecializes, third person singular simple present indicative of subspecialize. Subspecializing, present participle and gerund of subspecialize. Subspecialism, subspecialty. Subspecialisms, plural of subspecialism. Subspecialist, a specialist who is primarily concerned with a subspecialty within a larger specialty. Subspecialists, plural of subspecialists. Subspecialities, plural of subspeciality. Subspeciality, alternative spelling of subspecialty. Subspecialization, the further specialization of something already specialized. Subspecializations, plural of subspecialization. Subspecialize, to specialize within a particular area of a specialty. Subspecialized, simple past and past participle of subspecialize. Subspecializes, third person singular simple present indicative of subspecialize. Subspecializing, present participle and gerund of subspecialize. Subspecialties, plural of subspecialty. Subspecialty, a specialty within a specialty. Subspeciation, the formation or evolution of a subspecies. Subspeciations, plural of subspeciation. Subspecies, a rank in the classification of organisms below species. Subspecific, pertaining to a subspecies. See usage notes. Subspecific epithet, the third word in the scientific name of a subspecies, following the name of the species, but only in names of bacteria, plants, and fungi. It is not used in formal names of animals. Subspecific epithets, plural of subspecific epithet. Subspecific name, the third word in the scientific name of an animal subspecies, following the name of the species. Subspecific names, Plural of subspecific name. Subspecifically. With regard to a subspecies. Subspecification. A subordinate part of a specification. Subspecifications. Plural of subspecification. Subspecificity. The condition of being subspecific. Subspecify. Simple past and past participle of subspecify. Subspecifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of subspecify. Subspecify. To specify further or more precisely. Subspecifying. Present participle and gerund of subspecify. Subspectra. Plural of subspectrum. Subspectral. Relating to a subspectrum. Subspectrum. Any of a number of spectra of components of a mixture that together make an observed spectrum. Subsphenoidal. Situated under or on the ventral side of the body of the sphenoid bone. Subsphere. Any of a set of spherical gels one inside the other. Subspheres. Plural of subsphere. Subspherical. Somewhat spherical, having a figure resembling that of a sphere. Subspherically. In a subspherical manner. Subspheroid. Synonym of subspherical. Subspheroidal. Alternative form of subspherical. Subspheroids. Plural of subspheroi. Subspinal. Subspinous. Subspiniform. Almost or imperfectly spiniform. Subspinous. Subvertebral. Subspiny. Almost or imperfectly spiny. Subspiracular. Beneath a spiracle. Subspiral. Somewhat spiral, indistinctly marked with a spiral line. Subspirally. In a subspiral manner. Subsplenic. Beneath the spleen. Subspontaneous. Partly cultivated by human labor and partly growing wild. Subspontaneously. In a subspontaneous manner. Subspiral. Designating certain colorless cells found in spore-bearing individuals of Pithophora. Subsporangial. Below the sporangium. Subs. Plural of subsp. Subsquadron. A squadron forming part of a greater squadron. Subsquadrons. Plural of subsquadron. Subsquamosal. Synonym of subsquamous. Subsquamous. Beneath the squamosal bone. Subsquamulose. Somewhat squamulose. Subsquare. A square that makes up part of a larger square. Subsquares. Plural of subsquare. Thus. Abbreviation of substitute. Thus. Abbreviation of substantive. Substack. A subset of a stack. Substacker. A person who writes on the online publishing platform Substack. Substacks. Plural of substack. Substage. The stage below the main stage of a microscope to which attachments are fixed. Substages. Plural of substage. Substalagmite. A compact non-crystalline calcium carbonate deposit. Substalagmitic. Relating to substalagmite. Substance. The essential part of anything, the most vital part. Substance abuse. An overindulgence in and dependence on a drug or other chemical. Substance dependence. Synonym of drug addiction. Substance dependences. Plural of substance dependence. Substance P. A tachycardia in neuropeptide associated with inflammatory processes and pain. Substance wise. With respect to substance. Substance. Simple past and past participle of substance. Substancehood. The quality of being a substance. Substanceless. Devoid of substance, insubstantial. Substancelessness. Lack of substance, insubstantiality. Substanceness. The property of being a substance. Substances. Plural of substance. Substantial. Obsolete form of substantial. Substancing. Present participle and gerund of substance. Substandard. Of inferior quality, not meeting the minimum quality requirements. Substandardly. In a substandard way. Substandardness. The state or condition of being substandard. Substantial. Firm. Substantia in nominata. The substantia in nominata also a nominate substance or substantia in nominata of minute Latin for unnamed substance is a series of layers in the human brain consisting partly of gray and partly of white matter which lies below the anterior part of the thalamus and lentiform nucleus. Substantia nigra. A brain structure located in the mesencephalon midbrain that plays an important role in reward, addiction, and movement, damage to which occurs in Parkinson's and Parkinsonian patients. Substantia nigras. Plural of substantia nigra. Substantiability. The property of being substantiable or substantial. Substantiable. Able to be substantiated. Substantiae nigri. Plural of substantia nigra. Substantial. Having a substance actually existing. Substantialize. Alternative form of substantialize. Substantialize. Simple past and past participle of substantialize. Substantializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of substantialize. Substantializing. Present participle and gerund of substantialize. Substantialism. The doctrine that substantial reality is the basis of all phenomena. Substantialisms. Plural of substantialism. Substantialist. A proponent of substantialism. Substantialistic. Of or relating to substantialism. Substantialists. Plural of substantialists. Substantialities. Plural of substantiality. Substantiality. The state of being substantial, substantialness. Substantialization. The act, process, or result of substantializing. Substantializations. Plural of substantialization. Substantialize. To give something substance actual existence. Substantialize. Simple past and past participle of substantialize. Substantializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of substantialize. Substantializing. Present participle and gerund of substantialize. Substantially. In a strong or substantial manner, considerably. Substantialness. The state or condition of being substantial. Substantials. Plural of substantial. Substantiatable. Alternative form of substantiable. Substantiate, to verify something by supplying evidence, to authenticate or corroborate. Substantiate, simple past and past participle of substantiate. Substantiates, third person singular simple present indicative of substantiate. Substantiating, present participle and gerund of substantiate. Substantiation, the act of substantiating. Substantiations, plural of substantiation. Substantiative, serving to substantiate something. Substantiator, one who or that which substantiates. Substantiators, plural of substantiator. Substantification, the act, process, or result of substantifying. Substantifications, plural of substantification. Substantify, simple past and past participle of substantify. Substantifies, third person singular simple present indicative of substantify. Substantify, to give material form or substance to embody. Substantifying, present participle and gerund of substantify. Substantious, substantial. Substantially, substantially. Substantival, of or pertaining to a substantive. Substantivalism, the doctrine that space and time have an existence independent of physical things. Substantivalisms, plural of substantivalism. Substantivalists, a subscriber to substantivalism. Substantivalists, plural of substantivalists. Substantively, in a substantival manner. Substantivate, to make substantive. Substantivated, simple past and past participle of substantivate. Substantivates, third person singular simple present indicative of substantivate. Substantivating, present participle and gerund of substantivate. Substantivation, the process or result of making something substantive. Substantivations, plural of substantivation. Substantive, of the essence or essential element of a thing. Substantive adjective, an adjective used alone in the absence of the noun that it modifies. Substantive adjectives, plural of substantive adjective. Substantive case, a case of second objects, being a derivation of the comparative case but intended for larger, more substantial objects and used to join or combine one thing with another. It corresponds roughly to a variation of the accusative case. I understood him in the substantive case rather than the accusative, since no action is performed on the object. Languages that use the substantive case include Chechen and Ingush. Substantive cases, plural of substantive case. Substantive due process, a principle in United States constitutional law that allows courts to protect substantive law and certain rights from the government. Substantive genitive, synonym of independent genitive. Substantive genitives, plural of substantive genitive. Substantive law, the statutory or written law that governs rights and obligations of those who are subject to it. Substantive verb, in the Goidelic languages, a copular verb meaning to be that is used with predicates that are prepositional phrases, adverbs, or adjectives, but not with predicates that are noun phrases. Old Irish ta, Irish by present ta, Scottish Gaelic by present tha, Manx be present ta. Substantive verbs. Plural of substantive ver. Substantive. Simple past and past participle of substantive. Substantively. In a substantive manner, or to a substantive extent. Substantiveness. The quality or state of being substantive. Substantives. Plural of substantive. Substantiving. Present participle and gerundive substantive. Substantivization. The process of substantivizing, converting into a substantive. Substantivizations. Plural of substantivization. Substantivize. To use as or convert into a substantive noun. Substantivize. Simple past and past participle of substantivize. Substantivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of substantivize. Substantivizing. Present participle and gerundive substantivize. Substantivism. An approach to economics that distinguishes between two forms of economics, the rational choice between uses of limited resources and the way in which humans make a living interacting within their social and natural environments. Substantivists. A proponent of substantivism. Substantivistic. Relating to substantivism. Substantivists. Plural of substantivists. Substantivities. Plural of substantivity. Substantivity. The state of being substantive. Substantivization. U.S. and Oxford British English Standard Spelling of substantivization. Substantivizations. Plural of substantivization. Substantivize. U.S. and Oxford British English Standard Spelling of substantivize. Substantivize. Simple past and past participle of substantivize. Substantivizer. Synonym of nominalizer. Substantivizers. Plural of substantivizer. Substantivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of substantivize. Substantivizing. Present participle and gerundive substantivize. Substantization. The process or result of substantizing. Substantizations. Plural of substantization. Substantize. Synonym of substantialize, give substance to. Substantize. Simple past and past participle of substantize. Substantizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of substantize. Substantizing. Present participle and gerundive substantize. Substantia nigra. Plural of substantia nigra. Substar. A substellar object. Substars. Plural of substar. Substate. A subdivision of a state. Substatement. A statement that forms part of a larger statement. Substatements. Plural of substatement. Substates. Plural of substate. Substation. A site where electricity supplied by long-distance, high-voltage transmission lines is transformed or regulated for local low-voltage distribution. Substations. Plural of substation. Substatus. A secondary or subsidiary status. Substatuses. Plural of substatus. Substatute. A secondary or lesser statute. Substatutes. Plural of substitute. Substance. Obsolete form of substance. Substances. plural of substans. Substellar, having a mass less than the minimum necessary mass for hydrogen fusion. Substellate, almost star-shaped. Substem, one of several plant stems is splitting off from a main stem. Substems, plural of substem. Substep, any smaller element of a step in a procedure. Substeps, plural of substep. Substernal, under the sternum. Substernally, in a substernal manner. Substyle, alternative form of substyle. Substyles, plural of substyle. Substimulatory, having a concentration or power insufficient to cause stimulation. Substipitate, possessing a short stalk. Substituend, a substitute, something that substitutes for another. Substituenda, plural of substituendum. Substituens, plural of substituend. Substituendum, something to be substituted or replaced. Substituent, any atom, group, or radical substituted for another or entering a molecule in place of some other part which is removed. Substituents, plural of substituent. Substitutabilities, plural of substitutability. Substitutability, the quality of being substitutable, the capacity to be substituted. Substitutable, capable of being used as a substitute, valid as a replacement or alternate item. Substitutables, plural of substitutable. Substitutably, such that it may be substituted or used as a replacement or alternative. Substitute, to use in place of something else with the same function. Substitute good, a good that a consumer perceives as similar to another good, which decreases the demand for that other good. Substitute goods, plural of substitute good. Substitute teacher, a supply teacher. Substitute teachers, plural of substitute teacher. Substituted. Simple past and past participle of substitute. Substituted amphetamine, any chemical that contains amphetamine in its chemical structure or can be described by a chemical substitution of the amphetamine compound. Substituted amphetamines, plural of substituted amphetamine. Substitutee, one who or that which is substituted. Substitutees, plural of substitutee. Substitutor, alternative form of substitutor. Substitutors, plural of substitutor. Substitutes, plural of substitute. Substitutes bench, the bench on which the players sit when they are not in action. Substitutes benches, plural of substitutes bench. Substituta, third person singular simple present indicative of substitute. Substituting, present participle and genitive substitute. Substitutingly, as a substitute by way of substitution. Substitution. The act of substituting or the state of being substituted. Substitution cipher, A method of encryption by which units of plain text are substituted with ciphertext according to a regular system. The units may be single letters, the most common, pairs of letters, triplets of letters, mixtures of the above, and so forth. The receiver deciphers the text by performing an inverse substitution. Substitution ciphers. Plural of substitution cipher. Substitution code. A substitution cipher. Substitution codes. Plural of substitution code. Substitution of attorney. A document in which the party to a lawsuit states that his or her attorney of record is being substituted for by another attorney or by the party acting for himself/herself in propria persona. Substitution reaction. A reaction in which one functional group is replaced with another. Substitution reactions. Plural of substitution reaction. Substitutional. Of or pertaining to substitution or to a substitute. Substitutionally. As a substitute. Substitutionary. Of or relating to substitution or replacement. Substitutionary atonement. A central concept which asserts that Jesus died for humanity and which regards Jesus as dying as a substitute for others. Substitutionary atonements. Plural of substitutionary atonement. Substitutions. Plural of substitution. Substitutive. Characteristic of or serving as a substitute. Substitutive nomenclature. A system for naming organic compounds in which a functional group is used either as a prefix or a suffix to the name of a parent compound, for example, trinitritoluene or benzonesulfonic acid. Substitutively. In a substitutive manner. Substitutivity. A logical relationship in which two terms can be mutually substituted without affecting the truth value of any propositions in which the terms occur, thereby establishing that the terms are identical. Substitutor. One who, or that which, substitutes. Substitutors. Plural of substitutor. Substochastic. Stochastic. But having sums of columns less than 1. Substoichiometric. Involving less than the stoichiometric amount of a reagent. Substoichiometrically. In a substoichiometric manner. Substoichiometries. Plural of substoichiometry. Substoichiometry. A substoichiometric relationship. Substomatal. Beneath a stoma. Substomatic. Beneath a stoma. Substore. A secondary or subsidiary store. Substorum. A secondary or subsidiary storeroom. Substorerooms. Plural of substoreroom. Substores. Plural of substore. Subscuries. Plural of substory. Substorm. A phenomenon in which a magnetotail becomes swollen and unstable. Substorm current wedge. A sudden disruption of an azimuthally confined section of enhanced current across a magnetotail and its diversion to the auroral ionosphere via field-aligned currents. Substorm current wedges. Plural of substorm current wedge. Substorms. Plural of substorm. Subscurry. A story, narrative making up part of a larger story. Substract. To subtract. Substracted. Simple past and past participle of subtract. Subtracting. Present participle and gerund of subtract. Subtraction. Subtraction. Subtractions. Plural of subtraction. Subtractive. Misspelling of subtractive. Substracts. Third person singular simple present indicative of substract. Substrain. A subset of a strain, especially one derived from a single cell. Substrains, plural of substrain. Substrata, plural of substratum. Substratal, of or pertaining to a substratum. Substrate, an underlying layer, a substratum. Substrated, having substrata. Substrategic, at a lesser level than full strategic nuclear warfare. Substrategies, plural of substrategy. Substrategy, a secondary or subsidiary strategy. Substrates, plural of substrate. Substratification, a comparatively lower stratification. Substratifications, plural of substratification. Substratify, having substrata. Substrating, present participle and gerund of substrate. Substratism, the theory that Creoles take their structure from their substrate languages. Substratus, one who believes that Creoles take their structure from their substrate languages. Substratus, plural of substratus. Substratomaniac, a devoted substratist. Substratomaniacs, plural of substratomaniac. Substratophile, a proponent of substratism. Substratophiles, plural of substratophile. Substratophilia, enthusiastic support for substratism. Substratopho, one who rejects substratism. Substratophobes, plural of substratopho. Substratophobia, vehement opposition to substratism. Substratos, almost or imperfectly stratos. Substratosphere, the area of the atmosphere directly below the stratosphere. Substratospheres, plural of substratosphere. Substratospheric, below the stratosphere. Substratum, a layer that lies underneath another. Substream, a stream contained within another stream. Substreams, plural of substream. Substrate, somewhat or nearly straight. Substrated, alternative form of substrate. Substring, a possibly zero-length string of characters that is contained in another string. Substringed, simple past and past participle of substring. Substringing, present participle and gerund of substring. Substrings, plural of substring. Substrate, to build beneath something, to lay as the foundation. Substracted, simple past and past participle of substract. Substracting, present participle and gerund of substruct. Substruction, underbuilding, substructure. Substructional, of or relating to a substruction. Substructions, plural of substruction. Substracts, third person singular simple present indicative of substruct. Substructural, of or pertaining to a substructure. Substructure, the supporting part of a structure either physical or organizational. The foundation. Substructure, having a substructure. Substructures, plural of substructure. Substructuring, decomposition into substructures. Substructurings, plural of substructuring. Tests, plural of abbreviation of substantives. Tust, plural of Abbreviation of substantives. A subheading below a stub head in a table, a stub subordinate to another stub. Have plural of substo. Substudies. Plural of substudy. Substudy, a subset of a study. Substore, relating to a substyle. Substyle, a secondary or subsidiary style. Substyles, plural of substyle. Subchapter, a subsection of a subchapter, a subsection of a subsection of a chapter. Subchapters, plural of subchapter. Subdomain, a subdomain of a subdomain. Subdomains, plural of subdomain. Subgroup, a subgroup of a subgroup. Subgroups, plural of subgroup. Subsubject, a subject that is beneath another subject. Sublandlord, synonym of subunderlisser. Sublandlords, plural of sublandlord. Subsublease, synonym of subunderlease. Subsubleases, plural of subsublease. Subsublesse, synonym of subundertenant. Subsublesses, plural of subsublesse. Subsublesser, synonym of subunderlisser. Subsublessers, plural of subsublesser. Subsublet, synonym of subunderlet. Subsublets, third person singular simple present indicative of subsublet. Subsubletting, present participle and gerund of subsublet. Subsublettings, plural of subsubletting. Subpopulation, a subset of a subpopulation as for example in epidemiology. Subpopulations, plural of subpopulation. Subproblem, a subproblem of a subproblem. Subproblems, plural of subproblem. Subroutine, a subroutine called from another subroutine. Subroutines, plural of subroutine. Subsection, a subsection beneath another subsection. Subsections, plural of subsection. Subsense, a subsense of a subsense. Subsenses, plural of subsubstance. Subsequence, a subsequence of a subsequence. Subsequences, plural of subsequence. Subseries, a subseries of a subseries. Subspecies, a subspecies of a subspecies. Subsection, a subsection located hierarchically beneath two or more subsections. Subsections, plural of subsection. Subtenancies, plural of subtenancy. Subtenancy, synonym of subunderlease. Subtenant, synonym of subundertenant. Subtenants, plural of subtenant. Subtype, a subtype of a subtype. Subtypes, plural of subtype. Subsubulate, almost subulate. Subsucculent, somewhat or partly succulent. Subsuicidal, self-destructive in a way that approaches suicidal behavior. Subsulcate, almost or somewhat sulcate. Subsulculate, almost or somewhat sulculate. Subsulfate, alternative form of subsulfate. Subsulfates, plural of subsulfate. Subsulfate, archaic form of subsulfide. Subsulfide, any sulfide in which the number of sulfur atoms is fewer than the number of cation elements. Subsulfides, plural of subsulfide. Subsulfides, plural of subsulfate. Subsulfate, a sulfate with an excess of the base. Subsulfates, plural of subsulfate. Subsulfate, archaic form of subsulfide. Subsulfide, alternative spelling of subsulfide. Subsulfides, plural of subsulfide. Subsulfides, plural of subsulfate. Subsulti, plural of subsulta. Subsultive, moving in bounds or leaps. Subsultory. Subsultorily, in a subsultory manner. Subsultory, bounding, leaping, moving by sudden leaps or starts. Subthaltus, a twitching or convulsive motion. Subsum, the sum of a subset of values. Subsumability, the quality of being subsumable. Subsumable, that can be subsumed. Subsumation, the act of subsuming. Subsume, to place any one cognition under another as belonging to it, to include or contain something else. Subsumed, simple past and past participle of subsume. Subsumer, one who or that which subsumes. Subsumers, plural of subsumer. Subsumes, third person singular simple present indicative of subsum. Subsuming, present participle and gerund of subsum. Subsummation, a subordinate or secondary summation. Subsummations, plural of subsummation. Subsummate, a local peaked portion of the mountain etc. lower than the primary summit. Subsummets, plural of subsummate. Subsumption, the act of subsuming. Subsumptions, plural of subsumption. Subsumptive, relating to or containing a subsumption. Subsums, plural of subsum. Subun, an area of the air which appears to glow because of the many tiny ice crystals that are suspended in it. For example, in a cirrus cloud or an ice fog, and sunlight reflects off of them. Substans, plural of subsun. Substantive, alternative form of subsumptive. Subsuperficial, below the surface, subsurface. Subsupplier, a supplier who provides goods or services to another supplier. Subsuppliers, plural of subsupplier. Subsurface, something that is below the layer that is on the surface. Subsurfaces, plural of subsurface. Subsurficial, below the surface. Subsutural, beneath a suture. Subsuturally, underneath a suture. Subswarm, a swarm making up part of a larger swarm. Subswarms, plural of subswarm. Subswitch, a simpler switch that is a component of a more complex switch used in telephone exchanges or data routing. Subswitches, plural of subswitch. Subsyllabic, of or related to parts or fractions of a syllable. Subsymbol, a subdivision of a symbol. Subsymbolic, below the symbolic level. Subsymbols, plural of subsymbol. Subsymmetrical, somewhat symmetrical. Subsymmetries, plural of subsymmetry. Subsymmetry, mathematics. Subsymplectic, mathematics. Subsymptom, below which symptoms are not displayed. Subsymptoms, plural of subsymptom. Subsynaptic, underneath a synapse. Subsynchronous, of a frequency that is a submultiple of another. Subsynchronous orbit, the orbit of a satellite that is nearer the planet than it would be if it were in synchronous orbit. Subsynchronous orbits, plural of subsynchronous orbit. Subsynchronously, in a subsynchronous manner. Subsyndicate, a syndicate forming part of a larger syndicate. Subsyndicates, plural of subsyndicate. Subsyndromal, not pronounced or apparent enough to be clinically classed as a syndrome. Subsyndrome, a secondary or subsidiary syndrome grouped under another syndrome. Subsyndromes, plural of subsyndrome. Subsyndromic, alternative form of subsyndromal. Subsynovial, beneath the synovium. Subsynovium, the lowest layer of a synovium. Subsyringeal, beneath the syrinx. Subsystem, alternative spelling of subsystem. Subsystematic, of or pertaining to a subsystem. Subsystemic, of or pertaining to a subsystem. Subsystems, plural of subsystem. Subtab, a tab that is part of another tab or section. Subtable, a table of data corresponding to part of a greater parent table. Subtables, plural of subtable. Subtabs, plural of subtab. Subtabular, imperfectly tabular in shape. Subtabulate, to calculate a value by interpolation. Between table entries. Subtabulated, simple past and past participle of subtabulate. Subtabulately, in a subtabulate manner. Subtabulates, third person singular simple present indicative of subtabulate. Subtabulating, present participle and gerund of subtabulate. Subtabulation, the process of subtabulating. Subtabulations, plural of subtabulation. Subhack, an underlease in Scotland. Subtax, plural of subtack. Subtag, a tag that is secondary or subordinate to another tag. Subtagged, simple past and past participle of subtag. Subtitling, present participle and gerund of subtag. Subtags, plural of subtag. Subteller, below the talus. Subtangent, the part of the axis contained between the ordinate and tangent drawn to the same point in a curve. Subtangents, plural of subtangent. Subtank, a tank that supplements a greater tank, a subsidiary tank. Subtanks, plural of subtank. Subtarget, a subsidiary target. Subtargets. Plural of subtarget. Subtartarian. Beneath Tartarus. Infernal. Subtask. An act that must be completed as an element of completing a larger and more complex task. Subtasks. Plural of subtask. Subtax. A tax making up part of a larger tax. Subtaxa. Plural of subtaxon elements within a taxon. Subtaxes. Plural of subtax. Subtaxon. One of the elements within a taxon. Subtaxonomies. Plural of subtaxonomy. Subtaxonomy. A taxonomy making up part of a greater taxonomy. Subtaxons. Plural of subtaxon. Subteacher. An assistant teacher. Subteachers. Plural of subteacher. Subteam. A team that makes up part of a larger team. Subteams. Plural of subteam. Subtechnical. Describing terminology that is used in a non-technical manner, but that has a more specific meaning in a technical or scientific field. Subtechnologies. Plural of subtechnology. Subtechnology. A secondary or subsidiary technology. Subtectio. Beneath the tectorium. Subteen. Below the age of a teenager, younger than 13 years old. Subteenage. Not yet teenage. Subteens. Plural of subteen. Subtegula. An elongate sclerite at the base of a tegula. Subtegular. Almost tegular in form, approaching a tile-like structure. Subtegument. Alternative form of subtegumental. Subtegumental. Beneath an integument. Subtegumentary. Relating to a subtegument. Subtelencephalic. Beneath the telencephalon. Subtelocentric. Of a chromosome having the centromere closer to one end than to the center. Subtelocentrics. Plural of subtelocentric. Subtelomer. A section of a chromosome immediately adjacent to a telomere. Subtelomerless. Lacking a subtelomer. Subtelomers. Plural of subtelomer. Subtelomeric. Of or pertaining to a subtelomer. Subtelomerically. By means of subtelomers. Subtly. Obsolete spelling of subtly. Subtemperate. Of or relating to the cooler parts of the temperate regions. Subtemplate. A subsidiary template, a smaller part or branch of a template. Subtemplates. Plural of subtemplate. Subtemple. A partly autonomous temple within the grounds of a larger religious complex. Subtemples. Plural of subtemple. Subtemporal. Below the temples. Subtenencies. Plural of subtenency. Subtenency. Synonym of sublease. Subtenant. A tenant of a sublease. Subtenanted. Simple past and past participle of subtenant. Subtenanting. Present participle and gerund of subtenant. Subvenants. Plural of subvenant. Suben. to use an angle to delimit, mark off, and close part of a straight or curved line, for example an arc or the opposite side of a triangle. Subtended, simple past and past participle of subtend. Subtendent, the side that subtends is opposite a specified angle. Subtendents, plural of subtendent. Subtender, alternative form of subtender. Subtenders, plural of subtender. Subtenda, third person singular simple present indicative of subtend. Subtending, present participle and gerund of subtend. Subtendon, one of the branches of a tendon that splits into multiple parts. Subtendons, plural of subtendon. Subtends, third person singular simple present indicative of subtend. Subtends, the angle subtended by a line at a point. Subtenses, plural of subtens. Subtensor, a constituent part of a tensor. Subtensors, plural of subtensor. Subtentacular, below a tentacle. Subtentarial, beneath the tentorium. Subtenure, the right or status of a subtenant, a sublease. Subtenures, plural of subtenure. Subtepe, slightly tepid. Subver, honor, secret. Subterabyte, less than a terabyte. Subterahertz, below 1 terahertz. Subterclass, a taxonomic rank below infraclass. Subturi, somewhat terete. Subperfluent, running under or beneath. Subperfluous, flowing beneath. Subterfuge, an indirect or deceptive device or stratagem, a blind, refers especially to war and diplomatics. Subterfuges, plural of subterfuge. Subhuman, subhuman. Suber, a subordinate term. Subterminal, positioned near an N. Subterminally. In a subterminal manner. Subberms, plural of subterm. Supernatural, not belonging to nature but below or worse than nature. Subterpose, placed underneath. Subterposition, the state of lying under something else. Subsurane, the bedrock or rock layer that lies beneath the soil and superficial features of an area. Subsurranes, plural of subsurane. Subsurane, synonym of subterranean. Subsurranal, obsolete form of subterranean. Subterranean, below ground, under the earth, underground. Subterranean clover, Trifolium subterraneum Agiocarpus clover. Subterranean clovers, plural of subterranean clover. Subterraneanity, the quality of being subterranean. Subterraneanly, in a subterranean manner. Subterraneanness, the quality of being subterranean. Subterraneans, plural of subterranean. Subterraneities, plural of subterranean. Subterraneity, the quality of being subterranean. Subterraneous, subterranean. Subterranean,